The show hasn't started yet. Not even close to starting. I'm in a bad mood. I was in Juarez, Mexico last night.
Oh.
I showed up late for the donkey show, so they fired me.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I can't go to, I no longer have a work visa for Juarez, Mexico. They fired me at the donkey show. Show hasn't started yet. Not even close. Here's my decaf.
Now what are you gonna do for your income?
More like outcome. I don't want to get into it. But look, the show has not started. By the way, my site is back up, and here's why it went down. I forgot to renew the domain. Yeah, turns out I'm not important enough to be shut down by the deep, dark state. By the way, Dan, speaking of deep, dark state, and the show has not started yet, here's a tip that I want to give you, Dan. A lot of men who live with women, they do each other's washes, and sometimes us guys are embarrassed by, unsightly stains on our underwear, So What I do is I wear my underwear on the outside.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I know.
Your pants must be a mess.
Yeah, well, you can't see it because I'm wearing my underwear on the outside, so I look ridiculous, but at least I have nothing to be ashamed of.
Right, no embarrassment. Good.
Yeah. Show hasn't started yet. Still.
You got your coffee?
Just still warming up here. That is some good decaf. Now, normally, Dan, I don't give investment tips. Okay? But now that abortion is about to become illegal, all my money is in portable staircases. That's where I'm putting all my
outstanding.
money.
That is outstanding.
Thank you. Show hasn't started yet, Dan. Not even close. You're a Democrat, right?
Sure I am.
Do you hate the Republicans?
No.
GOP, more like GO-poo. Yeah, I'll say it. I don't care if they shut me down again. I'll say it. GOP, more like GO-poo. Show hasn't. Where are my notes? I actually have notes for today's show. Hang on. I have to turn my notes.
You're so brave.
Yeah, hang on. I have to say. Yeah, I don't care. Let the chips fall where they may. GOP, more like GO-poo. And you know what? If the deep dark state shuts me down again, so be it. Show hasn't started yet. I think my eye doctor is Greek.
Why is that, David?
Well, instead of my eyes, he dilates my butt. Well, look, the show has not started yet. What I'm doing here is I'm playing the expectations game. And right now, if your expectations got any lower, you could smell Donald Rumsfeld's skin smoldering in hell. Should we start the show, Dan?
I think it's time.
Or end it. Thank you, Dan.
That's enough poo and butt jokes.
Yeah.
It's time for the news.
Yeah. Well, the show hasn't started yet, so I can, now the show has started, so we have to be dignified. This is a very important show. Welcome to the Mop-Up for May 9th, 2022. I'm David Feldman coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 62 degrees and sunny. Protesters in Poland today doused the Russian ambassador with red paint. Sergei Andreev arrived at an event honoring Soviet soldiers who defeated the Nazis. Russia's ambassador was splattered with red paint to protest Putin's invasion of Ukraine, or perhaps the Russian ambassador's unibrow was so thick, PETA mistook it for a mink stole. Monday marks the show hasn't started yet. Monday marks the anniversary of the Soviet Union's defeat of Nazi Germany back in 1945. Vladimir Putin marked the occasion by commissioning 130,000 World War II reenactors to play the part of the Nazis by invading Ukraine. In a 10-minute speech on Moscow's Red Square, Vladimir Putin said, once again, Nazis are being defeated, this time in Ukraine. That's what he said. And that marks the first time Putin has admitted that his soldiers in Ukraine are losing. You see, because it's the Russians who are overrun by Nazis, the Wagner group. Read about it. Vladimir Putin made the speech before a parade of 11,000 soldiers and 131 armored vehicles. The parade was considered a success since only 50 tanks got stuck in the mud and only 3 Russian generals were assassinated. All right, that's good. I like that one. The show started. The Russians seem to be losing. They have given up on seizing Ukraine's capital, Kiev. The Ukrainian people are not collaborating with Russian soldiers as Putin had been promised. And as Putin now focuses on assisting Russian-speaking separatists in the Donbas region of Ukraine, the Kremlin can only boast modest gains, which the next day are put into the minus column, and it starts all over again. This is a mess, and I'm not the only one who has questioned whether or not Biden is making the right decisions. Even Thomas Friedman in the New York Times over the weekend worried that Biden was letting this thing spiral out of control. So if Thomas Friedman agrees with me, you know I'm wrong. That is some good coffee. Professor Juan Cole, who's always right, over at Informed Comment, writes that if the Supreme Court, we're going to talk about abortion, he writes that if the Supreme Court does go ahead and overturn Roe v. Wade, the Christian right will have succeeded in making it harder to get an abortion in America than in most majority Muslim nations around the world. A majority Muslim nation means it's primarily Muslim and their government is run by Muslims. The right in America has justified launching war against Muslim nations and banning Russians from entering this country because Muslim teachings are too oppressive when it comes to women. If you turn on Tucker Carlson, he'll fret over the spread of Sharia law coming into America, turning women into second-class citizens. But it is the evangelical right, it is the right-wing religious nuts, especially on the Supreme Court, who are turning women into second-class citizens. I'm not pro-choice. I am pro-abortion. I'm pro-abortion. Professor Cole writes that as far back as medieval times, Islamic leaders in Turkey and Asia permitted all abortion 3 months into a pregnancy. So stop flattering yourself, America. Our abortion laws are more restrictive than most Muslim-dominated countries. Women in Muslim countries should worry more about American law, specifically handed down by Christian evangelicals. They must worry about American law more than they must worry about Sharia law. Christian evangelicals working the Republican Party, feeding the Supreme Court with so-called pro-life justices, they are getting laws passed here in America that are more of a threat to women than the laws being passed by our Muslim neighbors. Professor Cole says that of 47 Muslim-controlled nations, only 18 have abortion laws that are pretty much identical to the laws passed in Texas. 18 out of 47 have abortion laws that are pretty much identical to the laws passed in Texas. And as we all know, Texas abortion laws are the template for all the other red states should Roe v. Wade be overturned, and it looks like it's about to be. Professor Cole writes that 43 states in America have imposed some sort of limit on abortion. There are, he says, if each state were a country, there are more Muslim nations than American states where it's easier to get an abortion. It's harder to get an abortion in America. 43 states make it harder to get an abortion here in America than most Muslim-controlled countries. Well, let's talk about rape. I'm anti-rape. Texas will not allow abortion in the case of incest and rape. Let me repeat that. Texas will not allow abortion in the case of incest and rape. I'm not sure there's any difference between rape and incest. So let's talk about rape. According to the Brennan Center, 80% of rapes in America go unreported to the police. And of those reports, something like 4% result in a conviction. Rape kits sit in evidence rooms. There is, according to Atlantic, the magazine, there is an epidemic of rape kits containing sperm, containing the DNA of an alleged assailant that sit in evidence rooms untested. Think about this. After a woman gets raped, a police officer sticks a swab inside of her to get the DNA, and then the rape kit is put away, never sent off to a lab. Why? Well, partly because it costs about $1,000 for each test. And most importantly, the police never want to prosecute rape. So the rape kits go untested. In Cleveland alone, there are said to be 7,000 rape kits fully loaded with DNA that remain untested. In Detroit, it is estimated that at least 13,000 rape kits loaded with DNA are sitting untested. According to Atlantic, there are at least 200,000 rape kits around America that should have been sent off to a lab, but just sit in the evidence room of a local police station. The victims who submit to the test, the women, are told that the police are investigating. And of course, a rape victim wants to move on. So she trusts the police. She trusts the rape kit to get tested. And she moves on, and so do the detectives, and nothing ever happens. That's why 80% of all rapes in America go unreported. There is an epidemic of rape and an epidemic of American police not using DNA evidence to catch the rapists. A central database over at the FBI of DNA samples reveals that serial rapists are much more common than previously thought. You see, Brett Kavanaugh doesn't just rape once or try to rape a woman once. Had the FBI during the confirmation hearings followed up on all the women who came forward to report Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh's attempts at rape, they would find that he has attempted several times to rape women. See, that's why rape kits are so important. If all the rape kits were tested, law enforcement would be able to catch these serial rapists. It would be less of a he said, she said when a woman who claims to have been raped has the same exact DNA inside of her as another woman across state lines who also claims to have been raped. But that would require sending these rape kits off to the lab, and we rarely do. And in Texas, if you get pregnant from a rape, you must keep the baby because all life is precious unless that life belongs to a rape victim. You're raped, you're pregnant, and because you must keep that baby every single day of your life, you are reminded of what that man did to you, and you have to raise that reminder and breastfeed that reminder and take care of that reminder every day of your life. That person reminds you of the worst night of your life. It wasn't until last year that Texas finally got around to passing legislation that would fund sending rape kits off to be tested. Meanwhile, close to 7,000 rape kits in Texas still remain untested. Women in Texas are second-class citizens because of these abortion laws. They can't make love. They can't work. They can't educate themselves. They have no choice what to do with their bodies if they make the mistake of satisfying their animal urges while making love, or if they're raped. Now, this brings me to Republican Governor of Texas, Greg Abbott. He's the face of all these anti-abortion laws in Texas, which are serving as a template for all the anti-abortion laws that will spread throughout red state America if Roe v. Wade is overturned. So let's talk about Republican governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, who back in 1984 had just graduated from law school and was studying for the bar. And he decided to go for a jog in western Houston. And while on his run, a tree snapped, a branch fell and snapped Greg Abbott's back. And since then, Greg Abbott has been in a wheelchair. Very sad story. What's even sadder is that now Governor Greg Abbott, a Republican, like a rape victim, has chosen to forget everything that happened on that terrible day. We try to forget horrible things that happened to us on that terrible day. Greg Abbott doesn't want to think about the day he was told he was going to be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. When he was told he would never walk. He doesn't want to think about the day his body was ruined. And he has chosen to forget that. He's moved on. And by choosing to forget that day when he became a paraplegic, he has chosen to forget every single one of his fellow Texans who, like Greg Abbott, is confined to a wheelchair. That's who Governor Greg Abbott is. The Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, which advocates for the disabled, calls Governor Greg Abbott, and I quote, a disability advocate's worst nightmare. Greg Abbott, in a wheelchair, is called a disability advocate's worst nightmare. So here you have a politician, Greg Abbott, in a wheelchair. You would figure, well, I'm sorry this happened to him, but in many ways can be a good thing. Finally, a disabled lawyer who passes the bar will advocate on behalf of the disabled. But not so. He's made it worse for the disabled. According to these new voting laws, it's harder for disabled people to vote now in Texas, thanks to the paraplegic governor of Texas, Republican Greg Abbott. Before Governor Greg Abbott became Attorney General of Texas, he spoke out against the American Disabilities Act. And once he became Attorney General of Texas, he routinely challenged lawsuits that were based on the Americans with Disabilities Act. He cited Texas's sovereign immunity from federal law, meaning the Americans with Disabilities Act could not be applied to Texas, even though it was passed and proposed by Texas' favorite son, George Herbert Walker Bush, which he calls one of the greatest moments of his presidency. So despite having to spend the rest of his life as a paraplegic, Greg Abbott, as Texas's Attorney General, decided to declare the Americans with Disabilities Act unconstitutional. As Attorney General, Greg Abbott supported tort reform. He supported putting caps on how much someone can collect in civil damages because he hates trial lawyers. But not his trial lawyer. After that tree snapped his back, Greg Abbott sued, and he reached an agreement where the homeowner who had the tree on his property, as well as the tree inspector who said the tree wasn't going to break, he settled in court with the two of them, and they must pay him upwards of $15,000 a month for the rest of his life, all of that tax-free. Plus, he gets a 4% bump on that monthly stipend each year. So that's about $15,000 a month. And there are several lump sums coming his way every couple of years, each one amounting to anywhere between $300,000 to $500,000. All told, Republican Texas Governor Greg Abbott has collected close to $6 million from that settlement, and it keeps on coming in. That money will keep on coming in for the rest of his life. And you know who got Governor Greg Abbott that settlement? Trial lawyers, tort law, which Greg Abbott wants for himself, but not for the people who elected him, not for the people he represents. Now, I feel a bit uncomfortable politicizing the fact that Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, is a paraplegic. It makes me uncomfortable. But he is a Republican. I used to feel bad about bringing up his predecessor, Rick Perry, especially bringing up the rumors about his homosexuality. But Rick Perry is a Republican. You see, Republicans, especially the ones from Texas, have a double standard. What applies to me doesn't apply to you. Like George W. Bush and his dad, they were all in on the Vietnam War. But George W. Bush didn't want to serve because he didn't want to get killed. He wanted you to get killed. So George W. Bush's dad down in Texas pulled strings and got George W. in the Champaign unit of the Texas Air National Guard. He was supposed to serve in the Alabama National Guard, but he lost interest and was AWOL, literally AWOL. But he still supported the war in Vietnam, as did his father. George W. Bush was reported AWOL from the Alabama National Guard, which is a crime. But if you're the CIA director's son, your dad pretty much knows how to cover up missing people. While Vice President Bush and President Reagan were fighting a war on drugs, George W. was snorting them, while his father was bringing them into the ghetto to finance the Contras. Never been disproven. The Bush family, for decades, gave to Planned Parenthood until abortion became a political football in the early 80s. And then the Bush family decided, you know what? We can afford an abortion. We know how to get an abortion. Better poor women shouldn't be able to get one. Who cares about poor women? They don't vote Republican. Well, back to the paraplegic governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, who has passed some of the most stringent anti-abortion laws in the world, stricter than what you see in Muslim nations. Only 18 Muslim nations out of 47 Muslim majority nations have abortion laws as strict as Texas. Greg Abbott, governor of Texas, I'm sorry he's a paraplegic, but there's something obscene about a man telling a woman what she can do with her body when he himself can't tell his own body what to do. It's obscene, and it explains what the anti-abortion movement is all about. It's no coincidence that the strictest abortion laws are coming from a Republican man in a wheelchair. Democrats in wheelchairs, I like to think, are a little different. You know, FDR, who realized, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who realized that some people are luckier than others. And it is the role of government, first and foremost, to provide for those who are unlucky. People in wheelchairs are in wheelchairs because of bad luck. It's bad luck. One day you're studying for the bar, you take a break, go for a jog, a tree branch falls on your back, and you spend the rest of your life as a paraplegic in a wheelchair, just like Greg Abbott. But a Republican like Greg Abbott goes into denial. Screw people with disabilities. I'm not disabled. It never happened. That's how the unhealthy Republican mind thinks. Total denial. Here's how a healthy mind thinks. I'm in a wheelchair. I'm a lawyer. Hey, I can help the unlucky. But Greg Abbott decided, I'm a Republican. I'm in denial. Move on. To be the same person he was before the accident. That's what he decided to be. And he turned his back on his fellow unlucky Texans. He turned his back on his fellow unlucky Texans. He turned his back on other people in wheelchairs because it reminded him of partly who he is. he became a sycophant of the lucky, doing their bidding, speaking up for the lucky so they would accept him. Greg Abbott, it is not Christian to turn your back on the unlucky. It is not Christian to identify with the lucky and serve as their errand boy. Most importantly, Greg Abbott, that is not what a real man does. Therefore, Greg Abbott, you are not a real man by any definition of manhood. By any definition of manhood, Greg Abbott, there's the right definition of manhood and the wrong definition of what a man is. By any definition, you, Greg Abbott, are not a man. Men do not pick on the weak. They don't turn their back on the disabled. Men help the weak. I suspect Abbott wasn't a real man before he became a paraplegic, and I suspect he became even less of a man after he became a paraplegic. He clings to the wrong definition of what constitutes a man. There's a type of Texan who fetishes manhood as being something synonymous with self-sufficiency, with being strong, not getting kicked around and fighting back. That's the kind of Texan Greg Abbott wants to be. That's the kind of man Greg Abbott fancies himself. There's a type of Texan who believe that Texas is more than a sovereign state because it's made up of rugged individuals who don't need anyone's help. We don't need the Americans with Disability Act. We're strong. We're self-sufficient. Just give me my gun and my religion, and I'll take care of the rest. That's who Greg Abbott is. That's how he defines incorrectly what manhood is. His definition of manhood is toxic and it's wrong, but that's how he defines it. Now he's a paraplegic. That's problematic to fancy yourself a rugged individual confined to a wheelchair. Now, where I come from, someone in a wheelchair is no different from anyone else and should be given equity so that they continue to be no different from anybody else. But not Greg Abbott. He doesn't believe in the Americans with Disability Act, even though, as I said, it was the Republican president, Texas' favorite son, George Herbert Walker Bush, who passed it. He called it his crowning achievement. But Greg Abbott is more of a man than George Herbert Walker Bush. A lot of people thought George Herbert Walker Bush was a wimp. Greg Abbott, he's not a wimp. He's a right-winger. It's self-sufficiency. He hates the government. But the problem, Greg Abbott, is you hate the government. You think everybody should be self-sufficient, but you're a paraplegic in a wheelchair. You need the government. You need the government to make sure there are ramps, special elevators. You need the government to make sure that you can check into a hotel that has a room that is wheelchair accessible. You need airplanes that have aisles that can accommodate your chair. You need a government to make sure that restaurants can accommodate you. And most importantly, you need a federal government to make sure that no matter where you travel in America, there are bathrooms for you that provide not just access, but dignity. Greg Abbott, you're a paraplegic, and it is the ADA that provides people like you with not just access to bathrooms, but dignity. Dignity. But Greg Abbott doesn't think that way. He should spend less time worrying about which gender is using a bathroom and more time worrying about being able to use one himself. I think that's a bigger problem for him. So, as a Christian, Greg Abbott, You could say Jesus put you in that wheelchair for a reason, to use your God-given talent as a lawyer to spend every waking day fighting for the unlucky. You had just graduated from law school. You were studying for the bar when you became a paraplegic. Jesus had plans for you. You're a bad Christian. You're not looking at what Jesus is telling you. Instead, Governor Greg Abbott, you turned your back on Jesus. Instead, you sidled up to the money changers. You turned your back on the meek and instead became an errand boy for the Texans who inherit the earth and then drill it. You're not a Christian, Greg Abbott. And you're not a man by any definition, by the wrong definition of a man, by the way you define manhood, you're not a man. And by the way healthy men define manhood, you're not a man. Greg Abbott is not a man by any definition of manhood. By his definition or my definition, Greg Abbott is not a man. And yet he spends a lot of time trying to pass laws telling us who is and isn't a man. It must be tough, Greg Abbott, wanting to be a man the way you define it, but knowing deep down inside you're anything but. Therefore, you're not a Christian, you're not by any definition a man, and you are mentally ill. You are mentally ill, Greg Abbott, and being a paraplegic only makes your mental illness even worse. Your definition of manhood is diseased. It's especially diseased because you are physically and spiritually incapable of being the man you think you ought to be. It's sick to want to be the man you think you ought to be. And then you get even sicker when you realize you can't be the man you think you ought to be. And what do? Because you're mentally ill, you suck up to the bullies. You try to make the people who would consider you a loser, you try to make the people who would make fun of you for being in a wheelchair behind your back, you try to make them like you. You try to make the bullies like you. Greg Abbott, instead of seeing the bullies as the source of so much of your emotional pain, you try to relieve that emotional pain by courting the people who inflict that emotional pain. Greg Abbott believes that he can relieve his emotional pain by getting the bullies to like him, even though deep down inside he knows the bullies are bullies and they should be punched. Because we all know, if you believe what Greg Abbott believes, the only thing you can do to a bully is stand up to a bully, but Greg Abbott can't stand up. So it eats at him every day. And the only way he can feel better about himself is to join the bullies in lashing out at the unlucky. Turn your back, Greg Abbott, on the unlucky who are just as unlucky as you, and serve Mammon and the bullies who pick on people like you. Because so much of this is wrapped up in Greg Abbott's toxic definition of what it means to be a man, he has no choice, because he's mentally ill, to lash out at women. He hates women. He hates women because he has an ideal of what a woman should be attracted to, and it's not Greg Abbott. The women Greg Abbott wants, the women that Greg Abbott wants are women who would look at a guy in a wheelchair and see someone who is weak, because that's who he is. And so he hates women. He wants to control women. He hates the idea that women right now are having sex with the type of men he considers strong. And if these women get raped, well, Greg Abbott, deep down inside, figures they deserved it. That's the mind of a right-wing anti-abortion crusader. It's not just Greg Abbott. It's the mind of every right-wing anti-abortion crusader. They think women have something I want. They won't give it to me unless, of course, I rape them. So they won't give it to me if they get pregnant, giving their body over to a man other than me. They should have to keep the baby as punishment, even if it's rape. I know this is true. Most men don't like to talk about this. I will. I have never sexually harassed or sexually assaulted a woman. But I have been frustrated by women. I have been sexually frustrated by women. I have gone out with women wanting to have some kind of sex with them and been told, I only like you as an object of ridicule. That's what women have told me. I don't want to have sex with you. I just like you as someone who I can, my computer is frozen. What's going on here? Hang on. Oh, come on, you motherfucker. Well, we'll have to do it this way. I would be lying if I said I was happy that a woman rejected me. I would be lying if I didn't feel frustrated. I would be lying if I didn't feel a tiny bit resentful and thinking maybe, just maybe, she'll go out with some other guy and then come to her senses and realize how great I am. So yeah, I kind of wish bad for the women who wouldn't sleep with me. I wanted them to have a bad experience with some other guy so they'd come crawling back and I'd answer the door with a beautiful woman on my arm and get to say, you had your chance. Come on in. You want a threesome? Am I happy about that? No. I wish I could say, when a woman rejected me, I wish I was capable of saying, you know what? If you feel unattracted to me, then that makes me unattracted to you. The fact that you're unattracted to me does not make me more attracted to you. I'm so emotionally centered. I don't want to have any attraction for a woman who isn't attracted to me. I hope you find a man who can find your clitoris and you both live happily ever after. I wish I could say that. I wish I could believe that. I know I'm supposed to think that, so I behave like I think that, that's what healthy men are trained to do. You behave like you're thinking properly. And then eventually, hopefully, you stop behaving and you actually start behaving and thinking the same way. But then there are men inside the Republican Party who seek to codify into law revenge on all the women who won't sleep with them. All the women they can't get it up for. And that is why the Republican Party is a party of rapists. It is the party that hates women. And you can't separate hatred for women from being anti-abortion. Anti-abortion means anti-women. Republicans hate women. They don't believe in equal pay. They don't believe in paid maternity or even paid paternity leave. They don't want contraception covered by Obamacare. They believe that women should be subservient to men, that a woman's job is to make babies and stay at home and support the husband. And if the husband leaves her, well, the woman did something wrong. And if the husband dies and the woman is left alone with a couple of kids, Republicans cite that famous line in the New Testament where Jesus says to the lepers, "Sucks to be you, go away, you sicken me." I'm pretty sure that's what Jesus said to the lepers. Andrew Wilhoit is a Republican who lives in Indiana. When his wife got breast cancer, he did what Newt Gingrich did when his first wife got cancer. He began having an affair with another woman. When his cancer-stricken wife found out about the affair, she decided to sue him for divorce. That's what happened to Andrew Wilhoit. His wife found out about the affair, and she sued him for divorce. That's the difference between Andrew Wilhoit and Newt Gingrich. When Newt Gingrich found out his wife had cancer, he not only had an affair, but he also served her with divorce papers while she was in the hospital. Go look that one up about Newt Gingrich. Well, Andrew Wilhoit didn't like being served with divorce papers from his cancer-stricken wife. All he did was cheat on her. And he was humiliated when she served him with divorce papers. So he allegedly struck her in the head with a concrete gallon-sized flower pot, threw her lifeless corpse into his car, and then dumped his ex-wife's body in the river, so say the Indiana State Police. Andrew Wilhoit is now in prison, and he's facing charges of first-degree murder, which, because it's Indiana, carries with it the death penalty. His defense, according to prosecutors, is, yeah, I killed her, but she hit me first. It was an act of self-defense. My wife, who had just wrapped up a final round of chemotherapy that day, hit me. That's got to hurt. I mean, nobody packs a punch like a woman coming home from chemotherapy. So to defend myself, I cracked her skull open with a concrete flower pot, and out of self-defense, I dumped her body in the river because, I heard that if she comes back to life, she won't be able to attack me no more since zombies can't swim. Just throw the zombie in the river. Zombies can't swim. Anyway, Wilhoit's trial is this August, and that doesn't fit too well into his schedule because Election Day is in November. And last week, from prison, he won the Republican primary for one of the open seats on Indiana's Clinton Township Board. He got the nomination, and he's running for Indiana's Clinton Township Board in November as a Republican, running for office from prison, a regular Eugene V. Debs. In Missouri, the former governor of the state, Republican Eric Greitens, is running for senator. Republican. 2 months ago, his wife, in a sworn deposition, said that then Republican Governor Greitens repeatedly assaulted her and their 3-year-old son. He's a huge Trump supporter. He also allegedly had an affair with his former hairdresser. That's what he calls her, his hairdresser. Not a barber? Hairdresser? Okay. While he was governor. Seems kind of strange for a Republican to call the person who cuts his hair a hairdresser, not a barber. Anyway, he was having an affair with his hairdresser. Apparently, or allegedly, she visited the governor's mansion, and he decided to tie her up, blindfold her. He sexually assaulted her, then took photos of her tied up and threatened to put the pictures on the internet if she went public with the affair. He was forced to resign as the governor of Missouri, as the Republican governor of Missouri. Trump supports him. He also supports Herschel Walker in his run for the Senate in Georgia. Herschel Walker has admitted to attacking his ex-wife, choking her in bed, and threatening to kill her. He has been accused of violently stalking a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader and threatening to kill another ex-girlfriend. Herschel Walker admits to choking his wife in bed and threatening to kill her, but he says he didn't violently stalk a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader. He's running for Senate in Georgia, and he's got the full-throated support of Donald Trump. Then there's Max Miller. He had a good week. He's supported by Donald Trump. Max Miller worked closely inside the Donald Trump White House. And last Tuesday, he won the Republican primary for Ohio's 7th congressional district. Former White House press secretary Stephanie Grisham said she dated Max Miller while the two of them worked in the Trump White House. And then, while she was promoting her new book late last year, she said Max Miller physically assaulted her after he accused her of cheating on him. She said he had repeatedly assaulted her physically throughout their relationship. Politico last year investigated Max Miller, and after interviewing 60 people and looking at court records, Politico said Max Miller has a storied history of drunk driving and physical assault, and he is now the Republican candidate for Ohio's 7th congressional district. Last year, Donald Trump endorsed Sean Parnell for Senate in Pennsylvania. But in late November of last year, Parnell was forced to drop out after a judge ruled his ex-wife should gain custody of their 3 children after Parnell was accused of spousal and child abuse. Parnell's ex-wife accused him of repeatedly choking her and hitting the children so hard he often left welts on their bodies. After Parnell dropped out, Trump threw his support behind Dr. Oz. Trump now wants Dr. Oz to be the senator from Pennsylvania. Then there's the race for governor of Nebraska, where Donald Trump has thrown his considerable weight behind Charles Herbster, who has been accused by 8 separate women of sexual assault. One of those women is a state senator, a Republican, who accuses Herbster of putting his hand all the way up her skirt at a GOP fundraiser. I thought running your hand up a woman's skirt at a GOP fundraiser is considered good manners. Maybe not. All 8 accusations of assault against Charles Herbster, all 8 accusations of assault have been corroborated by those who saw it take place, which means Republicans, or friends of the women who told them about the assault immediately afterwards. But Herbster claims he's innocent and is running a series of ads throughout Nebraska claiming he's a victim of the same exact conspiracy launched against Supreme Court Justices Brett Kavanaugh and Clarence Thomas. If you'll remember, the FBI never investigated those last-minute sexual assault allegations against rapist Brett Kavanaugh. And as for Clarence Thomas, several witnesses came forward to corroborate Anita Hill's accusations, but then chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Joe Biden, didn't think it would be appropriate to hear from the women who could corroborate Anita Hill. Well, Herbster, despite 8 women claiming to have been sexually assaulted by him, he is still running for governor of Nebraska. The Republican primary is tomorrow. It's this Tuesday. And over the weekend, Donald Trump held a rally for him in Nebraska. Donald Trump supports Herbster. As of 2020, at least 30 women have come forward claiming they were sexually assaulted by Donald Trump. And that is the same Donald Trump who picked 3 of the 5 Supreme Court justices who reportedly have just voted to overturn Roe v. Wade. Not a coincidence. Makes perfect sense. If you hate women, then you're a Republican. If you hate women, you're opposed to abortion. Now, look, I'm not a fan of Hillary Clinton's, but we were warned back in 2016. Roe v. Wade was on the ballot. The Clintons knew exactly what they were up against. Not just a vast right-wing conspiracy, a vast right-wing Christian conspiracy, the Federalist Society, Ken Starr, the Grand Inquisitor, who was all about Christian morals. His mistress wrote last year that the Grand Inquisitor, the great Christian Ken Starr, when they were working on the impeachment, Brett Kavanaugh was working for Ken Starr. Brett Starr is the quarterback. And Brett Kavanaugh and Ken Starr's mistress were working together, and Brett Kavanaugh had a temper tantrum, got in this woman's face, threatened to do physical harm, and she reported him. She reported Brett Kavanaugh to Ken Starr, and Ken Starr said, this is what she said. Ken Starr said, "I'm apologizing for him. Do not make trouble. I have big plans. We have big plans for Brett Kavanaugh." Ken Starr knows who Brett Kavanaugh is. Ken Starr hates women, and Hillary knew that. The Clintons knew that. And we were warned back in 2016 what we were up against. Roe v. Wade was on the ballot. Again, I have many quarrels with the Democratic leadership. They had an opportunity many times to codify abortion into law, and they didn't. But you can be certain that had Hillary won, all these abortion laws in states like Mississippi, Oklahoma, and Texas would be overturned. It would be easier, not impossible, to get an abortion here in America. Now, Henry Cuellar is running for re-election in Texas. He's pro-life and a Democrat, and he has been endorsed by Pelosi and the Democratic leadership. But he is the only pro-life Democrat in the House of Representatives. 5 years ago, there were 3 pro-life Democrats serving in the House. Ben McAdams served 1 term from Utah. Congressman Colin Peterson, Minnesota, and Dan Lipinski from Illinois, and they all got voted out in 2020. All that's left is Cuellar. It's just Cuellar. So it's not like there's one asshole, pro-life asshole, in the House who's a Democrat. Anyway, Charles Herbster is running for governor of Nebraska. 8 women accuse him of sexual assault. We'll find out if he wins this Tuesday. He also made his fortune in bull semen. And one of the people stumping for him is a man who made his money in bullshit, Stephen Moore. Stephen Moore, a former Trump advisor, joined Herbster this past weekend, stumping across Nebraska. Stephen Moore founded Club for Growth, which supports eliminating the estate tax, lowering taxes, reforming Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security by privatizing all 3. He loves tort reform and school choice. He also opposes any legislation to fight climate change. When he was running Club for Growth, it gave hundreds of thousands of dollars to candidates illegally. And Club for Growth ended up paying hundreds of thousands of dollars in fines to the FEC for failing to register as a super PAC. So Stephen Moore was voted out of the Club for Growth. But that didn't stop him from finding work at the Heritage Foundation, the Wall Street Journal, Herman Cain's presidential campaign, Fox News, and even worse, he served as CNN's chief economic analyst up until 2019. Stephen Moore calls himself an economist, but all he has is a master's in economics. But that's enough to rise within the Republican Party so long as you parrot talking points that favor cutting taxes for the rich, because that's who funds Stephen Moore billionaires. The Club for Growth, which he founded, gets all its money from billionaires who donate as much as $1.5 million a year each. One of them is Peter Thiel, right-wing founder of PayPal, who financed a multi-million-dollar lawsuit that bankrupted Gawker. Thiel was mad at Gawker for reporting that Thiel was a closeted homosexual. So Republican Thiel reportedly bankrolled Hulk Hogan's defamation suit against Gawker, and they won. Thiel, like Governor Abbott, also supports tort reform, just not for himself. It's okay for him to support the lawsuit against Gawker. Well, the reason I mention Stephen Moore when I'm talking about abortion, the reason I mention Stephen Moore, who was on the editorial board of the Wall Street Journal, who is constantly interviewed by mainstream media for his views on inflation, I mention Stephen Moore because Donald Trump wanted to name him as a governor of the Federal Reserve, but he had to withdraw his nomination because Stephen Moore has a past, involves women, and he wanted to keep it secret, but it came out. In 2012, Stephen Moore refused to pay his ex-wife $300,000 in alimony and child support. 3 kids. F them. They're not getting the money. He was held in contempt by a judge. He was ordered to make the payments. He refused. He ignored subpoenas. They were about to arrest him. And it was only until they were about to arrest him when Moore agreed to pay his alimony and child support. In 2018, the IRS accused Stephen Moore of filing a fraudulent tax return and placed a lien on his home. Stephen Moore's first wife, Allison Moore, claimed during the divorce that throughout the marriage, Moore inflicted emotional and psychological abuse. She said it got so bad she and her kids had to flee their home in the fall of 2009. That sounds like something worse than emotional abuse. According to the Washington Post, Stephen Moore signed a document admitting to being guilty of all the accusations made by his wife. Stephen Moore hates women. The Republican Party hates abortion because it hates women. It hates women on a very primal level. This is a party controlled by rapists, a party controlled by men who hate women because they are not the men they wish they were. This is a party controlled by stupid men like Louis Gohmert, who hate smart women because smart women remind them of every day just how unworthy they themselves are of respect. This is a party that doesn't want women in the workplace because these men have egos that can't tolerate a woman who's more efficient, more powerful, and even worse, wealthier. This is a party run by closeted homosexuals, men who are crippled on the outside or the inside, closeted homosexuals like Rick Perry, Lindsey Graham, and Madison Cawthorn, or Greg Abbott and Madison Cawthorn, who hate the men they are, so they punish women for enjoying company with the men they wish they could be. As bad as the Democrats are, and they are horrible, they are not this bad. The Democrats are not afraid of smart and powerful women. The Democrats have Maxine Waters, AOC, Cori Bush, Elizabeth Warren, to name just a few. The Republicans have Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, and Susan Collins, the cretinous senator from Maine who took the rapist Brett Kavanaugh at his word when he promised he wouldn't overturn Roe v. Wade. America would be better off if this country were run only by black women. I know that sounds wrong, but that's how I feel. You show me a black woman who holds elective office, I'll show you a woman who knows how to fix this country. Condi Rice and Candace Owens don't count. They never ran for elected office. Why am I a Democrat? Because that's where the black women are. Congresswoman Val Demings shouldn't be the next senator from Florida. Alan Grayson should be. But I still trust Val Demings over any Republican serving in the House, Senate, or Supreme Court. Now, most women know the GOP hates them, which is why Biden, this is up for debate, but I'm working off these numbers. In 2020, Biden got 57% of the female vote to Trump's 42%. That's a landslide. That's a 15% margin. This is why I think maybe the Democrats have a chance in November. But why would 42% of women vote for Donald Trump? Obviously, they are low information voters, and low information female voters are like Camille Cosby, who stood by Bill Cosby through it all. Camille Cosby knew Bill cheated on her. She knew Bill drugged these women. She knew he raped them. But like the women who voted for Trump, these women who vote for Trump, they know deep in their hearts that Trump is a rapist, just like Bill Cosby. Camille believed these women deserve to be raped. Camille, just like Hillary Clinton, who did the bimbo eruptions in the White House, Camille, like Hillary, believed if you're a woman spending time with my Bill, you deserve whatever happens to you. Camille Cosby, like all the women who voted for Trump, is glad these women get raped. You sleep with my man, you deserve it. You sleep around, you deserve it. Those are the women who vote for Trump. Those are the women who vote Republican. They hate women and they hate themselves for being women. That is who the Republicans are. They are run by people who hate themselves. Brett Kavanaugh is a drunk. He hates himself. Clarence Thomas married Ginny Thomas. Need I say any more about the level of self-loathing it takes to marry Ginny? Lindsey Graham hates that he's gay. Donald Trump hates himself. He's too smart not to. Greg Abbott is a paraplegic who hates himself. And instead of taking it out on themselves, they lash out at others. They lash out at the disabled, the LGBTQ, the poor, children, people of color, and as we know, women. The Republican Party is a party that hates women. They sexually harass, they assault, they rape women, and they try to deny them equal pay. They want to control women because they hate women. The Republican Party is a party run by men who can't live up to what they think a man should be, so they punish women. That's what self-hating men do. They punish women. And if you can't rape and assault all women, the least you can do is take control of their bodies by denying them the right to an abortion. You show me a man who can't get laid, I'll show you a Catholic priest speaking out against abortion. You show me a man who can't get it up, I'll show you a white Republican male speaking out against abortion. You show me a man who's comfortable with his body, his sexuality, his intelligence, I'll show you a man who says, abortion? I got enough problems. Ask a woman what she thinks. We will be back with the rest of the show, and it's a good one. It's a really good show. We're going to be talking about Nazi billionaires. And by Nazi billionaires, I don't mean the Koch brothers. We will be back talking about Amazon fighting unions. But here's Turtle from Professor Mike Steinel. That is Turtle by Professor Mike Steinel. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. My website is back up. Was down for close to a week. I forgot to register the domain. I think I had it like on a 5-year thing, just keep renewing it. And then I guess 5 years were up and it got shut down. But I flattered myself into thinking it was the deep, dark state trying to silence me. No, it was just my own incompetence. Well, in the past couple of weeks, I've been talking about how there's been this conversation about this being the golden age of unionization here in America. But then I pointed out that 250,000 fewer union jobs were available last year than the year before, that the number of union members is still declining. It's at something like the lowest point in 100 years. There is some good news to report. The National Labor Relations Board is now saying that votes to hold union elections are now up more than 50% over the previous year during the 6 months ending in March. There's been a 50% increase this year and parts of last year over the previous 6 months in union activism. People working for Starbucks, working for Amazon, working for clothing stores to vote whether or not to go union. Starbucks have won, the workers have won some union votes in more than 50 states around America. And now it's happening over at Apple and the outdoor apparel retailer REI. So more and more Americans are voting on whether or not to join a union because we have a National Labor Relations Board that is a little more sympathetic to unions under Biden than it was under Trump. Joining us is Joe Thompson. He's a 19-year-old. Joe Thompson is a 19-year-old right out of the bat. I screwed up. Joe Thompson is a 19-year-old non-binary UC Santa Cruz student, a Starbucks union organizer, and a progressive candidate for California State Assembly District 28. Joe uses they, them pronouns, and if elected, they would be the first non-binary official elected to statewide office in California. Welcome, Joe Thompson.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
I really appreciate you doing this. You were recommended to us by Shahid Buttar, who is running to unseat Nancy Pelosi up in San Francisco. And any friend of Shahid is deserves a donation from us. So how do we support you? How do we send you money to get you into the state assembly in California?
You can check out our website. It's joeforassembly.org.
Can you talk closer? I've been organizing. Do you mind talking closer? Because you're using the, you don't have a microphone, right?
No, I'm just using my AirPods. Is it working good?
Yeah, it's good. But if you could just talk closer to the computer.
Yeah, of course.
As Sheryl Sandberg said, lean in. Okay, I'm sorry. How do people donate to you?
You can go to our website, joeforassembly.org. It's something where we've been lacking in fundraising, but not because we have a lot of donations. We've been getting tons of donations all across the country supporting us. But my opponents are still corporate funded, and, they're getting max out donations from, people who like yacht companies and all this stuff where it's like they're really disconnected from the average working class person.
Okay. Let me get a little personal here. I have one kid who went to Berkeley, and I have one kid who's a banana slug. Anybody who thinks Berkeley is a hotbed for radicalism has never been to University of Santa Cruz. I'm going to say Berkeley is a vocational school for the managerial class. You know, it produces liberals who pay lip service to leftist causes. It is Santa Cruz, University of Santa Cruz. That is the true hotbed for left-wing radicalism. So what are you majoring in?
Environmental studies with a concentration in policy.
Yeah, my son, I think he majored in that. You know what he did? I got two stories to tell you. So he wore a "fuck the police" cap during graduation.
Well, what year did he graduate?
2017, 2018.
Okay, so that was near cola strikes. So that's there was a lot of cops off campus in that time of Santa Cruz, and it's still here today. And we're fighting every day.
I do a lot
of activism on campus. The cola strikes, cost of living adjustment.
And what did that have to do with the police?
So during the cola strikes, we shut down the campus, and the UC Santa Cruz Police Department decided it was a good idea to go in and bash students' heads. So one of the things we kind of fought against too was, anti-police and anti-police violence, because they're attacking students who are just trying to get an education, trying to survive, and it was pretty awful.
The other thing he did, the chancellor, they call his name out. The chancellor hands him the degree and then offers to shake my son's hand. And my son offers to shake the chancellor's hand. I have this on videotape. And then just puts his hand up in the chancellor's face and gives him the finger and goes, "Sucker." And he videotaped it. So I have to admit, I was not happy that he did that. I just wanted to feel like a normal dad at a graduation. And so I said, I'm really glad you got the degree, but did you have to behave that way? Can't I have one normal day? And then I look over and Jesus Christ attached to a crucifix wearing a mortarboard is walking past me. And I thought, all right, son, whatever. I guess you're a moderate. I don't know how many schools there are left like that. I don't know.
We're one of the only special schools left where there still is that sentiment. And even now, our chancellor just got over $100,000 raise. So we decided to throw her a party, and it was basically a joke party on April Fools where everyone got together. We ate cake and just joked about her making all this money. And I think now even there's still that sentimentality of, this is our school. This is not the chancellor's school. This is our school.
Right. You know what the problem with Santa Cruz is? One day you have to leave
What's that?
You have to leave it eventually. It is the most beautiful place on earth. It's up with the redwoods, and it's being ruined by Silicon Valley, unfortunately. Well, you are a Starbucks organizer. Tell me, do you work at Starbucks?
I do. So I've been working there for about 2 years now. I started back when I was 16. I needed to get healthcare, and I was already working another job, and I didn't have health insurance, and I went to the dentist, and my estimated out of pocket was over $20,000 for dental care when I was 16, and I needed to get health insurance. And luckily, I started working at Starbucks, working about 20 hours a week. So I was able to get health insurance through them.
And dental?
Which is, and dental. So dental is pretty cheap through them. But, that's made me want to fight for Medicare for all and adding vision and dental, because we need people to have healthcare that is affordable, and we need to make sure everyone has it. No child in America should ever have to work 2 jobs during high school like I did to get health insurance.
All right. We obviously believe in unions. I don't want to get you into trouble, but I think Howard Schultz, the interim CEO of Starbucks, multi-billionaire, is intimidating the unions. But let me challenge you. for the sake of putting on a show. Why do you need a union if Starbucks has generous benefits? I mean, they are known for benefits, and I believe they also will pay for online college. Is that true?
That is true. So they do. I'm not saying they don't have the best benefits.
I think they pay the children who pick the beans in Guatemala, the 8-year-olds. I think they get $4 a day, which is more than most children get paid picking beans. I'm joking. They do have a problem with child labor, kids picking beans.
They do. They have a lot of problems. It's like any corporation in America. They need to get.
We pay our kids $5 a day. That's more than most kids in Central America get paid picking beans. It's not funny. I'm just a sick man. So how do you sell people on joining a union when Starbucks is providing everything you think a union will give you? Benefits.
So exactly. It's the union is not taking away benefits. We're only getting more. So with our union contract, we basically will get everything that we already have. Plus we're going to get added seniority pay. We're going to get, instead of, I pay for my healthcare still through Starbucks. Last year I paid about $5,000 through health insurance premiums. One of the things we're negotiating in our contract is to have Starbucks cover all of that. So it's an additional $5,000 being put back into your paycheck. And that's enough for any person who's pro-union to sign on. And I think when it comes down to it, especially young people like myself who are, in their early teens, late 20s, I think we're realizing that we have power and we have worth. We just need to get people to understand that we need to focus that energy on the billion-dollar corporations that are taking that from us.
Right. I saw Christian Smalls, my hero, testifying before Bernie Sanders' Senate Budget Committee last week. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to talk about this on the show on Thursday. But the argument against unions is people aren't choosing unions. That's what Lindsey Graham said. Amazon lost the second vote in Staten Island. Bessemer, they lost. Boeing lost in South Carolina, the union push. He says unions are not as popular as socialists like Bernie Sanders think they are. Why do we lose union votes? What does the right win? What does corporate America do to stack it against us?
It's all about union busting. So Starbucks hired the largest union busting firm in all of America, Littler Mendelson. And then they come into your store, they tell you if you vote for the union, you're going to lose your benefits, you're going to lose all these additional things. And they really do make it seem that the unions are the devil. It's an outside force attacking us, as Howard Schultz put it. And in the reality, it's 19-year-olds like me who are talking to my coworkers, building a partnership between ourselves to fight for things that we want. And, I think when it comes down to it, we're losing these votes, not because people aren't pro-union. It's because the union busters are getting their way, and the NLRB doesn't have the resources, staffing, and adequate funding to actually stop Starbucks and Amazon and any other union busting company from truly doing the harm that's happening with this union busting across the entire United States.
Right. As Christian Smalls pointed out during his testimony, there is a process that Lindsey Graham brags about. The National Labor Review Board, just go through them. They have lawyers who slow down the process. They stall and they stall. It takes years before they recognize the union, even though the workers voted to recognize the union. The corporation doesn't. And in the meantime, people like Christian Smalls are racking up debt. Somebody like Christian Smalls is not a rich man. He lives paycheck to paycheck. So they can outlast the organizers. What happened with you? Tell me about organizing with you and what Starbucks tried to do to you. How did they try to stop you?
So they, the first thing they did was cut my hours. I was working about 20 hours a week. That's the bare minimum to get benefits. Sometimes I'd work a little bit more, up to 25 or 30. But there was about 4 or 5 weeks where I was only working 10 hours a week. And that cut my paycheck a lot.
Were you still able to get benefits?
Yeah. So I was still able to get benefits because as long as you have a certain number of hours over the last 6 months, that determines your benefit eligibility. So I'm still qualified on benefits. And with the election that happened, right now I'm currently on a medical leave of absence due to some injuries sustained at work. And, now I've just been helping organize other stores across the state and really fight back against their union busting tactics, telling us, if you vote yes, you're going to give up your direct relationship with Starbucks, is what they call it. And that direct relationship is only hurting us more and more. It's not benefiting workers. It's not benefiting customers. It's only benefiting, the shareholders.
There are lawyers, union busting lawyers, who go into Starbucks, who go into Amazon, and they not only proselytize against unions, they suss out which workers are pro-union and write them up and recommend either firing them or cutting back their hours. Starbucks, since Buffalo, it all started in Buffalo, has been firing union organizers in Texas and Buffalo. And also they've shut down stores for remodeling. That's the other trick they use, right? Well, you want to go union? Yep. We want to change this workplace too. We're going to remodel for a couple of months.
It's awful. It really is. And even at our Santa Cruz stores, we actually filed charges against Starbucks for their union busting, including discriminately enforcing dress code against me. There's multiple times where my manager told me, this is not a dress code. I could write you up, all that kind of stuff. So we filed charges against Starbucks, and we heard back from the National Labor Relations Board. They told us to amend the charge, saying that Starbucks had union busted by holding captive audience meetings. So we'll actually be one of the first stores across the entire country who will have litigation about these captive audience meetings, because currently the general counsel wanted to have them be illegal and under Section 7, I believe it is, to be illegal in captive audience meetings. So we'll actually be one of the first stores who actually decide if captive audience meetings are going to be illegal, and that's for all employees across the United States.
Right. So there are laws on the books somewhere in America. It is against the law to eat a turkey sandwich on a Sunday. There are these there used to be a book that I used to get every year, the 100 most ridiculous laws, and they never overturned them because why bother? We just won't enforce them. So they're still on the books, and they're kind of quaint and cute. What it taught me is just because something's a law, it doesn't mean it's going to be enforced. It is who's in charge and what they decide through discretion what they're going to enforce and what they're not going to enforce. There are laws on the books right now to protect unions. There's a National Labor Relations Board, but Republicans have stripped it of its power, of its oversight, of its funding. You have to pay your taxes, but if the IRS isn't being funded, it can't be enforced. So when Lindsey Graham and the Republicans during the Christian Smalls hearings are saying, we don't need new laws and we don't need executive orders, why can't we just trust the system that's already in place? Well, the Republicans for the past 50 years have put a system in place that has stripped all these pro-union laws of their potency. Who do you go to?
It's a broken system.
It's a broken system. It's not broken. They fixed it in favor of Howard Schultz from Starbucks. They fixed it. The laws are on the books. You don't have to change anything. And as long as corporations control the government, the system is fine. So they've cut back your hours.
Yeah, they've done a lot more than that too. They've threatened to fire me. They've threatened to, write me up and all this other stuff. It's really disgusting. And I think at the end of the day, the thing that keeps me going is I'm not the youngest union organizer that I know of. There's actually a 17-year-old in California who's organizing their store as well. And I think young people realize that we're in this fight for the long time and we're going to continue fighting for everything.
Okay. So we have limited time. I want you to come back I really appreciate you doing this. I want everybody right now to go to joeforassembly.org. joeforassembly.org. If I have to spell that out for you, you're too stupid to vote or give him money. Give him money. Do you take any corporate financing?
None at all. We're the only corporate free candidate in the race right now.
How much is the most expensive drink at Starbucks?
The most expensive I've got is upwards of $20. But it's I like to mess with the drinks.
What is the average? What is a froofy drink at Starbucks? That
probably about $6. Probably about $6.
Give Joe. Go to joeforassembly.org and give him $6. Give him $6. I command you to. I don't ask you for anything. Give Joe Thompson $6. It's the price of a fancy drink at Starbucks. I demand that you go right now to joeforassembly.org and give him $6 or $60 or $600. You want to feel good? You want to feel good? Give him $6. I promise you'll feel better. You're investing in the future, especially a 19-year-old UC Santa Cruz student who is running for assembly. I mean, the world, this is an investment in America, giving him money. Give $6 to Joe Thompson, joeforassembly.org. Send him to the California State Assembly. When are the primaries?
Primaries coming up June 7th. So we have less than a month left. And, if we really want to get as much, the impact to actually affect the state legislature, we just have to get in the top two. We're going to need to fundraise a decent amount more money just so we can get, a few targeted advertising programs and a few targeted mailers to really show that, like, progressives, Bernie Sanders won this district twice, and we need progressives to really lift themselves up and fight for our values.
And he is endorsed by Shahid Buttar. That's all you need to know. Shahid Buttar asked me to have him on the show. I do whatever Shahid tells me to do. Go to joeforassembly.org and give him $6 right now. Right now. Or don't listen to the show. Too. I don't want you. If this guy isn't worth $6, do not stop listening to I'm serious. What's the point of listening? If you have $6 for a fancy drink at Starbucks, go without for one day and go to joeforassembly.org and then tell me you gave to him, and I'll write you a thank you note. I command you to give him money. This is the future of America right here. We need to send him to the California State Assembly. Let's go through the drill, okay? Are you a millionaire?
No.
You're not. Are you a lawyer? He's not a millionaire and he's not a lawyer. Do you have any hopes of ever becoming a lawyer?
I'm a broke college student is what I tell people. I work at Starbucks. That's it.
joeforassembly.org. Give him money. If you have $6 sitting around and you don't give him money and you're listening to me, I don't want you listening to the show anymore. That's how much I believe in Joe. Let's go over the issues. Medicare for all, for or against?
For.
joeforassembly.org. Do you have crushing student debt?
Yeah, yeah. We need to cancel it. Biden needs to get on it. I don't know why he hasn't done it already.
Cancel student debt. joeforassembly.org. Universal basic income.
Yes, there's a whole thing on my website about California UBI.
Universal basic income. Go to joeforassembly.org. Give him money. Would you cross a picket line?
No, my opponent actually crossed a picket line.
Good. Tell me.
Was endorsed.
Name names.
Yeah, so she Gail Pellerin is her name. She's the corporate Democrat in this race. She was endorsed by, Anna Eshoo, Jimmy Panetta, all these very, establishment Democrats. And she crossed the picket line when the SEIU workers were on strike. And I'm actually in the SEIU office here in Santa Cruz. I use their office. They donated it to the Starbucks cause because I work on organizing, hundreds of stores throughout California now. And
you're organizing hundreds of stores.
So there's about 20 stores that have already publicly filed. And then there's probably, 50 stores at least in the pipeline that we're hoping to get as soon as possible. But it's one of those things where I'm working with about 10 stores personally, and then I help guide all these other stores that are trying to file.
JoeForAssembly.org. Give him money or stop listening to this show. If you have $6 for a double mocha frappuccino and not $6 for Joe Thompson, this 19-year-old UC Santa Cruz who's going to be the next assembly person from Santa Cruz. If you don't have $6 to give to JoeForAssembly.org, I don't want you listening to this show anymore. I really don't. Affordable housing.
I fully support it. We need 100% deed-restricted affordable housing. Also, shout out to Douglas Alford. They gave $6.
That's it?
There's a few more people too that gave more, but we don't mention $6 solidarity.
The $6. Go without just one day without a Starbucks drink and give it to Joe. Go to JoeForAssembly.org. If you have any extra money, if you've had a lucky year, if you're lucky and you don't give him money, I don't want you listening to my show, because this is why we do this. That you are the reason we get up every morning. I'm serious. You're the reason we do and boy, did we screw you over. We really.
my generation's first.
Oh man, it sucks to be you. It really does. So we had a great time, though. We had a great time. You're paying for it, but I'm telling you, the 80s, it was worth it. It was worth it. Clean it up. Clean it up. Clean up the mess I made. Go to Joe. Right now, everybody go to JoeForAssembly.org and give him money to clean up the mess I made. What is very quickly, what is Assembly Bill 1215, which expires in 2023? What is biometric surveillance?
Oh, I know about this. It's facial recognition technology. So it's all about specifically targeting people who, like the police, who are using facial recognition technology. Okay. And And very quickly, you want to put an end to solitary confinement? Yeah, putting an end to solitary confinement. There's a lot of government reforms that need to get done. And, I think that we, as someone who's running for California State Assembly, if you're not advocating for things like Medicare for all or, criminal justice reform or any of these really important issues, I don't think you should be running. And I don't think you should represent anyone in California. We have to wrap it up. Let me bring in Jason Miles in case he wants to ask you a question. Hey, Jason, very quickly, Joe Thompson for California State Assembly. Go to JoeForAssembly.org. If you don't give him money, if you have $6 lying around to spend on coffee that you can make at home and you don't give it to JoeForAssembly.org, I don't want you listening to this show. There's no point in you listening to this show if you have an extra $6 to give. If you have to be an American citizen or have a green card. Joining us is the host of This Is Revolution, and his name is Jason Miles. Have you met our new friend Joe Thompson, who's endorsed by Shahid Buttar, and you're going to have him on your show?
Shahid or Joe?
Both, but right now, Joe.
I know Shahid. I know Shahid personally. He's been on the show several times.
What about Joe?
before I mention Joe, I just want to say, for the record, I was the first person to interview Shahid after the whole scandal, so to speak.
Shahid is a great ally. He actually is the reason why I got into like organizing. And
are you in the Bay?
Yeah, so I'm in Santa Cruz. So I've supported him. Yeah, so it's about an hour drive. But he's a great ally, and if he wins, that'll really show that we finally have a true progressive movement that's fighting back.
I don't mean to brag, but I was the first host to mispronounce his name.
I would challenge you on that one. He was on Sean Hannity's show in the early 2000s when he was part of the anti-war movement. Dude's kind of an OG, and we can get into the weeds about the left and what they did to him and what they don't do for him,
right?
As far as his campaign.
Well, let me
kind of a sore subject to me.
Let me take care.
What's up, Joe?
Let me get rid of Joe. Will you come back?
I will always come back. This is great.
Go to joeforassembly.org, joeforassembly.org. Give him money. If you give him enough money, he'll come back. If you donate money, let me know. I will send you. I'm doing thank you notes again. Some of you might notice that you're getting thank you notes from me. I have a little more energy ever since I gave up caffeine, ironically enough.
Really?
I've switched to decaf. I have 2 cups in the morning, and that's it for the day. It's not healthy to drink caffeinated beverages afternoon. But
I drink so much coffee. But
okay. All right. Thank you, Joe. Come back. Thank you.
Take care. See you guys.
Thank you.
Good luck.
What a great guest. What a great guest.
There's a lot to be said about not drinking caffeine in the afternoon, so I'm with you on there. I'm finally at an age where I can't do it.
Yeah.
Heartburn.
Jason Miles is the co-host of This Is Revolution podcast. And let's talk about Love, King, and the perils of police reform. Last week, we were talking about the 30th anniversary of the LA riots. Mm-hmm. And after the riots, there were calls for more police transparency and greater representation of minorities on the police force. We're seeing it in Cleveland. Cleveland, I think, has done the best job so far not after the 92 riots, but after the reaction to the George Floyd murder. They've done a pretty good job having
as far as what?
A civilian police board. They voted it in November, where civilians and police will serve on a review board, but they can't be police from Cleveland. They have to be retired police officers from another city, not part of the gang. Not part of the gang.
So retired police officers are going to serve on the board to do what?
To handle police brutality.
That sounds like a horrible idea.
All right. I when I read about it, I'm probably misrepresenting it. It's one of the most progressive police.
That sounds the most why would I want ex-cops to handle cops?
Well, they also have, but I also believe they have public defenders sitting on the review board. It's not just cops, it's civilians and lawyers who have spent their careers defending not being prosecutors, defense attorneys.
Well, I guess the other question is, how much power do you really have? Because there's tons of cities that have those boards. We had one in Oakland for a long time. I believe there was one in LA. It's all about how much power you have. And, I think there's a disconnect when it comes to rhetoric and power. So even if you look at community policing, like, okay, we're going to move a cop into an area. I think it's Illinois or maybe it's Chicago, where they actually have a cop that stays in a house that's in the city that they walk a beat in. So if you think about, this is my whole beef with reform. If you're not changing the material conditions that make police necessary, you're not going to ever do anything, because you're always going to have an other. Always. And the police are going to always form a bit of a class of their own. And they're going to look at the people they police as other. not as fellow citizen, not as brother or sister, but as other, because you are a problem. You are a blight. You are affecting capital. So the idea that I'll get nicer cops, I'll get blacker cops, I'll get gayer cops, I'll get trans cops doesn't mean anything. You are still law enforcement. The CIA recently had a tweet or a Facebook post or both where they were in solidarity for missing and murdered Indigenous women's the hashtag. And jokingly, one of the people in our TIR chat said, I wonder which ones they had missing or murdered. So it's almost insane to think of reform, because the reforms that you're talking about were called for in 65. They were called for in 92. And then you hear about it again in 2014 with Trayvon Martin, and you hear about it again in 2020. In 1991, Rodney King's butt kicking by the police doesn't even make the front page of the LA Times. It isn't until CNN, hungry for that 24-hour a day catnip that they had with the Iraq invasion. Once they get their hands on that tape, they're like, oh, we got it again. It's just endless content for them. And the conversation is constantly about race. But even in 1990, the racial makeup of the Los Angeles Police Department mirrored that of the city. Almost 40% of it was minority. And even now it's even more. But we never talk about the economics. We never talk about the makeup of the city. As you know, LA isn't like New York. It's very spread out. There's areas of it that are more prosperous than others. They actually have a very affluent Black upper middle class, and even part of the ruling class, not right next to, but not too far away from historically one of the most poor areas for Black people in the country. So it's a very polarizing area, and you can't just put your finger on one thing and say this one thing is the problem. But one thing we can get back to is the fact that there are these material conditions that, while not addressed, you'll always have a need for law enforcement. Before Rodney King, and I'm sure you remember this, I know you remember this, all the talk was gang violence. Gangs, crack. People like Ishmael Reed, prominent Black intellectuals, activists like Ishmael Reed, called Black drug dealers in the 80s Black fascists. He's not a right winger. This is a real deal leftist ex-Panther calling Black drug dealers Black fascists. This is how we looked at crime in this era. After the Rodney King videotape gets shown ad nauseum, it totally changes the way we talk about problems in the community to now they're all police problems. And police were a problem. They definitely were a problem. But as someone that actually grew up in an area where I literally did have to dodge bullets, and I've been shot at, and I've had
you were shot
people
at.
Close to me. Yeah. And I've had people close to me murdered. I do understand that there's, as Joe Biden says, very bad dudes.
Right.
But I also know how repressive and authoritarian police can be in neighborhoods like I grew up in. So, but as long as you have the neighborhood like I grew up in, you're always going to have police. Sorry.
The new right-wing talking point about stricter sentencing guidelines and crack carrying more time than cocaine is it was the Black leadership that came to Washington and said, we're being devastated by crack cocaine. Can you have some sentencing guidelines that lock these dealers up and users up for life so we can save our children. Is there any truth to that? Because you'll hear that from Republicans, that why is the black community blaming white people for these strict sentencing guidelines?
Yes and no. And at first, I'll try to be brief because I know
that's okay.
There's a time frame. First and foremost, we have to remember that crack doesn't appear out of the ether and destroy community. And if you ever want to explain capitalism to someone, I think there's no better way to do it than explain the blow up of crack. So go ahead.
Okay. We've covered Freeway Ricky and we've talked about how the CIA and Oliver North.
Ignore that. Get away from that.
Well, I'm just.
That's conspiracy.
No.
Let's get.
No, I buy into it. No, I agree with. I think they've never.
The CIA definitely let. Well, we'll get into that.
Gary Sick was that. So who was the author of the San Jose Mercury News?
Gary Webb.
They've never been able to do.
And Gary Webb went a little too far, in my opinion. So as the government is allowing the flow of cocaine from Mexico to LA, one thing you never really hear, and sometimes you hear about it, and some of the people that talk about it, is that cocaine is cheaper as it's coming from Mexico straight to LA, opposed to when it was coming from Florida all the way over. And number two, the gangs that are already there are a built-in distribution network for your drugs. And what the gangs are finding is freebase cocaine is cheaper and more potent. And now the poor and middle class that were kept out of, the ability to get cocaine. Cocaine's a popular drug at the time. It's on the cover of Time magazine as a wonder drug. Now you have access to it, and you have a built-in distribution network in the gangs. So if you think about a kilo, let's just make up some numbers, and $79.80 costing you $3,000 to $5,000, you can now rock that kilo up and maybe turn it into $35,000 to $50,000. And you already have a built-in distribution network to get this out. One big reason why this happens isn't just because it's flowing in, it's because it's taking the place of all of these good factory jobs that used to be in LA.
Right.
By this time, if the jobs haven't left the state altogether, they've definitely left the area. And you already had a certain amount of citizens that came over in this very large migration from the South that didn't get jobs, that were living on government assistance. Reagan gets in the office, and incrementally he's trying to dismantle a lot of the welfare programs that we have. He even wants to get to the right of Milton Friedman. So you start to see the welfare queen rhetoric in like the early 70s with Reagan, and he starts to do little incremental welfare reforms. Then he eventually gets into the presidency, and they're a little larger. And then by the time Clinton gets in office, he takes all that rhetoric and just totally doubles down on it. But, now we're past the 92 riots. But even getting up to that point, you also have to take into inflationary spending. You have a population that is not part of the tax base. So you have a kind of a failing tax base. So
and you also have a racist president, Ronald Reagan, who would sell weapons to the Iranians, at the time our enemy. We would sell weapons to the Iranians illegally to get illegal cash to give to the Contras, who were led by one of their leaders was the agricultural minister of Nicaragua when he was under Somoza. He knew all the cocaine dealers, and he Blandon, I think is his name, and he worked with Freeway
Blandone
Yeah. to get cocaine into the ghetto.
But why?
Partly to fund the Contras.
Or I shouldn't say why, but how? Because it's an open air drug market where you can deliver the product freely.
Right.
So I'm never going to deny the fact that there is a kind of a free way, if you will, for drugs to flow.
In my limited time, so with the police, I doubt the African-American leadership in America, well, who knows? A lot of them probably did know that the CIA was dumping crack into urban areas.
Don't say that. They were dumping cocaine. When you say crack, you're assuming that they were literally rocking up cocaine and dumping it. That wasn't what it was. It was the free flow of cocaine. Crack then comes from the ingenuity of young people. I hate that. Never underestimate the power of capitalism. And that's what we're doing right now. We're underestimating capitalism and we're making it a conspiracy theory. This is capitalism.
Oh, so you're saying it came into America as cocaine. You said that earlier.
Yes.
And then because nobody had factory jobs,
someone said it. Thank you, Ann Lee. Just like meth. Why do you think meth blows up in deindustrialized sectors of the Midwest and the South? Because it's cheap to manufacture. You already have a built-in base. It's capitalism. It's replacing an industry.
Interesting.
And that's how it should be viewed, not as just the evil of white men. If we constantly look at these things as the evil of white men, then we'll constantly be trying to figure out how to make white men less evil. Right. That seems like a waste of time to me.
Right.
Especially when you have a capitalism problem.
Right. But in terms of the police, do you think the police knew they must have known where the cocaine was coming from, right?
Did they care? I mean, they knew.
Right.
But it's one of those things, it's like, this just happens. And it blew up because no one knew. But I'm never of the assumption that all these things people just know and there's a magical wizard like Oz pulling strings. And cocaine blew up in a way that no one really knew how to handle it. And the problem with the way cocaine blew up is that the conversations around it stayed very racialized. So it was either Moynihan-esque, it's the defectiveness of Black people in single parent households that's leading to this crime problem, which to a certain degree was doubled down by certain Black intellectuals. I mean, hell, watch movies like Boys in the Hood. It's kind of Moynihan-esque in that whole, look at the kids with no dad. They sure didn't turn out right. And the kid that had a dad turned out just fine.
You're talking about Patrick Moynihan when he worked for Nixon and talked about benign neglect of the African-American communities. He's a Democrat.
LBJ, yeah, he worked for LBJ. Yeah.
I thought he worked for Nixon, actually.
I believe that came out during the Great Society programs during Nixon.
Okay,
the whole the Black family Negro story.
But was he as bad? I thought he was making a point when he said that. That it got
he's saying that it's the defectiveness of these people, and that gets doubled down on by the bell curve.
Okay.
Charles Murray's The Bell Curve, that it's the defectiveness of this Negro mind that's going to kind of keep it impoverished, and they're going to need special programs. So when you think of the CIA put crack in the community, it's almost as if capitalism doesn't exist, and there's just a mysterious other that's pulling these strings. And there were several people in the Black community that were faced with a two-headed problem. You have overzealous law enforcement that's very, very heavy-handed. And you have a gang problem that is killing people left and right. In 1986, there were 187 homicides in LA County. By the next year, you have 387. So you're seeing the numbers go up. So there is no make believe, but it's just the solutions people are trying to find are kind of coming off of this idea of, well, if we give more time, if we're more punitive in our sentencing, then that'll get the bad guys off the street. If we criminalize the users and give harder sentences to the dealers, then that will fix this problem in our area. And no one really wanted to address the economic problems. That was never part of the conversation. And if you even go back and look at conversations that were had during that time, it's just strictly racial grievance over and over again. And the only people having economic conversations, people like Milton Friedman and his acolytes.
Right. To be continued. Hopefully you can come back Thursday. I love talking to you. I know you tape.
Hopefully I will.
Yeah.
Hopefully I will.
You tape your show on Thursdays, and you said some things that really, you took me in a direction that I thought I was familiar with, and then you said some things that blew me away about how crack is manufactured. I appreciate it. Jason Miles is the co-host of This Is Revolution podcast. Go listen to the This Is Revolution podcast right now and support the show. Thank you so much. Great conversation.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Well, this is exciting. Howie Klein, are you there?
Are you?
Let me get your sound just so we can do this properly.
All right. What do you want me to do, count?
I want to make a deal with you. You're bringing in a guest, and I started reading his book. So you're gonna run the interview, but he has to come back so I can have
No. I haven't read the book, and you have. So I only read the stuff that was in the New York Times. I didn't get around to the book yet. I plan to, but I haven't done it yet. So we should do the interview together. I don't want to run it. I'll be happy to introduce him, though.
Go ahead. This is great. But I started the book on Sunday. It's fantastic. I'm not done with it yet, but it is fantastic. Go ahead, Howie.
Okay, so David DeJong, well, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. David DeJong, I think, is probably, because a J in Dutch would be a Y, is someone who a friend of mine introduced, and me too, long ago. And the friend lives in Holland and is friends with David's parents. So that's how I came to know David, who I always thought had a really interesting beat over at Bloomberg News, following the money. That was his beat, and often wrote about billionaires and multimillionaires. And you know that there are no multimillionaires and billionaires who are fine, upstanding people. They're all corrupt. They're all monsters. I was just writing a thing about the Supreme Court judges where I talked about what I wouldn't do to them. I wouldn't hang them. I wouldn't tar and feather them. I wouldn't murder them. I wouldn't kill their children, et cetera, et cetera. And it's the same with billionaires and millions. I wouldn't do any of that stuff for the same reason that I wouldn't do it to billionaires, because you get caught and you go to jail. In any case, that said, I hope I didn't shock David too much. He's just written a book. Like I just said to David Feldman, I read the excerpts in the New York Times, and I have a copy that I can't wait to get to. It's called Nazi Billionaires, The Dark History of Germany's Wealthiest Dynasties. So David DeJong, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Where are you coming?
Where are you? Are you in the U.S. or are you in Holland?
I'm in a nondescript suite in Palo Alto, California.
Ah.
Oh, near me.
Yes.
Relatively.
Can I frame this? Howie, do you mind if I just, so my listeners understand what we're talking about?
Jump right in. I should have done that, and I didn't.
Yeah, let me just explain. There are businesses that we buy from, Porsche, Volkswagen, certain bakeries. There are assorted German conglomerates, Krupps, coffee makers, that you can buy in America. They're perfectly made. They're engineered to excellence. Their past is tainted by a little thing called the Nazis. The Germans, as David writes, have done a pretty good job reminding the citizenry of the Nazi political past, but they've done a piss-poor job holding their corporate elite accountable for the fortunes they made during and because of the Nazi regime.
So that their ancestors made.
Their ancestors, yes, but
I mean, the people, I mean, we want to talk with David about this, but the people that he writes about aren't really the ones who are living now and running these companies or living off the profits of these companies. They weren't actually in the war itself or doing the horrible things that their parents and grandparents did. Is that right, David DeYoung?
That's correct. Yeah, no, it's the reason I got into the story and the driving argument of the story, but let me first talk about the reason I got into the story, was how I discovered on the Billionaire Beat at Bloomberg News how I was asked to cover the German-speaking countries from New York, because I'm Dutch from origin, but I covered the North Americas too. And I covered Koch Industries and the Koch brothers and the Walton family and Walmart and real estate moguls in the United States. But what I found when I started covering the German-speaking countries and I started reporting these stories, which mix the financial and the historical and the business and the historical, was that companies like BMW and Porsche are today, and the families that control them, are celebrating the business successes of their saviors and their founders and patriarchs, but leave out through global business foundations and media prizes and corporate headquarters, but leave out the fact that these men committed war crimes or were members of the SS. And that brazen whitewashing is what led me to write the story, led me to write the book. And the book is also an argument in favor of historical transparency.
They not only profited, they used concentration camp labor,
yes,
and stole business. Like Porsche, as you write, was run by a Jew, and they just made him sell.
It was co-founded by a Jew, yes. Yeah, it was co-founded by a Jew, a man named Adolf Rosenberger, who ended up immigrating in 1939 to the United States, ended up living in Los Angeles. But he was a co-founder of Porsche together with Ferdinand Porsche and his son-in-law, Anton Piech. And in 1930 and in 1935, they pushed him out as a shareholder, basically.
And made him sell his stocks pennies on the dollar.
Well, that's unclear if they forced him to sell his shares. But what is clear is that they bought his shares at nominal value, which was far under the market value of his shares in Porsche at the time. And as a Jewish man,
has he tried to get his profits back, or to somehow reverse?
After the war, he tried to be reinstated as a shareholder of the Porsche company. And it ended up that his lawyer went behind his back and tried to settle and settled with the Porsche Piech family, and they gave him 50,000 Deutschmark, and he got to choose between a Volkswagen Beetle or the first Porsche sports car, as a payoff.
Sounds like my divorce attorney.
Right. So there must have been a bad settlement then for your divorce. Yeah.
So David, did that end the case? It's all finished now?
Well, it doesn't end the case, because then you have Ferry Porsche, who designed the first Porsche sports car, spewing virulent anti-Semitic vitriol about Adolf Rosenberger 9 years after his death. 90 years after Rosenberger's death in Los Angeles in 1967, he dies. And in 1967 he dies, and in 1976, Ferry Porsche publishes his first autobiography in the US. It's called We at Porsche. It was published by Doubleday. And in it, he spews virulent anti-Semitic vitriol about Adolf Rosenberger, who Ferry Porsche claims came to extort him and his family after the war. But not only that, he takes it broader, and he says that, Adolf Rosenberger was by no means an exception. Other Jewish families who fled Nazi Germany went back and claimed payment for a second time. And, and that it's staggering that especially somebody like Ferry Porsche, who voluntarily applied to the SS in 1938, was admitted to the SS in 1941, and surrounded himself as CEO at Porsche after the war in the 1950s and 60s with former high-ranking SS officers at Porsche that he, just dares to put that in public and has no qualms about putting that anti-Semitic vitriol about Porsche's co-founder.
Howie, I'll let you take over. I just have one really important question I want to ask, and then I'll take a back seat. I can hardly I'm sorry, Howie. I can hardly contain myself.
Go for it.
Problem, please. Just go ahead.
All right. This is. I'm very interested in this topic. So, one of the things that I was led to believe is that German industrialists wanted Adolf Hitler to seize power because he was a fascist, and they thought, well, what's nothing better than the government working hand in hand with the military and the industrialists. This is capitalism at its best.
Right.
So it was the industrialists who supported Hitler. One of the things that I believed up until reading your book is it backfired on the industrialists, that Hitler got too big and kind of screwed over the industrialists, and they didn't do so well during and after the war. And boy, was I wrong. Right?
Yes, you were wrong. Yes. Yeah,
so how did they do, when you look at the industrialists, Quandt family, how did they do before Hitler, during Hitler, and then after 1945?
Okay. It's a big question. I'm going to take it in three parts as well. So most German businessmen, most industrialists, bar one or two exceptions, were no fan of Hitler or the Nazi Party at all up until the September 1930 elections. Up until then, German big business viewed Hitler and the Nazi Party and the Nazis as these kind of garish, clownesque figures from the impoverished German hinterlands who were not to be taken seriously. Their ideas were outrageous. Their claims, everything was outrageous about them. There were clowns, basically.
Kind of like MAGA today.
Trump, yeah.
Well, you are American citizens, so I'll let you guys fill that in. But yeah, there's many parallels. In
defense of Hitler, unlike Trump, Hitler had an aesthetic sense when it came to architecture. Sorry.
So October 1929 happens, and the wipeout of Wall Street, the Great Depression starts. Millions are on the streets in Germany, are unemployed. And the Nazi Party in September 1930, election campaign run by Joseph Goebbels, becomes the second biggest party in parliament. And it's then that Hitler, who also up until this point does not have any meaningful relations to big business in Germany, starts reaching out to the main characters in my book and starts summoning them or inviting them to this hotel suite in Berlin where he first gets to know them. And it is not until February 1933, 3 weeks after Hitler seizes power, where, you have, German big business and finance fall in line of, with Hitler and with Hitler and the Nazi Party. And, they have had 4 years of economic and political volatility under the Weimar Republic. They're dealing with the Great Depression. All they want is economic stability. They want to save their fortunes. They want to save their companies. This is something that Hitler, through rearmament, which ramps up from 1934 onwards, ramps up and billions of Reichsmarks start flowing to the coffers of industrialists and banks and financiers.
David, before you go on, did any of them resist? Did anybody not jump in? Some of the big industrialists, or they all came along?
No, you have examples that at the point that Hitler invades or declares war on Poland, you have one of his earliest backers, Fritz Thyssen, who was one of the only industrialists, with another one, who backed Hitler from 1925 onwards. He's a member of parliament, and he votes against the invasion of Poland and the declaration of war. And of course, Fritz Thyssen, very well known today, ThyssenKrupp, one of the most notorious German steel conglomerates, back then as Thyssen and Krupp, separately today as ThyssenKrupp. He flees to Paris. He has an American journalist writes this whitewash of a memoir, which you can still order today. It's called I Paid Hitler. But after France is invaded, Fritz Thyssen is arrested and is sent off to a concentration camp. And his steel conglomerate is expropriated and is actually given in trust to one of the right-hand men of one of the main characters I write about, this virulent Nazi called Otto Steinbrück. And Otto Steinbrück and his boss, Friedrich Flick, who was very well known, was one of the few industrialists that were convicted before the Nuremberg trials.
Tell us about Joseph Goebbels' wife. That's by the way, let me just plug the book. Go buy Nazi Billionaires, The Dark History of Germany's Wealthiest Dynasties. It just came out. Nazi Billionaires, The Dark History of Germany's Wealthiest Dynasties. Buy the book. If you this is what I tell my listeners. If you don't like the book, let me know. I'll pay you back. That's how much, I hate to say it's a fun read, but the stuff about, for me, it's a fun read because,
Right. Do you mean fun or do you mean thrilling?
Thrilling. And Joseph Goebbels, I didn't know that was a second marriage for his wife.
Yes. So her first marriage was to the main family in my book, or to the patriarch of the main dynasty in my book, the Quandt dynasty. One branch of that dynasty today controls BMW, or two members of that branch can control BMW today and are Germany's wealthiest family. But the other branch, the poorer branch, which only has a few billion, they are descendant of Magda Goebbels. Günter Quandt's first wife dies. Antonia dies in the Spanish flu, during the Spanish flu pandemic. And he's 37, he's a widower, he has two young sons. And then he meets at a train ride from Berlin to central Germany, he meets a 17-year-old girl called Magda Friedlander. He falls head over heels in love with her, asks her to marry her after their third date. They get married. They have a son named Harold, who was born 9 months later. But Günter, who's a complete workaholic, and Magda, who likes the leisurely life, are a complete mismatch from the start. Not only are they 20 years in age apart, but their interests are completely different. So the marriage disintegrates within a decade, and she gets a very royal alimony from Günter Quandt, and she continues her life of leisure, and then is bored, and in her ennui joins this kind of rich circle of Nazis, the Nordic Circle, and with all these aristocrats and in Berlin, and they were hanging out in the lobby in salons and getting drunk. And then they convinced her to actually join the Nazi party. And she goes to a rally and she hears Joseph Goebbels speak, and she falls head over heels with Joseph Goebbels, who was not a good looking man at all.
Misshapen. He was like Richard III, wasn't he?
He was a misshapen, exactly. A clubfoot. He was 5'5". This was not, anyway. And she convinces him to take her on as his private archivist, and they started a relationship. They get married. Of course, famously, they get 6 children. She becomes, and also Hitler falls in love with her. And there's this very weird dynamic between this kind of triangular relationship, between platonic relationship, which Hitler calls the arrangement, where Magda Goebbels becomes the unofficial first lady of the Third Reich, because Hitler is not allowed to get married because he's married to the German people, in his own saying. And of course, famously, Magda and Joseph get 6 children, Magda ends up murdering her 6 children in the Führer bunker, and then commits murder-suicide on April 30th, 1945, or May 1st, 1945. But her oldest son, Harold, survives the war in a British prisoner of war camp. He has joined the paratroopers, the German paratroopers. He's caught during the invasion of Italy, or the Allied invasion of Italy, and he survives the war, and he inherits part of his father's industrial empire together with his half brother Herbert.
So this is from the marriage to the Quandt family, not from Joseph Goebbels.
Exactly. Yeah, because all those children she murdered. Yeah, she poisoned them. She gave them cyanide to her 6 children, and they killed them.
Why was there a problem with her maiden name, Friedlander?
Right. So exactly. Yeah. Well, she was born, Magda Friedlander, or Magda Ritschl, or Magda Quandt, or Magda Goebbels. This woman has so many last names throughout her life, total enigma still in many ways. Magda Ritschl was born out of wedlock. Her father, Richard Ritschl, was an engineer, and her mother was a maid. So that marriage, or that union, or that affair did not last. And actually, Auguste Behrendt married a Jewish businessman called Richard Friedlander, and Magda took on his last name. And Quandt, when they get married, and he's Protestant, he's conservative Lutheran, he said, well, I can't get married to you if you have a Jewish last name, so you need to change your name back to Ritschl. Also, so that's what you needed. That's what you need to do. And actually, your stepfather ends up dying ends up being killed in a concentration camp, ends up being killed in Buchenwald.
David, unfortunately, time is ticking by rapidly, and I really did want to ask you about accountability. You're writing kind of the opposite of that, but in your book. But did you cover accountability, and has there been any accountability for these families at all, or are they all just living it up off the profits that their antecedents made during the war?
So no, there has been very, very little. I guess has been very little historical accountability, to none. The 2 main examples I give, and it goes back to the earlier examples I gave. Today you have the Ferry Porsche Foundation, which funds, in the name of Ferry Porsche, Germany's first professorship of corporate history. The Porsche family has never, and put out the statement saying, if you don't know where you come from, you don't know where you're going.
Wow.
You really have to engage with history.
Wow.
I mean, it's beyond irony, literally. And they have never, the Porsche family has never said anything about Ferry's SS membership, SS affiliations, his anti-Semitic remarks, or about their father or their grandfather, Ferdinand Porsche, who of course designed the Volkswagen, convinced Hitler to put it into production, and then led the Volkswagen factory complex where tens of thousands of forced slave laborers were used to produce arms, not cars, for the Nazi war machine. So that's one example. Then the other main example is the Herbert Quandt BMW, the BMW Foundation Herbert Quandt, massive global foundation today, which has the motto, inspire responsible leadership, in the name of Herbert Quandt. Because he saved BMW from bankruptcy in 1959, but leaves unmentioned the fact that Herbert Quandt designed, built, and dismantled the sub-concentration camp in Nazi-occupied Poland in late 1944, early 1945. Had the responsibility over battery factories in Berlin, where thousands of forced and slave laborers were used under most horrific circumstances, including hundreds of female slave laborers from concentration camps. Acquired companies in France stolen from Jews, and used at his own private estate prisoners of war and forced labor. And today you have, a massive foundation, a massive global foundation in his name, with the motto, inspire responsible leadership. And, my argument is one learns from history by showing the good and the bad. At the bare minimum, what we can expect from these companies is historical transparency and accountability. And if on their global foundations, on their media prizes, on their corporate headquarters, if they don't want to do that, they should rename them. At the very least, this is what consumers, us, can expect from these companies, these stock exchange listed companies, at a bare minimum.
Amazing. Howie?
Yes. It is amazing. And basically what I'm trying to figure out is for example, just as an example, the people who they harmed, have they made restitution, reasonable restitution?
Well, they all paid in. So what there was this deal made between the German and the American government in the late 1990s, because after the Iron Curtain fell, German companies were kind of attacked from both. They were sued both from the United States. They were being sued in class act lawsuits being filed against them in United States courts. And you also had in Eastern Europe millions of forced slave laborers that were suddenly free from the Iron Curtain. And they said, well, I was exploited. I was under the most horrific circumstances in German mines and factories. So Germany's largest companies are getting sued in the 1990s. And a settlement is made between the Clinton administration and the German government, then led by Gerhard Schröder, the now infamous chancellor, Putin's lackey, where Germany, there would be the agreement that was made is that German companies and the German government would pay about $6 billion into a compensation fund that would restitute forced and slave laborers through a foundation. And the payouts were between 2001 and 2006. And the highest payout for somebody who survived concentration camp labor or ghetto, and was used through the ghettos as a slave laborer, was $10,000. It's the highest, right? If you were forced labor, you would get less. Not only that, German companies did not have to admit any kind of wrongdoing or culpability in that agreement. So it paid lip service in a way to any kind of historical accountability that they had, because they didn't plead guilty. They just paid up. And thirdly, you have 6,500 German companies which were supposedly paid into that compensation fund. Half was ponied up by the German government, the other half by German business. Of those 6,500 companies, 18 companies paid 60% of that money. So thousands of companies paid at most a symbolic amount of $700 or 500 euros. And many didn't, and many made the choice not to pay in.
You know, we all read about how wealthy Europeans are suing to get their art collections back, and have sued and have actually gotten their art collections back. Does that tell us anything about compensation for people, or is art like just a separate carve out that has nothing to do with anything else?
Yeah, no, that's a separate. So the compensation agreement, discussion, topic refers to, compensation of forced and slave laborers. The restitution topic, which is an entirely different one, refers to the seizure of assets, the expropriation of assets by, Jewish by Jewish men and women, who were expropriated or Aryanized, as the perverse euphemism that was used to describe it, was the removal of Jewish ownership from an asset, right? Whether that was shares or real estate or jewelry or art. Many of those restitution cases, or many have been settled, directly after the war, in the past 75 years, but many are still ongoing today, particularly with regards to art and to a lesser degree with regards to real estate in Germany. Because, of course, the entire expropriation question also came in with East Germany being Soviet occupied, and all the assets, all the industrial assets, of course, were communalized and expropriated there of the industrialists, but also of the Nazi industrialists, but also, of course, of any other Jewish family or who had assets stolen from them.
You write for Bloomberg. You're a business.
No, not anymore. I left Bloomberg to write this book. I moved from New York in 2017. I moved to Berlin, and I spent 4.5 years in Berlin to research and write this book. And I'm actually moving to Tel Aviv now, where I've already moved to Tel Aviv, where I work as a Middle East correspondent for the Dutch Financial Daily, which is a daily financial newspaper in the Netherlands.
Okay. And so I believe Karl Marx believed Germany would be the best place to try communism. He didn't want it for Russia. He wanted it for Germany. Is that fair?
I mean, he developed Das Kapital and with Friedrich Engels, of course, well, partly in the UK. The idea is that for partly in the UK, partly in Germany. I don't know if he considered Germany to be the best place for it, but I can see that. I mean, there was a big communist influence in Germany at the time, of course. Rosa Luxemburg.
Right.
Yeah.
So is it fair to say instead Germany embraced capitalism under Hitler?
That is very fair to say. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, they did. They did. Absolutely.
Okay. At what point did Nazi Germany go from a capitalist state to what? How would you have defined it by 1945?
Still a capitalist state. It went from a capitalist state to a capitalist state. It stayed a capitalist state.
It stayed a capitalist state.
Yeah.
So what does that tell us about capitalism?
It's enduring. It's continuous. It's insidious continuation in a sense. There is no right or wrong with capitalism. It's always money. The bottom line, it's always profit. It's always about money. It can turn into capitalist acts can turn into crime, right? As we saw with the Nazi. But producing mass armaments isn't a crime in itself. It is once it devolves into forced and slave labor, once it devolves into the expropriation of Jewish-owned assets, then it's when capitalism devolves into crime.
Right.
And even then, it still had the veneer of a business transaction, right? In Germany, it still had the veneer of a business transaction, of a regular business transaction. It was far under the market value that these people were forced to sell their assets or forced to sell them because they had to flee, either coercively and but it was a crime. That was, it had the veneer of capitalism, but that was a crime.
And here in America, we had slavery. Before Hitler, we had slavery baked into our Constitution. And it was at the beginnings of capitalism. I think Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations the same year Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence.
Yep, 1756, right? Or
1776. So capitalism with no guardrails allows people like Hitler and his supporters to do unconscionable things and sleep at night. It's just transactional.
Completely. Yes. Right. That is correct. These men, the men I write about, the five patriarchs I write about, had zero qualms about exploiting the system, profiting from it. They would have thrived under any regime, right? They would have thrived under the communists. They would have been apparatchiks. They would have served on the Comintern, I mean, they thrived in the German Empire. They thrived in the Weimar Republic. They thrived under Nazi Germany, and they thrived in West Germany. And they would have thrived in a reunified Germany had they still been alive. But two did. They would have thrived as well.
It's. I know we're out of time. I would love to keep having you come back. We've been talking with David de Jong.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah.
When they make a movie out of this.
Pardon?
I said we should bring you back when they make a movie, a film.
Yeah, deal. That sounds good. When the movie or the series is made, Howie said I'll come back. That's the deal.
Now, Howie, something happens every week now. 30 minutes in, your sound quality diminished. Did you notice that, David?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Howie? Say something.
I hear you guys hear it fine.
Nope, there's something. This happens 30 minutes into every call. David de Jong is the author of the Nazi Billionaires, The Dark History of Germany's Wealthiest Dynasties. The name of the book is Nazi Billionaires, The Dark History of Germany's Wealthiest Dynasties. Go buy this book. I promise you, if you don't find it thrilling, I'll just let me know and I'll reimburse you for the book. That's how great a read this book is. If I were to blurb it, I would say if you hate the Nazis, you'll love Nazi Billionaires, The Dark History. This is why nobody ever asks me to blurb a book. Howie, thank you so much. Yeah, it like clockwork, your sound gets destroyed about a half hour, and I don't know what it is. So thank you, Howie. Thank you, David. Please come back. I'm going to bother you to come back.
Please do.
Thank you so much.
Deal.
David de Jong, go buy right now Nazi Billionaires, The Dark History of Germany's Wealthiest Dynasties. Just came out. Great. It's a great read. Very disturbing, but I think my listeners enjoy that. Well, speaking of Nazi billionaires, let me just say goodbye. Let me say hello to Mark Breslin. Howie, are you there? Yeah, I can't. There's. I don't know why you're. Okay. All right. I'll talk to you next week. Thank you, Howie Klein. Read him over at Down with Tyranny. And he is the founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC, which raises money for progressive candidates around America. Joining us now is the founder and president of Yuck Yucks, the largest comedy chain in North America, Mark Breslin. We didn't have you last week because it was your birthday. How was we have to unmute you, and you come to us from Toronto tonight.
I do, and it wasn't just any birthday, I'll have you know. It was my 70th birthday.
Wow.
I
know. Well, we're applauding. We don't hear anything. 70 years.
considering I was voted in high school least likely to make it past 30, I think that I'm pretty proud of where I am today. That's all I'm going to say. And you know what? Maybe you thought that was a joke. It wasn't actually a joke. And because of the way I've conducted my life, and I've been so combative with so many people, I really always thought I'd get murdered by some angry, crazy patron or somebody that I insulted on stage, or some bikers, or who knows, mobsters. I've tangled with everybody. And so when I hit 70, it's kind of a big milestone for me. I don't know how many good years I've got left. Maybe I have a lot of years left, but how many good years do I have left? I just came from my sister's birthday today at the nursing home. She's 93.
Wow.
And she sees ghosts and things that
Well, you
don't
do look
really
a little
exist.
pale. You are pale.
I am pale. It's true.
And when you're wearing your KKK outfit, I can understand how she could see ghosts.
I've been accused of wearing, whiteface before, but I was only doing mine. I don't see why anybody would get so upset about that, except albinos. And they're going to get upset as much as they want. It's like really with the weird eyebrows. Anyway, so 70 was a big milestone, but we didn't celebrate it in a big way. I went out for some dinner with a really nice place with some friends. But I've had some pretty wild parties and some pretty crazy parties that my wife has produced for. And I'll call them productions. The last one, when I was 65, she took over an old age home and took over the restaurant part of the old age home.
Hang on for 1 second. Do me a favor. Lean into, since you're using the computer microphone.
Okay, is this better?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Oh, fine. I'm leaning in.
Oh, so your wife, who is a wedding planner.
An event planner, so she knows how to do these things. But it's her idea, and the idea was a surprise party for me in a nursing home. It was the funniest thing, and we actually ate the nursing home food, so it was all like mush and jam for dessert and everything. It was very, very funny, and so she's done a number of things like that. When I was 50, I had this big party. We took over the top floor of a restaurant. It was a sit-down dinner. There must have been 50 people there. Probably, about 50 people to 50 things to be there. And I asked myself, what can I do to make this me? So what I did was I hired 2 child actors to play my long-lost kids, Michael and David, right? And I sent them a script. The night of the birthday party, they came over. We met with them. We went over their script with them. They sat there at one of the tables. Everybody kind of wondered who the kids were, but they didn't make a big deal about it, And then I got up and I made my speech, and I thanked everybody for coming, and I thanked doctors for my health, and I thanked everybody. And I said, but the most important thing in life is family. And my 2 sons have come in from Vancouver, and the look on people's faces is like, oh my God, has Mark not told us anything about these kids, these 2 kids? And then the kids got up and they made a speech, and they were fantastic. They were really good actors. And they said, Dad, many people know Mark as a comic. Many people know Mark as a businessman. But when we see him on TV, our mom always brings us into the room, and we look at him and we go, to us, he's just Dad. Now, here's the weird part. I never told people that they weren't my kids. Never. Like, to this day, there are people who still believe that I have 2 children in Vancouver. The really weird part is they got attached to me in some kind of weird way, because you see, their mother was a single mom, and they had no dad, and they fantasized that maybe I could be their dad. So I used to get birthday cards every birthday from these 2 kids saying, come see us. I'm a complete deadbeat dad, because I never sent the mother a dime, except for the one time that I paid the kids, right? And this went on for years, till they must have been 15 or 16. Then they stopped sending me cards. I guess they gave up.
That's the a good screenplay. It would be.
It's funny. Karina has done some great pranky birthday parties, and that was a great one.
I would, as a screenplay, I would make it. You're trying to impress. Your wife's name is Karina? Karina.
Yeah.
I mispronounce people's names. It's
okay.
passive. It's passive aggressive.
David, it's fine.
Thank you. The movie would be you're trying to impress a woman and you hire 2 kids to play your children. And something happens. That's how I would.
Yeah, it's definitely a good start for the first reel. Yeah. And the kids were great. They were little blazers, just like I would wear, And they went, and people probably sat there. Now, the only person who was furious about this was my sister, because she realized it was all BS, but she didn't think this was something I should make fun of. Right. Everybody else thought it was. Why wouldn't they?
Right.
It looked real. People kept coming up to Karina all night going, is this true? Is this true? Have you known about it? And you don't mind? You're okay with this?
What now, what does that say about you as the president and founder of the largest comedy chain in North America? What does this say that to this day you're not allowing friends and relatives to be in on the joke? What does that mean?
I'm not sure that that's the key to this, but something you might want to think about is how completely humorless the people in the comedy business are, generally speaking. They take everything very seriously. They don't really have a sense of humor. You go to Just for Laughs and you sit around the bar after the shows, and the comics are shticking and they're doing, they're schmoozing, they're shticking, they're doing all those Jewish things. But the people who are actually in the business look like they're in insurance sales or something. They don't look like they're having a good time. To me, if it's not a good time, why do it?
See, I remember your festival. This must have been, I think, I'll tell you when I was at your festival. Ruth Bader Ginsburg had just been nominated for the Supreme Court. She was on in the Rose Garden being announced. So that must have been 93, right before.
That sounds right. Right. Rich Scheidner asked me when it was because he was there and Gilbert was there and he wanted to remember when Gilbert's set was. So yes, it was 93. We checked on it. And there was a group of people you hired at the parties. We're going with this.
And I didn't know you had hired them, but one of them, you hired people to basically put lampshades on their heads, and someone at 4 a.m, one of the people you hired, took a dump in a waste paper basket.
Well, I should hope so. He doesn't even get his full fee otherwise. In fact, I had to dock him a little pay because he did it so late. He was supposed to do 2:30 at the latest. Crowded out was thinned out by 4. That wasn't fair, right?
Do you remember this?
It was great. Of course, it was great. Bob Scott. I'm still friends with him, and he's one of the greatest drummers in the country.
And he took the dump in the
waste paper basket. I asked him to take the dump in the tuba, but they didn't bring the tuba, so he couldn't do that. So he took the dump in the waste paper basket.
And now he's a drummer. Ba-dump bump. Ba-dump bump.
What?
He's a drummer. Ba-dump bump.
Yes. Bum bum. Bum bum bum. Yes.
On 2. 1, 2. Sorry.
So, well, they were part of a group, performance group called the Look People, run by a guy named James B. James B is an incredible man about town. He works on Jazz FM now. He is the key bon vivant, I think, of Toronto. Nobody has more fun in this city than James B. He takes people to New York on jazz holidays. You pay him some rather large amount of money, and he takes 8 people, and he takes you to all the jazz clubs, and he looks a bit like Burl Ives with long white hair, somewhere between Burl Ives and Colonel Sanders. A complete character. Love the guy.
Yeah, I remember that festival. That you were, I don't want to say you were competitive with Montreal, but it was your way of saying this is how you throw a festival. And
well,
I saw things no man should see at the after parties.
Yeah. Well, that's the idea. Look, I mean, I'm not going to criticize just for laughs, but let's face it, they have a lot of corporate people that they have to satisfy. I had virtually none. And because of that, anybody could do whatever they wanted to do. It wasn't going to bounce back and hit us in the face.
Right.
Especially. But
speaking of things that bounce back and hit you in the face, abortion.
Yeah. We're all watching, your country with aghast that people would want to withdraw abortion rights from the federal table. But on the other hand, it's kind of good for us. Do you want to know why?
Why?
Tourism. It'll be great for tourism in Canada because people will want to go they'll need an abortion. They'll come up here. They'll have their abortion, but they'll also see a show. They'll go to maybe get some tickets to Yuck Yucks. I'm thinking of actually working out some packages for people who want to do this. This will also be really good for New York and California, where I think the New York package could be fantastic. 2 tickets to the Music Man, 20% off a very good restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
An
abortion.
All one price.
What?
All one price.
Aaron Berg could probably create a miscarriage on stage in Canada. There's some material that you may actually be able to abort.
All I know is this. If you have some extra money right now, invest it in a wire hanger factory. That's all I'm going to say.
I think I did you better at the top of the show.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see it. But
hang on. Let me tell you what mine is.
Oh, wait, tell me.
Portable staircases.
Love it.
I think that's class. That's classier.
That's classier. You're right. In a wire hanger. You definitely got a point. But here's something I don't understand. I mean, we have this whole thing about, is abortion, is it moral? Is it immoral? But nobody ever asks the real question, which is it fun? And I think that's a really important
What? I'm sorry, I was
ask.
laughing. What is it fun? That's all I heard, and I started laughing.
Yeah, it's fun. It's an important question to ask, right? Especially from the point of view of the abortionist, because if you think of it this way, and I don't know if you're like me, David, but when I finish vacuuming, I get a real sense of accomplishment. I feel that there's a certain zen to it. And I would imagine the same thing would be true, but just on a very much smaller scale.
Right.
So have all these kids, all these young boys, and they all take shop in high school. What are the chances that any of these kids are ever going to be near a lathe after they graduate? Virtually zero. But there's a darn good chance. They're going to knock up, but Jack's going to knock up Diane. And he's going to need to know what to do. And if we only taught the art of abortion in schools,
right,
he'd be able to do something about it. Now, where could he do it? He can't do it at his house. Okay, all these Starbucks that are starting to close down now, the smaller ones? Now we've got a use for them. Abortion huts.
Abortion huts.
Yeah.
I like it. And maybe Dyson can come out with a vacuum cleaner that they call Die Son and Die Daughter.
Oh, that's good. David, that's great. That's great. I think it would just be an attachment. But nonetheless.
Now, here's the thing. I'm pro-abortion. Like, I'm not squeamish about it. And one of the reasons we're losing in this country is we have Democrats, especially men, who are squeamish about abortion. And so they say, well, I'm pro-choice. No, you're pro-abortion. And I don't care if you're squeamish about it. Shut your effing mouth. It's up to women to decide. And by not joking about abortion, you stigmatize women who do get abortions. It's like a sneeze. That's all it is. Well, an abortion is like a sneeze. Get over it.
I have to tell you, I'll be walking along the street and then there'll be some kind of demonstration against abortion. And they'll be carrying these placards and they'll have pictures of what the fetus looks like at 3 weeks or 3 months or whatever. And to me, frankly, it looks like seafood. And I don't know whether I should just get some cocktail sauce and a 3-pronged fork, or I should actually, do something about it. When I tell them that, they get really mad. They say, do you know what this looks like? Don't you see what this looks like? And I go, yeah, prawn.
Right.
Nice with cocktail sauce.
The position, we need more and more people saying, here's Dr. Harriet Fraad. We need more Democrats saying, to stop saying abortion should be safe, legal, and rare. I'm sick of hearing that. And I think you need people who say, it's a great form of contraception. Now let's negotiate. That people have to step up. There has to be a radical left or a radical feminist who says, you know what, you want to you want to outlaw abortion? Well, we think it's a great form of contraception. Let's negotiate now. Instead, we have, you disagree, Dr. Fraad. Hang on. I have to unmute you. We just heard the silent scream. It was Dr. Harriet Fraad.
Okay. I totally disagree, because one of the things that has to be emphasized is that people aren't flocking to an abortion for a good time. People have an abortion, which is an intrusive and a horrible experience, because the experience of going through a pregnancy is even worse. The Constitution does tell people they can have abortions, in that it bans cruel and unusual punishment. It is a cruel and unusual punishment for a woman to have to undergo vast changes in her body, which also endanger her and her life a lot more than an abortion would, in order to produce a child she doesn't want. No one has abortions for good times.
Well,
and so it should be a woman's right to control her own body and to control who she'll have to take care of for the rest of her life or put up for adoption, because birthing is a dangerous and horribly painful experience, and pregnancy is a distorting and painful experience. Well, and no woman should be put through cruel and unusual punishments.
Let me just clarify what I mean by what I said. There are crazy people on the right, and they are winning. They are winning. And so there has to be people who trivialize abortion to make it part of the conversation. Because I have spoken to some women who say abortion should be treated like a sneeze, especially the morning after pill, when it's a month.
Okay.
When you're talking about a month into the
country, 80% of the United States supports continuing Roe versus Wade. So they're not winning on that one. In fact, it's Biden's only issue that'll capture anybody dramatically. And it is I feel it's a very dangerous thing, because what it's doing is creating divisions. What fascists are the most afraid of, and this is part of the legal basis for fascism. In Nazi Germany, birth control and abortion were both declared illegal. And that was because they needed an underclass of women to work for less, because it wasn't their mission in life, and to have white males be ascendant. And in terms of race and class and sexual practice, fascists need to separate people out into warring communities so they don't unite around their obvious mutual interest in a just society with equal opportunity. And this is just another way of dividing the mass of people by creating a subordinate underclass. I think what they're trying to create in the United States is several things. It's a workforce that's so desperate because they have to support their children that they're willing to take horrible and abusive jobs, because people aren't signing up for those horrible abusive jobs as much as they would like to. At Amazon, the turnover rate is now, I think, 100% down from 150%.
It's 150%. 150%.
Okay. Call centers, 100%. Fast food, 100%. And you know why? However desperately people need the money, they just can't stand to be abused. And the Republicans want a docile workforce. In fact, what I think this is about is creating a family system that is like that in Nazi Germany, a kind of fascist feudal system in which the woman is in a household owned by the man legally, bound to obey, to have no control over her body, and to be paid much less than men, compelled to work because people don't get enough money, but paid much less than men because, after all, their true mission is to create children and take care of men. And so you create huge divisions in the working class of men and women, whites and non-whites. And I think that's the mission. And they are trying to create the legal basis for fascism here. And that's part of the legal basis, just like taking away the ability to vote by changing the poll rules and having people to pay up their fines before they have a vote, like in Florida and so on. They are trying to create a legal basis for fascism. And they are also trying to divide us from one another on the basis of race and sex, as well as class.
David, I have to say that I agree with just about everything Harriet is saying, but not one joke? Not one?
Right. That's the point we were making.
Not one joke!
But before
Harriet,
here's the point that I was trying to make, is men have to stop being squeamish about abortion, and in comedy clubs, offend, make jokes about it, and stop treating it as a trauma. The idea that abortion is a trauma for women and they always regret it, because they don't always regret it. Especially 2 or 3 months.
David, I have to ask you a question. It's a personal question. Have you ever gone through an abortion with a girlfriend or a wife?
No comment.
David, you're so open about everything else.
Look, men are in solidarity with other men around these issues, and they can't be. But, you want to make a joke about it? We can say we need these restrictions like my ass chews gum, okay? That's a little bit of humor. That's why we need their laws.
And I'll tell you what else we should be doing in terms of the pro-abortion. First of all, I'm pro-abortion. I'm not pro-choice. I'm pro-abortion. That's the first thing. And secondly, what we should be doing is what they would have done in the 60s. Abby Hoffman and the Yippies or the Yes Men today would take Donald Trump at his word on 60 Minutes when he was running for president. And he said, punishing the women for getting abortions. If abortion is murder, then let's start locking up the women. Let's politicize this and force a vote in Congress. Get these right-wingers on record not to vote for locking up women for getting an abortion, because it's either murder or it isn't. If it's murder, then you arrest the women for abortions, and the Republicans will never go that far yet.
No, they won't. But even in the Bible, they say,
and the third choice is
with the first breath, and the fetuses can't breathe on their own. So, I think what we should do is say that even ovaries and sperms are criminal if they're wasted. So every time you masturbate, guys, that's 6 million people are being killed, and you should be accused of genocide and jailed immediately.
You tell that to me and Mark, the first thing we want to do is masturbate. Now it's even more exciting.
Yes.
What, Mark?
I mean, the whole logic is crazy.
You just got me excited, Harriet. What did you do that for?
Let me say goodbye to Mark, because I know my instincts and Mark's instincts are to make jokes. So I'm going to give Mark the last word and come back. But I know you and I are just going to want to make jokes, and that's not fair. So you get the last word.
Well, all I can say is I don't want to abort somebody right now.
No problem. Abortions, right?
Oh, man. Anyway,
how is it Canada? What are the laws in Canada?
Actually, you have more legal protection in the United States at this moment. It's legal in Canada, but only by case law, not in any kind of constitutional way. The Supreme Court will not hear any. They have not heard anything on abortion since 1978. I think is when Henry Morgentaler, who was the lead abortionist in Canada, lead doctor, was tried, and they threw it out of court, and that's been the end of it. I don't think that there's a conservative politician in Canada who would dare bring this up at this point. I just don't think they would do it. It would be political suicide.
Yeah.
Right. Mark Breslin is president and founder of Yuck Yucks, the largest comedy club in North America. God bless you. I love you. It's great to see you. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Let us now go to Newt. I know he's sitting. I know he's sitting on a powder keg of tasteless jokes. But next week.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Dr. Harriet Fraad joins us. She is the host of It's Not Just in Your Head and Capitalism Hits Home. And she is a psychotherapist who filters our neuroses and paranoia through the prism of capitalism. And she is a joy. It's always a joy. And you're one of the founding mothers of women's liberation.
Yes, and I have a radio program called Interpersonal Update on WBAI on Wednesdays at 2:30. And I with Ikoi Hiro and Liam Tate have another podcast called It's Not Just in Your Head. So I have those things. However, I'm glad. I love your show.
Well, we love you.
It's so provocative and wonderful.
Thank you. High praise coming from you. As a founding mother of the second wave women's liberation movement, you were there, I guess, with Betty Friedan and well, Betty Friedan kind of predated the women's liberation movement. She wrote her book in 1965. The women's liberation movement started after that and basically was launched with their first periodical, Notes from the First Year, that came out of New York. And then it was read by people like me who said, oh my God, we have to do this here. Called my friends, set up one little meeting, 5 people. Within 2 months, it was 100 people. And people all over the country did similar things. But we also fought for abortion rights. That was part of the early women's movement and continuing movement until abortion rights were granted in 1973. Right. And people came to New York for abortions. It was pretty loose up until now. Was it loose, legal? What was it before Roe v. Wade? It was illegal. It was illegal. Even though for women with money, it was always available. Your private obstetrician would refer you to somebody either here or in Puerto Rico or something else where you could get
an abortion. However, you'd have to go to that location and pay the abortionist several $100s, and people who didn't have any money couldn't do that. There were also other places where you could get an abortion. There was a doctor in Pennsylvania whose daughter had been killed by an illegal abortion and who gave abortions in Ashland, Pennsylvania. But it's about a 6-hour drive from almost everywhere, but it was safe. However, there were places in Union, New Jersey. Those places cost money and you had to know about them. And most poor women didn't know about them. You'd only know about it through feminist circles.
Are they called abortifacients? How is it pronounced? An abortifacient? And that would be Plan B, the morning after pill.
Yeah. They didn't have those then. They didn't have the mepifestone, the pills, abortion pills. They didn't have the morning after pills. You had to get a D&C to get an abortion. Now, of course, it's much less dangerous than having a pregnancy.
Maybe if it were called the RNC instead of a DNC.
That would be good. We could abort them. That would be great.
Yeah. So I've undergone a change. Most men I know are squeamish when it comes to abortion. And I hear safe, legal, and rare. And I look at what we're up against now, this vast right-wing conspiracy. And this is no time for squeamishness. As Margaret Thatcher said to George Herbert Walker Bush, don't go wobbly on me. If they're anti-abortion, we have to be pro-abortion and be dismissive of these kooks. There has to be an element within this country that is disrespectful of these religion and treats abortion as though it's frivolous and put it right in their face.
We have to call it as frivolous, but we should. It's part of the rights to a woman's body, like the right against rape, and it should be honored as a woman's decision about what happens to her body. There's some circumstances where it might be more questionable, like if the state supported and brought up your children, then you'd still have the physical experience, but you wouldn't be saddled for life.
But don't you think the stigma and the respect shown to abortion creates a lot of the pain for women who get an abortion? Don't you think it's the cultural constraints about how we talk about abortion that causes so much pain for women who do get abortions? That if we trivialize abortion, we're going to make it easier to get one, and women will have less trauma as they...
Yes, I do think if we just say it's a health concern, sometimes birth control fails, sometimes people make mistakes, sometimes they're careless, but life is too serious to bring into the world in that manner, and a child should never be a punishment, and an unwanted pregnancy is a punishment of a woman's body, and therefore, for all those reasons, abortion should be a right for every woman who chooses it.
But if you look at the gay community, which has done very well, I'm not going to say they've done well, but the Supreme Court, Obergefell, they're going to go after gay marriage. But the difference, I think, between the gay community and the pro-choice movement is you go to a gay pride parade and they are proud of being gay. And it's a show, and they rub it right in your face, MFer. Get used to it. We're here, we're queer, get used to it. And even if you don't get used to it, you learn to keep your effing mouth shut. That's what, Emily's list, that's what you have to do with abortion. You have to celebrate it. You have to get in the face of these people and paint it as something to be proud of, that you took control of your life, because we're losing the right to an abortion because the people who speak up for abortion rights are squeamish and uncomfortable about abortion, and that has to end.
Well, I think that we're losing a lot of things, because just as the Republicans employ wild political theater to act out, and as the gays got AIDS noticed because of the militant demonstrations, the Republicans are absolutely outrageous, and the Democrats are acquiescent and polite. And we can't be. We need a raucous movement, and we need a movement for women's rights across the board, because they're all being taken away, as well as the right to vote and other things, which the Republicans are trying to erode as part of a fascist legal backdrop. And that has to be reacted against. We have to stop this. 80% of the country thinks Roe versus Wade should exist. And we are the vast majority, but they don't care. I think the vast majority believe that everybody should have a right to vote. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to try to take it away and create a legal basis for fascism.
Abortion is a civil right, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So when friends of mine say, look, I'm pro-choice. I was having this conversation with a friend of mine who I really am close to. I respect this person. He's brilliant and he votes properly. But he said to me, look, people who are pro-life, there's something kind of innocent about them. I can see, I don't want to be antagonistic towards them. Isn't that tantamount, when you look at what women, forcing a rape victim to have a baby is tantamount to saying, I'm for Black people voting, but I understand why we don't let them vote. And we shouldn't antagonize the people who don't want Black people to vote, because they're coming, that's what they feel in their heart, and we should respect that. No, I don't want to respect that.
No, and also I think we should be called the pro-women's life movement, and they should be called the forced birth movement, because they want to force women to give birth against their will and force children to be unwanted, who have a hard enough time. They don't want to feed the children. 1 in 4 is hungry in the United States. 1 in 4 kids, they don't want to feed them. They don't want any rights once they emerge from the womb. But they say that they are pro-life. We shouldn't let them get away with it. They're forced births supporters, and they should be castigated, and they should be rejected for that. And people should militantly work against them, militantly. And it should be pointed out, this is a forced birth movement, and it has to stop. It's a torture for women. And that abortion should be something that women can choose safely, because women will always have abortions. The question is, will they be able to live afterwards? Will they be safe abortions or not?
Right. My thoughts about evolution are, I want to be left alone. And
in what sense?
Huh?
In what sense?
I don't want anybody to tell me how to live my life. And if a woman wants an abortion, needs my help, I'll drive you, whatever. But I want to be left alone. And I don't understand why men feel the need to get up inside a woman's business, other than a deep-rooted misogyny, a hatred for women, which I understand. I understand why men hate women. I understand why women hate men, but it's unacceptable. There's no excuse for it.
Allowed. And also, it is, I think there was an interview with two writers on the radio. And one was Margaret Atwood, the other was a male writer. And the radio interviewer said, what are women most afraid of from men? And what are men most afraid of from women? And first she asked the men, what are men most afraid of from women? And the man said, ridicule. And then they asked Margaret Atwood, what are women most afraid of from men? She said, death. And I think these men are trying to control women, and they're trying to divide men and women from each other and create hierarchy to prevent the masses from getting connected in our own self-interest. They're fascists. And I don't think we should be all that understanding. I mean, you can understand all sorts of things you wouldn't forgive. I understand why Jeffrey Dahmer ate those kids as a cannibal. He didn't want to be abandoned, and so he thought if he ate them, they'd be part of him. Doesn't mean he can go killing kids and cannibalizing them.
Right.
We can all understand everything. We're all captivated by these heinous crimes because there's part of us that can understand that possibility in human beings. But it doesn't have to be tolerated, and it can't be.
This is interesting.
Behavior.
You're saying men's greatest fear is being ridiculed by a woman.
Yes, put down, ridiculed, and dismissed. Whereas women's is being killed.
Right.
And that's pretty accurate. That's the third leading cause of death of women between 15 and 34, which is, 15 and 45, death by their husbands, ex-husbands, or lovers.
Men are the third leading cause of death for women in America if you're between the ages of what?
I think it's 18 and 45. And there is, men have a lot of hatred for women. It's encouraged by the Republicans, but I think it's because as males, you grow up in a matriarchy. Your most powerless, frightened years are in the hands of the powerful women who give birth to you, who are your mother, who are your babysitter, who are your nurse, who are your nursery school teacher, who are your daycare provider. And so that they have this sense of the omnipotent and terrifying woman. And some women have that too, only they feel like I will grow up to be a woman, and they have a different identification. But some of it is a primitive fear, which the Republicans then use. And I think, look, it could be combated with the kind of sex education they have in the Netherlands, where after learning about all their body parts and all that, in high school, they learn about their sexual relationships. They talk about them in class. They talk about their orgasms. They talk about what they owe to a sexual partner and what could be happening with the life that they create and whether they want to take that responsibility of creating a life. So they learn all about relationships with each other. There's only 17 states out of 50 that teach accurate biological sex education, and none of them teach relational sex education. And so men and women are really not taught to be friends and connected. And this is a vengeful, ugly, political, fascistic thing that they're doing here. And it's very unpopular. I think it's the one reason that people will actually be inspired to vote for Biden.
In defense of the Democrats, last week we were going after Henry Cuellar. He's running for re-election in Texas, and he's been supported by Pelosi and Clyburn, and he's a right-to-lifer. And we were indignant that the Democrats would support a right-to-lifer, while at the same time planning to introduce legislation that would codify Roe v. Wade into law. But he's the only right-to-lifer.
In the Democrats.
He's the only one left.
Mm-hmm.
I loathe Hillary Clinton and her husband. But had she been elected in 2016, she would have picked 3 Supreme Court justices.
Yes, and none of them would be Catholic misogynists, extreme Catholic misogynists. None of them.
Right. All 3 are Catholic. Even Clarence Thomas is Catholic, and Alito is Catholic.
Oh, yeah, and Coney Barrett is in a fundamentalist kind of Catholicism.
Right. And their view on abortion comes from, if you're Catholic, your views on abortion come from men who are forbidden to have sex with women.
Right.
I happen to be a fan of the Catholic Church. In all seriousness, I think liberation theology, I think Pope Francis, I think the Catholic Church does a lot of good in this world. I do.
It does. But its stance on abortion is not a lot of good it's doing.
But it's also against capital punishment.
Well, that's good, because I think if you are against abortion and the killing of what you think is innocent life, then you better be against all war where civilians get killed much more than warriors. And you ought to be also against capital punishment, because you could always find somebody innocent after you've killed them.
The Pope was against the illegal invasion of Iraq.
Yes, he was. And he's also against the support of war in the Ukraine. So he's courageous on those things.
Right. If I were going to convert, it would be Catholicism. That would be, I think, because of its affinity and obsession with the poor, that I think there is a strong strain within the Catholic Church.
There is. Liberation theology is a minority position. And I think they elected that Pope because the last continent that believes in Catholicism is South America. So they better do something there. And they better look a little more progressive for the people of South America. And I do think he is an exception. And he is much better than his predecessors.
So these are Catholic Supreme Court justices handed over to us by the Federalist Society, who is basically run by right-wing evangelical Christians.
Right. And that are just as doctrinaire. This is a hate movement. This is a movement that hates women and wants to control us on every level. It's, and it's also a movement of people who need to divide the mass of people from each other on the basis of sex and race and income.
All men have a beast within. And,
all women do too.
Well, but in this case, I'm talking about the beast within men, which is a lot more dangerous for the most part. Eileen Wuornos notwithstanding.
Yes, she's the wild exception.
Yeah. And it's important to recognize the beast within, know what you're capable of thinking and doing. This is why men are usually sent off to war. Know what you're capable of thinking and doing, and fear the beast within. The Republican Party celebrates the beast within. Donald Trump is a beast. He's a fool, but he's a beast.
That's right. He is a beast, and his mentality is that of a lower animal, and so are his appetites. And everyone should recognize their own proclivities towards hatred and meanness so that we can all say, okay, I have that in me and I reject it.
Right.
We're capable of being ugly. But this is a very important thing. It's stemming the tide of fascism in the United States. And the Democrats, who are also a capitalist corporate party, have allowed this to continue. The only thing they really mobilize for is things like stabbing Bernie in the back, which they did very efficiently, and other candidates that seem to be too progressive, and defending Nancy Pelosi when the squad was saying she should no longer hold her position. Now they're quiet about it. And okaying whatever war money is needed. And so people are very disgusted with them. And I think the only thing that will save them now is the Republicans' opposition to abortion. Because I don't think most people care that much about the Ukraine, which the left is starting to see through. And, they just gave $40 billion to them, but, we don't have a peace movement here either. So
you told us that Gloria Steinem was a CIA agent.
Absolutely known as one.
Yep, infiltrated women's liberation and made it more about hatred of men than class struggle.
Right. She made it a gender only. Look, gender has a place within the women's movement, just like talking about racial difference has a role in the Black movement. But the CIA operation called the Great Wurlitzer, there's a book by that name that explains it, was really about going into the women's liberation movement and the Black civil rights movement and making a race-only, gender-only issue out of it and excising class right out of it. That was her job. It's right. If anybody wants to look it up, there's an article that was in Bloomberg News. What do Henry Kissinger and Gloria Steinem have in common? CIA pay. Anyone who wants to look at the Ramparts articles of 1969 show how Gloria Steinem was sent to the World Youth Conferences to finger Americans who might be interested in socialist or communist countries and report them to the FBI.
Right.
She doesn't even deny it.
So if the CIA wanted to infiltrate the right wing and make the right wing look as scary as they try to make, the CIA tries to make socialists look scary. That's right. Their job. But
communists even more.
Yeah. If the CIA were to infiltrate the right, what they would do, and I urge my listeners to do this, I think I do, is to pretend you're right wing and demand that women get arrested for having abortions. That's what the CIA would do if they were trying to destroy the right wing. Because
I don't know. I think they would just go in and expose them. Communists were deported and jailed because they were considered treasonous, trying to overthrow the government, even though they did nothing to overthrow the U.S. government except talk about a different way of organizing things. We've just had a group of people who actually did try to overthrow the U.S. government and invade the U.S. government and overturn an election, and they're not being deported or jailed for long sentences or vilified on the level that the left was in the 50s. But I think you would have to expose these people. First of all, since so many of the leaders are stealing, you could expose them for stealing or any of the other crimes they're committing.
Yeah.
But we're not interested.
It wouldn't be good for the country. That's what Biden says.
Oh, yeah, sure.
We have to wrap it up.
Tolerate anything.
We have to wrap it up. This was great. Thank you. Dr. Harriet Fraad is a psychotherapist. How do people contact you?
A hypnotherapist also in New York City. They could contact me through my website, Harriet, HARRIET, FRAAD.com or hfraad@gmail.com.
Fantastic. We love you. We love you. When we come back,
your people too.
But it is the people.
Yes, it is.
When we come back, we will be joined by Professor Adnan Hussein. You're listening to the David Feldman Show, and go to my website. It's back up. We'll be back. But first, Professor Mike Steinel.
We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. We wake every morning like the Rolling Stones, 'cause we just can't get no satisfaction. Democracy's in change, we could bury its remains, but infotainment culture has infected our brains. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. The wisdom we receive, the reality we perceive, is burned into our brains by cable TV. Scandal, crime, and disaster lead the news. Fear and white anxiety shape our views. The fourth estate has crumbled into an irrelevant heap. Critical thinking is all but asleep, 'cause we're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. The pathological pursuit of power and profit drives everything in sight, not sure we can stop it. Corporate plutocracy has risen to the top. We've lost the power to think, so we shop until we drop. We're surveilled and monitored while they keep us all distracted, so we never notice that our data has been extracted. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. All right. The Reagan agenda, a libertarian notion of sweeping deregulation, has been put into motion. Our eyeballs seldom stray too far away from the mega monopolies that command the day. Diversity in media is gone, 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 slowly fading out like a sad, sad song. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. The telegenic spectacle of tabloid celebrity has squeezed out any room for social integrity. With profits to be made and minds to be molded, media crushes the truth even when it's been scolded. It's books now more than ever that people need to read. Folks are hypnotized by their Twitter feed. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. Now we can't seem to get out of this neoliberal nightmare that cares more for Wall Street than anybody's health care. We've been bruised, battered, defunded, and dismantled. We've been diminished, infiltrated, manipulated, and manhandled. The sovereignty of citizenship, the bulwark of democracy, is under full attack by the cult of meritocracy. We're living every day, yeah. Well, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. Well, we're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. every night in the USA of distraction. That's right.
I wish I were Professor Mike Steinel. Thank you, Professor. Well, early counting in the Philippines says that Bong Bong, the son of Ferdinand Marcos, is going to be the new president of the Philippines. He's leading by more than 15 million votes. Joining us is Professor Adnan Hussain. I want to talk to you, sir. Thank you. You are the religion chair at Queen's University up in Kingston, Ontario, host of Guerrilla History and the Mujlis podcast. I want to talk to you about the elections in France. We'll do a post-mortem probably on Thursday about the Philippines, but the dust is settled. Macron was inaugurated and delivered a 10-minute speech. So I want to talk to you about what we've learned from the elections in France. However, I'm going to throw you a curveball. I was reading Professor Juan Cole over at Informed Comment, which everybody should read. He is, besides being brilliant, his writing is, this is a compliment, is for people like me. He writes at a kindergarten level. I can understand. It's simple. And he says that most Muslim nations have more open abortion laws than Texas. That there was an Islamic jurist from the Middle Ages who ruled that abortion was perfectly fine during the first 3 months. He ruled over Turkey, I believe, and parts of Asia. What is Sharia law? One of the things we hear a lot on Fox and in the Republican Party is the Muslims are going to come here, and there are parts of America where Sharia law is already being implemented, and we need to fear it. What is Sharia law? And
well, yeah, go ahead.
No, please, you.
Oh, sure. Well, I mean, what is Sharia law? Well, firstly, I think even the phrase Sharia law ends up making it seem as if it is comparable to civic or constitutional law that we have in the United States, right? Or in the modern nation state, that there's a codified, set of laws that are uniformly, or at least theoretically, meant to be uniformly enforced by a state apparatus, and that you could go find out exactly what are the laws, right? They're published or they're listed. Sharia is a lot like halakha for those who are, Jews and understand a concept of religious practice that is very encompassing. The same way with Sharia, that everything that is essentially how you should live correctly according to God's will in the world would be considered part of Sharia. And that includes like how you pray, to things that we think of as law, that is inheritance practices, or, some of the gruesome punishments that, come from this medieval form of justice, right? Those things are also part of it, but they're a very small part of it. Most of it relates to things like, daily practices, marriage arrangements, inheritance, ritual performance of one's religious obligations, prayers, things like the charitable tithing that you have to do. That is all considered part of Sharia law. So I am absolutely positive that there are many parts of the U.S. where Sharia law is being implemented. And I would say one of them is, perhaps even my own home, in North America. It's like if you follow religious obligations like, dietary laws, performing prayers, you are following Sharia law. I think where the part that gets kind of controversial is how and whether this could be related to public law, and whether it comes into conflict with it. How is that to be adjudicated? And of course, the typical way in which it's adjudicated is that the public law established by the government in which you live is what you have to follow. And this is really interesting in coming from typically far-right evangelical Christians and others who, hear about the specter of Sharia law, when you have this kind of Christian sovereignty movement that's expanding dramatically, that regards the Constitution itself as somehow subordinate to something they call God's law, that trumps it and should take precedent on some level. Nobody in kind of a mainstream Muslim community ever regards that this should be imposed, on the rest of society. In Muslim countries, of course, where you have a majority, there are movements. Most of the Arab world, for example, takes its legal codes from the French, the French code. When they were created as modern nation states in the post-colonial era, that's kind of the plan. The model of the nation state was imported into these countries. They have secular laws. There may be places where they accommodate religious practices or where they've put in particular provisions, but typically we're looking at a kind of secular code. The Swiss code or the French code is sort of the model. However, there is political organizing among certain Islamist parties that want to have Sharia be the basis of the state. And this is a very unique and new kind of idea. Of course, back in time immemorial in the medieval era, there was a sense that the dynasts, the sultans, the emirs were meant to support and protect Sharia, but this was never really enforced or implemented by the state as its ruling code and through its institutions. How it was is just like Jews follow the dictates of rabbis and the opinions of rabbis who differ with one another, have differences. And if you are looking for advice legally, like how should I deal with this particular situation of, giving my inheritance to my, descendants and families, you go and you consult and you get a kind of opinion. But if you don't like that opinion, you might consult a different rabbi. And the same is true for within Sharia law, is that, if you don't like the fatwa, which just means a judicial opinion of a legal scholar, a jurist, you might find another, because there isn't really a mechanism for establishing the law as a abstract codified element that then is enforced by the state. It is something that is developed through discussions and debates and convention. So it's not that there isn't a sense of what it is. It's just that develops through convention and consensus over time, but still has to deal with the fact that there isn't one authoritative source or one codified book that explains this is the law. So that's something that's important to recognize.
I think most Americans think of the Ayatollah Khomeini and his taking back Iran from the Shah, but that's not Sharia law that the Iranians are living under, right? Saudi. Well,
there's a difference between Shiism and Sunnism in the sense that because of the particular authority of the Shi'i imams, like the dispute was who should be a source of guidance and of political leadership after the prophet died. And some people felt that his family and descendants should have both religious and political authority, for this, polity. but the majority decided that you didn't need to have that kind of charismatic spiritual authority. As a result, in Shi'ism, there has been a slightly more hierarchical or clerical kind of establishment that has developed to transmit the authoritative teachings of the family of the prophet. And as a result, they have a more hierarchical, group. They do have kind of rankings of scholars.
And they can trace their ancestry back to Muhammad?
Well, yes, they have people who are known as descendants of the prophet, but there aren't any living kind of descendants from the line it was after 12 generations it was sort of cut off, and that's why Shi'ism is messianic, like say Judaism, in the sense that they never ended up being in the early centuries the governors of this polity. So they just turned to religious authority. But after 12 descendants, there was, the disappearance of the 12th Imam. And so then they ended up, positing that the Imam would come back at the end of time and establish justice, and that we couldn't have it in this kind of intervening period. Now, in later centuries, Shi'ism, ended up becoming the adopted official religion of a majority in Iran. That's something that only happened in the 16th century, fairly recently. And in fact, it was imposed, on the population that was mostly Sunni at the time. So it was established as a sort of state religion. And so its history is a little bit different in how it ended up working out. So in the overthrow of the Shah, what ended up being established was an Islamic republic that attempts to make Sharia law, updated for the modern age on some level to function within, state institutions and so on. An Islamic republic. So they've got their particular way of trying to do it. And I would say, however, that this shows exactly the difficulties of this actual tradition of religious practice, trying to reframe it to serve state requirements and the state needs of government is where you get the real tyrannical kind of element. So just like Saudi Arabia claims that it institutes Sharia law as law of the state, this is where you get, I think, something that isn't actually what happened earlier in history. This is something like a new phenomenon where it's being imposed by the state. But of course, when you talk about it in the U.S., merely the practice of Islam as a religion means following aspects of the Sharia. And this is used, I remember I think it was 2012, in response to Obama's election. And of course, that raised a lot of fears on the far right that in the Republican Party that, we had this kind of covert Muslim who had been, installed. As a result, there were a lot of referenda that were put on state ballots for the 2012 election across like maybe 15 or 20 states. Referenda banning Sharia law, right. Something that was completely unnecessary because it can't be, adopted. But it was a way, just like, previously, perhaps in 2008, the laws or referenda were put, to ban gay marriage, these kinds of things.
Critical race theory.
And that's exactly, we're seeing the latest iteration of the same kind of tactic of establishing a kind of moral panic that may or may not have any basis whatsoever in reality, in law, in institutions, but as a mechanism for raising fears that, America is being drastically altered, and the only way to defend it is, to come out and vote against this referendum. And of course, the slate of, a Republican Party. So it's a driver for turnout, and right. That's what we're seeing now.
I want to get to France.
But the abortion issue is an interesting one. I mean, you've read the article. I haven't had a chance to read it, but, one thing that I know is that, for example, for the first trimester, essentially, if a woman is unable to carry to term and there's a miscarriage, you don't perform, the funeral prayers for the miscarried fetus. And so from that, people have established or developed legal theories that it doesn't count as a person at that point, and so there isn't any penalty for it. And so in some ways, Islamic legal thought has developed a kind of more balanced or moderate position on that sort of a question than you would find in the kind of absolutist conception equals life sorts of positions that you find in, Christianity or, even in a lot of other. And I think that's also the same in Judaism, that it's much more like the Islamic legal position. So that is quite interesting to see.
Yeah, the Orthodox Jews, which are, anyway, they believe that abortion is wrong, but it's necessary to save the mother's life or if her psychological health is in danger. And that's a gray area, psychological health.
And those are principles also that you would find also in Islamic legal discussions, that preservation of the mother's life is prioritized.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
Like if you're raped, I don't think it's psychologically healthy to be asked to raise a constant reminder of the worst night of your life or day of your life. I think religion is one of the things that separates us from the animals. I think it's natural for humans to be inquisitive, to try to explain the inexplicable, and there can be something very beautiful about religion. However,
yes.
I was reading a profile of Ed Koch, the mayor of New York City. He was reelected 3 times in New York City, and I never liked the guy. I always felt that he ruined New York by sucking up to Wall Street. And there were rumors at the time that he was gay. There was a rumor that I had heard about a fireman that he was involved with, but he came across more like he was asexual. Then he got Bess Meyerson was the first Jewish for Miss America. She became his arm candy, and he never, ever, ever came out of the closet. At the height of the AIDS epidemic, he refused to come out. He lived next door to the AIDS activist, the writer Larry Kramer, and Larry Kramer would scream at him, by not coming out, you're killing your own people. And the New York Times did a really interesting story about the pain that Ed Koch, former mayor of New York, endured throughout his entire life being in the closet. I want to show you, they showed his tombstone, and I said, I got to show this to Professor Eidman.
Interesting.
So this is what he put on his tombstone. I don't know if you can see this. Mayor of New York City, 1978 to 1989. And the quote that he, on his tombstone, "My father is Jewish, my mother is Jewish, I am Jewish." This is a quote from Daniel Pearl in 2002, just before he was beheaded by a Muslim terrorist. This is what Ed Koch put on his tombstone. I've never seen anybody put something like this on a tombstone. My father is Jewish, my mother is Jewish, I am Jewish. And he put it on his tombstone because Ed Koch, a proud Jew, was so moved by Daniel Pearl, who right before he was beheaded in Pakistan, refused to deny who he was. And I think, isn't that interesting that, being Jewish for Ed Koch in New York City, not that big a deal. Being gay, more of a big deal. And I suspect Ed Koch being gay was way more important than his being Jewish. But he could not bring himself to say, I am gay. And he kind of deflected, I think, on his tombstone, the need to declare his Judaism, which is kind of cowardly in New York. It's no big deal. If it's a big deal if you're Daniel Pearl, the journalist in Pakistan about to be beheaded. I think real courage for Ed Koch would have been, I'm a homosexual. And instead he hid behind his Judaism.
Obviously it was a very different time. It was much less acceptable at the time. So it would have taken great courage in that era. And perhaps he feared his political career would summarily, end as a result. But that is a very sad.
He took the secret to his grave. He took it to his grave. He stopped being mayor, I think, in the 80s. He had plenty of time to come out of the closet.
Post political career, he could have. Yeah. Maybe he thought, and in fact, actually, in a way, though, like it wouldn't have mattered much afterwards. What really would have mattered is at the height of his political career, that would have been a statement. That would have made a difference. That would have made it a lot more acceptable. That would have accorded and afforded protection to people who were being marginalized, persecuted, often, violently so. Afterwards, in a way, it wouldn't have mattered. And, perhaps he had kind of understood it too, that, it wouldn't make a difference later to be the former, Mayor Ed Koch, revealing that, it wasn't relevant.
It reminds me of the men who are against abortion and use religion. They're deflecting and they're hiding behind the scriptures, the Torah, whatever, to act out their misogyny. That's when religion gets corrupted, when it's used.
This is the serious problem is obviously we can't found our public dialogues and legal traditions, on something that can be subject to such variable interpretation and doesn't have a common basis. Especially in a multi-religious and multicultural society, these are dangers when people insist on trying to impose their particular practice on the rest of society. It's, quite an authority. When we talk about authoritarianism, I think this is really at the heart of it, is that people don't feel secure, to practice their beliefs unless they see them reaffirmed somehow in their public symbols. It's the same thing with Christmas and these sorts of things, that it's somehow there's a kind of aggressive idea that you couldn't say accommodate other people's religious holidays. It's important that the state affirm kind of exclusively one's own. It's almost as if the state is, instead of it being the collective basis for all of society, it is the affirmation of one's identity in the public sphere. That's when it becomes, I think, very, very dangerous.
Yeah, and I think journalists owe it to voters when a politician talks about their religion and how it shaped their lives. Bernie never talked about being Jewish. Obviously he's Jewish, but he didn't use it as a way to get people to vote for him. He rarely talked about it because he didn't want to have to square his religious beliefs with his political beliefs. When you introduce your religion into the public square, then it is the responsibility of journalists to challenge how you square your religious beliefs with what your platform is. But religion is sacred. Well, you get to, George W. Bush gets to defile Christianity by saying, his greatest philosopher is Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's right.
But the reporters won't touch that. That's not
Yeah.
once you bring this up,
I think that, it would have been a great question, a great follow-up question, to say, so what exactly in Jesus's philosophy do you think is relevant to administration of a modern nation state that is a secular one? Like, why not just ask the questions? Like, one could still find inspiration, maybe some ethical principles and so on, but you would have to be able to say the way in which that was bracketed from imposing, one's religion on a secular state, but nobody will ask these questions. I agree. It's just so typical how the bizarre and contradictory way in which religion operates in American, kind of public politics and in the public square, as you mentioned, that I remember when Romney was, running, he had to give this speech that was hailed, as almost JFK-esque, not since JFK have we had like a presidential candidate have to sort of come and, put to rest, their religious beliefs in the public sphere. But it was exactly the opposite of what John F. Kennedy did, and nobody seemed to be talking about it in that way. I mean, in the, several decades since John F. Kennedy had to basically affirm that he would govern, in the tradition of secular, that his religion was his private beliefs, and that, he would, govern and, as a president on behalf of all Americans, without reference to his religion. This was exactly the opposite of what Romney had to do in order to be acceptable as a presidential candidate in, 2012. He essentially had to say, I'm just as, Christian as the rest of you. It was truly bizarre.
Yeah. Well, let me alert our affiliates. We're running about 15 minutes behind, and I apologize. I want to talk about the French elections. Macron won. What is McKinsey Gate?
Oh, well, this is interesting. I mean, this emerged before the end of the second round of elections, and it did have perhaps some effect since, his victory, although comfortable, was a lot narrower than the last time he defeated Marine Le Pen. I mean, at that point, it was 66-33 or something like that. And this time around was 58 to, 46, 44. But what emerged is that there was a Senate, sort of the French Senate had done some kind of committee report that revealed that €1 billion, so over $1 billion, had been spent on consulting firms, for implementing, French policies. And now this may not seem like a terribly new thing to America that has been, to Americans, where we've privatized, the state, to the extent that that's just common. I mean, you get, why fight a war with the army? You got to, have the army, but, some of its functions you send off to, Blackwater and, others, right? So this idea of, consulting firms and private entities and groups performing functions of the state and advising the state on policy and so on is perhaps not so strange for us, but $1 billion being spent was really quite a shock. And what they discovered is that despite the fact that France has typically been very proud of its bureaucratic training, it has special schools that were founded, for example, in 1945 by de Gaulle to train, bureaucrats to administer the state. They have special schools. It's an elite thing. That they're spending all this money, and it has doubled under to this 1.1 billion mark under Macron since 2018. And McKinsey seems to be one of the favored entities, a U.S. global, consulting firm that we know, of course, as, the place where, Pete Buttigieg, developed the skills and techniques for being the future president of the United States, and that it is a very neoliberal global consulting firm that has an agenda. And, is a mark of Macron shifting to the right. There was a very interesting report that came out just last year that declared Macron as president of the rich, and no wonder. It's because he's taking his dictates from McKinsey, and you can see why this yellow vest movement arose soon, in his term, and why he has been particularly unpopular with young black and brown youth. So this McKinsey gate, was something of a scandal. It obviously isn't illegal to do so, but it shows that there is just absolutely no confidence or interest in, the public administration and public solutions, but that there is this shift to a neoliberal privatization of government functions.
Right.
So that was something that Le Pen criticized him about, and of course Jean-Luc Mélenchon, suggested, that if he were elected, he would put an end to all, consulting firms, American or otherwise. That would be it. There would be none of that taking place in the government.
And Mellon, he is the right wing.
No, he is the
left.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, as he's a radical left, so he's characterized as the far left in a way that suggests in this very centrist political establishment and journalism in the public culture of France, politically speaking these days, that basically says he's essentially like the extreme right in that he doesn't accept certain key elements of the neoliberal pro-EU order, right? But his party is La France Insoumise, France Unbowed. So it does have that kind of nationalist element. He's somebody who's against European integration, because he thinks that it's just been a way to undermine sovereignty, workers' rights, ecological, restrictions, but that it has served big business. And so he is interested in rethinking France's position and relationship. He wants to renegotiate those treaties that establish the EU, and if that's unsuccessful for France, to leave the EU. And also, of course, he's against NATO. He thinks there's no purpose for this North Atlantic Treaty Alliance, and it's just a mechanism for Europe following under the dictates of U.S. Global geopolitical interests and empire. So he's somebody who confronts some of the key elements, you might say, of like the Davos consensus. And so that's why he's characterized as, on the extreme left. And he's left the Socialist Party because the socialists were pro-EU and pro-integration and drifted, in Mitterrand's era and post-Mitterrand into some of these neoliberal conventions and positions, much like we saw in other left parties like the Labour Party in Britain or the Democratic Party in the United States, for that matter. And so he has taken a stand against that and formed this new party in 2016 after breaking since about 2008 with the socialists.
Hollande.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he was 1 percentage point basically off of getting into the second round. So Marine Le Pen had 23% and he had 22%. And so it was a very close possibility that he could have been facing Macron in the second round. And that would have been truly interesting. The problem was, unfortunately, the Socialist Party ran, Anna Hidalgo, the mayor of Paris, the Green Party had their own candidate, and the Communist Party also ran its own candidate in the presidential elections. And so that splintered, just as, of course, the right wing was splintered.
Isn't there a Jewish right-wing Islamophobic candidate who...
Well, I mean, there have been all three of the, Macron, Eric, oh gosh, why do I always forget his name? But
there was a right-wing Jewish public intellectual who was like a media figure, writer, and like a radio host who had an extreme anti-immigrant, anti-Muslim agenda. Eric Zemmour. That was his name. Yeah, he was really the extreme. He was criticizing Le Pen for being soft on, immigrants and so on. So what is happening?
The right wing was, I don't know what's happened to him. He ended up actually only getting about, 10 10%, which is still quite amazing. I mean, he got,
Right.
10%, but there was a period where it looked like he might end up making it into the second round. I mean, the traditional conservative, essentially the Republican Party of France, their conservative party, only ended up with 4%. And so we have is a real realignment in France. There's this kind of broad, vague neoliberal centrist coalition. There's Marine Le Pen, who did consolidate a lot of the far right in the second round with her 44%. And there is still a core of leftists. And what they've decided is that for the parliamentary elections that are coming up here in June, that they will actually consolidate. So they've established a broad and pretty historic coalition that is called the New People's Ecological and Social Union, where the Socialist Party, Mélenchon's party, France Unbowed, the Green Party, and the Communists will act in coalition and not run candidates against one another, so that they can maximize the number of deputies that they, will hopefully elect into the French legislature, and that they've published, a kind of what they're calling a shared common set of programmatic goals that is really built around, Mélenchon's platform that includes some very interesting things. I mean, they want to establish a sixth republic, essentially have a constitutional assembly. This is something we're thinking about. The Constitution, it's so hard to amend. We're derailed by the judiciary and these life-term appointments and all kinds of undemocratic institutions like the judiciary, like the Senate, like the Electoral College. I mean, we have to be thinking that it's time for, a really big reform. But of course, that raises the specter of what could you end up getting. But with their goal is to refound and establish a sixth republic, overturn this very presidential and authoritarian, in their view, anti-democratic republic established by De Gaulle, when he came in. They want more, as I said, refound the EU relationship, energy transition to full renewables by 2050. And, they've articulated that we need to have a decommodification of air, water, food, living, health, energy, and raise the wage to a true living wage, get out of NATO, and possibly get out of the EU, or reestablish the treaties and renegotiate the treaties for a livable EU. And he's talked, I think, in the face of this far right environment, he has come around to, I don't know if this was where he was. He's a little bit like how Bernie was not comfortable talking about some of the ethno-racial and cultural sorts of issues. He's really focused on worker rights, unions, and, this broad-based element, which of course is universal and, absolutely the key. But he has come around to talking about creolization as the future of France, that it is a society that where which is very un-French-like, to talk about, where French culture is assumed to be, universal and doesn't need to accommodate itself to other influences. He's talking about how we need to have creolization, that is, where every culture does bring something into the mixed, whether it's gender, racial or religious differences, and that this is the future of France, and that it's the future of humanity. And so it's a really kind of interesting vision. We'll see next month what happens in the parliamentary elections. But I think there's some lessons that we could take here in the U.S. About that populist left, concerned about sovereignty and concerned about decommodifying the necessities of life. That is, I think, a powerful and important message.
And a great one to end on, Rahima.org. Go to Rahima.org, RAHIMA.org. It's a great organization set up by Professor Adnan Hussein's parents it's a food pantry essentially for refugees, specifically refugees from Afghanistan. At least it started that way, right?
It started that way. And very interestingly, I was just talking with my mother the other day that especially during Ramadan, they had to, provide, people are fasting, they still need to eat. And they usually, have a meal, to break the fast in the evening. And, there's been a real influx, actually, of new refugees coming from Afghanistan since the pullout, since the end of U.S. combat operations and occupation in Afghanistan. It has led to at least some increase. And because historically so many settled in the East Bay area, San Jose and the East Bay, they, new refugees that are coming are settling in this area because they have connections, relatives, family connections, and so on. And so there's been a kind of second wave since the 1980s. I don't know if people have ever read Khaled Hosseini's famous novel, The Kite Runner. It got a lot of attention. And he's a Bay Area writer because he was a refugee in the East Bay. He talked about, in that book, going to the San Jose flea market, and that this is where a lot of people, kind of supported themselves by selling things at the flea market. That is not a fictional, setting. I used to go to that flea market with my parents, and we met so many people from Afghanistan, and that's where some of the connections were made for helping people in the future, refugees coming, that inspired, my mother to start working to support them. So do help us out, rahima.org. We've got a second round of refugees coming. Of course, there's Ukrainians, but there are also people from U.S. wars that have taken place in the Middle East and South Asia, and those people need to be supported and helped as well.
Thank you. Professor Adnan Hussain, Majlis Podcast, and of course, Guerrilla History. Thank you. I hope to see you Thursday. Very generous of you to stop by. Thank you.
See you Thursday.
Thank you so much. And please go to rahima.org, RAHIMA.org, to support this important food pantry that I didn't know about until our next guest came on the show. His name is Peter B. Collins. He's a Bay Area Radio Hall of Famer. Sorry to keep you waiting. We're now 20 minutes behind, but we will.
David, that was the best. The last 15 minutes was the best coverage of the run-up and election in France that I have heard. And it ties in with what I want to talk about today. But I want to thank Professor Hussain. I also, if he's still online, would like to know the sources that he would recommend for learning about the deeper picture in France. Because I scan the New York Times and the Washington Post online every day. And one of the reasons I decided to do a recap of Biden's foreign policy blunders today is that you don't read about it in the corporate media in this country. They're feeding us 24/7 war porn from Ukraine. So Adnan, can you share with us some good sources for accurate reporting about France?
Well, he goes to Breitbart, InfoWars, I believe. I thought.
I just find wherever Steve Bannon is writing, I just go find out what he's up to. Well, actually, oddly enough, of course, there's like France 24, but that gives you really the kind of establishment neoliberal French version. I mean, oddly enough, I have found Middle East Eye, which has wonderful Middle East coverage, but it also has a lot of, North African French figures who write and analyze what's happening in France and the French political scene. And so I've seen a number of very good writers and analysts there. And, that's one place I would suggest people look to in general for both Middle East and some good European coverage. So check out the Middle East Eye.
Great, thanks. Gareth Porter is a outstanding journalist since the Vietnam era, and he published many times at Middle East Eye, and that's how I learned about them. So thank you for that. And also, I'm not blowing smoke. Your recap was really interesting, particularly to learn about how close the first round was, and that Marine Le Pen was only 2 points ahead of the so-called far left candidate. That would have put Mackenzie Macron in a real pickle, because he would have had to flip really frickin' fast.
That's exactly the kind of face-off, we really wanted to see. We wanted to see that with Bernie and Trump. Yeah. We wish we could have seen something like that in France as well. And it was really very close. So we could hopefully take some inspiration that these positions actually are fairly popular.
And Professor,
I didn't know about the McKinsey connection. I think some journalist needs to do a deep dive into McKinsey's connections to government worldwide, because I blamed Goldman Sachs for the financial takedown of Greece, but I don't really know what else McKinsey is up to.
Well, ask the people of South Africa, ask the people who are addicted to opiates here in America, ask the Pentagon, which paid, I think, McKinsey to set up some relationship with China that ended up screwing the Pentagon. McKinsey has its fingers in the war in Afghanistan, the war in Ukraine. It's state capture. They're a consulting group that goes in, advises troubled companies, and then trades stock on inside information, which nobody ever talks about. And that's Pete Buttigieg. That's Mayor Pete. That's his background.
Capitalism at its finest.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Professor Adnan Hussein. And we should do more in-depth reporting on McKinsey here. Anthony Blinken is our Harvard-educated Secretary of State. Brilliant man. Everybody was coming down with COVID from the gridiron dinner. So the brilliant Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, said, well, I guess everybody who was going to catch COVID got it at the gridiron dinner. I'm going to the White House Correspondents' Dinner so I can meet Kim Kardashian. He came down with COVID. He's from West Exec, a former lobbyist from Boeing. He recused himself a year ago from any decisions involving Boeing over at the State Department. However, he's the chief proponent of sending Boeing-made weapons to Ukraine. Somehow he didn't recuse himself from those conversations. But I'm a child, Peter B. Collins.
He got his recusal advice from Mark Esper, the Raytheon executive who was Trump's last full-time Secretary of Defense.
I saw him on 60 Minutes.
And Esper, who's hyping a book about all the things that he kept secret while Trump was screwing up, is now sharing them for his own personal profit. And the beat goes on.
The same excuse. I watched him on 60 Minutes last night. He gave the same excuse that Colin Powell gave for not resigning in the lead up to the invasion of Iraq. Esper, Secretary of Defense, has a new book out in which he says Trump told him to bomb Mexico, right?
I didn't hear that one.
Yeah,
I didn't watch 60 Minutes last night. Sorry.
And this is the self-flattering of the bureaucrat. Mm-hmm. I didn't quit because I was afraid somebody a lot worse would come in. I'm Colin Powell. I can't quit because there are a lot of worse people standing in line to take this job. That's how they flatter the self-importance of the mindless bureaucrat.
And indispensability.
Yes. Yes. As Charles de Gaulle said, the graveyards are filled with indispensable people. That being said, Blinken, he knows stuff. He was I think he was editor-in-chief of the Harvard Crimson. He's the best and the brightest. Certainly he is making wise decisions, telling Biden what to do, right? I'm a child.
Well,
I'm not privy
David,
to what he's privy to.
I made a list of 20 countries where under Biden and Blinken, American foreign policy is either unchanged or worse. And I didn't include Russia and Ukraine. That's pretty obvious, and that's what's getting the lion's share of coverage today in American media.
And it's worse.
Oh, of course, yeah. But let me start with Cuba. Obama's signature foreign policy achievement, which he didn't allow either Hillary or John Kerry, his two secretaries of state, to work on. He didn't trust them with reopening relations with Cuba. And it was a significant advance. It ended the failed almost 60-year blockade of Cuba that you can argue kept the Castros in power, hardened their control over the country, created alliances with the Soviet Union and then Russia and other non-aligned countries that complicated American policy in our hemisphere. And Biden has turned his back on Barack Obama and those important breakthroughs to essentially embrace the policies of Trump. And I want to mention, you often talk about my treasure trove of podcasts, and currently at the top of my homepage at peterbcollins.com is, to me, an important podcast from the last 5 or 6 years. And it features Tom Hayden, the American revolutionary who died in 2015 or 16. And before he died, I did this interview with him, and it was a book called Listen, Yankee. And this is all prompted by the death on May 1st of Ricardo Alarcón. He was essentially the third Castro brother. He was UN ambassador for Cuba for many years, and then he was a longtime member of the Politburo, and he also ran the National Assembly. And so he was, very influential in Cuba. And Tom Hayden met him in the years just before Obama broke the ice. And they wrote a book together. Well, it was Hayden's book, but it was based on lengthy conversations with Alarcón. And the most interesting parallel is that they were both influenced by C. Wright Mills, who published a book in the early 1960s about revolution.
The Power Elite.
Yes, and it became the basis for the Port Huron Statement that Tom Hayden wrote as the resistance to the war in Vietnam was growing. So I'll put up a link in the chat, but people are welcome to visit my website, and it's free, and you can listen to this interview. And it's really sad to me that Alarcón has died, and that things are actually worse between the United States and Cuba than they were just 5-6 years ago. So that's my leadoff point. And David, interrupt as I mention these nations to add your own comments. But next up, Iran. Biden, he campaigned on rejoining the nuclear deal. And it is now impossible because they didn't strike a deal before Russia invaded Ukraine and became a worldwide pariah, and Russia was essential to the negotiation of the nuclear framework with Iran. Now, this is driven, in my view, by Biden's extreme support for the government of the State of Israel, because they were the ones who prodded Trump to pull out of the Iran agreement. They were the ones who punished Obama for engaging in it in the first place. And the Middle East is a much less safe place without that nuclear agreement. And this is also mostly off the American media's radar, that the relationship with Iran, which is critical to the war in Yemen, the conflict between Israel and Palestine, and a number of other regional issues. And so by just allowing that to kind of slip away, we once again put ourselves into a much more risky position.
Yeah,
I wanted to give you an opportunity to comment, because I have 20 of these.
We should plow through them because I'm fascinated. I was just going to point out the lunacy of Israel fearing a nuclear-armed Iran when 25% of Israel proper is Arab, is Palestinians. You drop a bomb on Israel, you're going to end up killing Palestinians and Arabs, and it's a pretty close proximity to Lebanon and Syria. You drop a nuke on Israel, you're going to be nuking your allies. So go ahead.
Next on my list is Venezuela. There was a moment at the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine conflict where we sent an envoy who was given 2 of these oil company hostages to bring back. And the Maduro government sent clear signals that they were ready to do more to reopen relationships with the United States and to supplant the oil on the world market that has been reduced by the boycott of Russia. And because Obama started the false narrative of Maduro having stolen elections to hold on to power, the promotion of Juan Guaido by the Trump administration, a guy who at best was president for 30 days. And that's the most positive reading of the Venezuelan constitution. And the official policy of the Biden administration is that they recognize Juan Guaido as the legitimate leader of Venezuela. Now, Maduro is not perfect. There's no question about that. But he has been under siege for almost 10 years now. He saw his predecessor, the victim of a coup, Hugo Chavez, during the Bush administration. And so he knows what the U.S. is capable of. And yes, he cracked down. Yes, he has goon squads that preserve his control. But we deal with dictators and authoritarians all over the world. But Venezuela is a special case where we claim that because they're not sufficiently democratic, and what leg do we stand on when we criticize other countries for that, that, we will sanction them into submission, causing millions of people to flee the country, excess deaths due to food shortages, spiraling inflation. And we don't care about the impact on the average Venezuelan. It's big, geopolitics on a major scale. And, people are the periphery of that.
I thought you kind of touched on this because of Ukraine, the war, that we're now sidling up to Maduro, right?
Well, there was a moment. We haven't seen any further exchanges. And I don't know what Blinken is planning.
Well, I think he's planning to send American oil instead of Argentinian oil. I think Argentina has one of the largest untapped oil reserves on the planet.
I think you mean Venezuela.
Venezuela. I said Argentina. I'm sorry.
Right. Yes.
It's late.
But also, the one thing I'll say is I have not heard of any efforts since Biden took office attempting to block Iranian oil supplies coming into Venezuela, because the oil extraction systems, the mechanics in Venezuela are shot. And so they can't just turn on the pumps and produce oil or gasoline right now. So that appears to have shifted or softened a little bit, but that's about all.
Next country, we got a lot to plow through.
Nicaragua, Daniel Ortega's son, recently reached out to the Biden administration. And I'm one of those people who is kind of on the fence. Ortega has gone in a more authoritarian direction. He locked up a lot of his political opponents before the last election. He has a rational claim for why he did that they were colluding with the United States to try to take him out. But still, he's become a little less savory for me. At the same time, I don't believe in, gunboat diplomacy. And I believe in nations determining their own futures. So it's just another lost opportunity where Trump policies are largely unchanged. Then I'm going to lump the whole continent of Africa into one item here.
Are you Sarah Palin? Right? She thought Africa, the continent, was an entire country. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. So
idiot.
There's so many different issues in Africa. I'll just put them into one box here and point out that Tunisia, which was the country where the Arab Spring was first sparked, and it enjoyed a period of mostly democratic rule. And they saw what happened when Obama turned his back on the elected Muslim Brotherhood leader in Egypt. We took out Mubarak. We plugged in the Muslim Brotherhood guy. I'm trying to think of his name right now.
Morsi? Or Al-Sisi?
That's close.
It was Morsi, then Al-Sisi.
Morsi, Morsi.
Yeah, right.
Yes, Mohammed Morsi. And he ended up jailed and dying in jail after they tried him on false charges. So Tunisia today is a one-man rule. The New York Times reported it on Sunday, and I give them credit for taking a break from all Ukraine coverage to mention this. But this has happened without any notice in the United States or elsewhere. It's not like I want us to, send the 82nd Airborne, but this is something that Americans should be aware of, and noting that the U.S. is not doing anything to try to preserve the democratic efforts that occurred in Tunisia. Next up, I'll go to North Korea. It's unchanged. Kim Jong-un is over there firing missiles from land, from sea, doing anything to say, hey, you remember me? And,
he's doing underground testing right now.
Yes, yes. So I will withhold some judgment about North Korea because perhaps ignoring them is the best thing to do.
I agree.
But I will just note that that's largely unchanged from Obama and Trump. Then we have Libya, where the Trump policies are unchanged. It was Obama with Samantha Power, Susan Rice, who led the charge to take out Gaddafi. We have a failed state where slavery has been reinstituted, and people are fleeing across the Mediterranean in very dangerous ways because they're so desperate to get out. Next, I have Taiwan. And this is another story where the Times did cover it in the Sunday paper yesterday to note that the Biden administration is pressing the Taiwanese government to order more American weapons.
Right. They're not buying the right. They're blocking. The Biden administration is blocking Taiwan from buying certain types of weapons because they feel what they've learned from Ukraine is asymmetrical war works. Blinken has declared victory in Ukraine and said asymmetrical war works. We don't want Taiwan to buy our tanks. We want Taiwan to buy our shoulder-held Javelin missiles because that's how we won in Ukraine. Mission accomplished. A little premature, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. And there is, I think, some similarity between the long-term picture for Taiwan and Beijing, where the U.S. is prepared to let Taiwan provide the cannon fodder for a proxy war with China, or as they like to say, the red communist China, the CCP. So that's just another example.
They really are like
Yemen.
used car salesmen, Blinken. He is a former lobbyist for Boeing, and he's saying to the president of Taiwan, you like this tank, but let me show you what would really look great on you. That this is what you need. This is what everybody's ordering for 2023. They really are. They're dictating the terms of what arms sales they'll allow.
Yep. I touched on Yemen. Policy is generally unchanged, just more death and famine. And the United States, once again, ignores the role it plays in providing intelligence for the Saudis, resupplying the Saudis with cluster bombs and other dangerous munitions as they continue to pummel their neighboring country. With the Saudis, Biden's not holding their hands or doing that glow thing that Trump did.
The orgasmatron from Sleeper, I think is what it was.
But, you know, we're not doing anything to limit their role. We also aren't getting any extra oil out of them, which would be the logical payoff for suborning the way they operate there in the House of Saud.
But Jared has Saudi Arabia making love to Israel, right?
Well, and financing his family debt,
right?
And giving him money for a new private equity fund, where all of the advisors to KSM, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the de facto ruler there, said, no. And KSM said, we're doing it. Jared is my brother.
They're betting that Clinton, what's his name, Trump, they're sucking up to Jared in the hopes that Trump gets elected in 2024. If he doesn't get elected in 2024, Jared Kushner, who just got $2 billion from Saudi Arabia, should not check into the Turkish embassy or the Saudi embassy in Turkey. I think there's some bone saws with Jared Kushner's name on it if Trump doesn't get reelected.
All right, next I'll move to our part of the world. Mexico, we have not changed our approach to foisting them with responsibility for migrants who are trying to get to the United States. The only real change is the struggle over Title 42, and that is a hot mess with moderate or conservative Democrats trying to get Biden not to go through with his plan to repudiate Title 42 as a way to prevent asylum seekers from reaching land in the United States. Then we have Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador. This is the triangle of nations that produce the most migrants headed for the United States. And I can lump them together because we sent a child of immigrants named Kamala Harris to tell the people in that part of the world, don't come to the United States. And in Honduras in particular, Hillary Clinton's stooge, Hernandez, and his brother, the brother has been convicted. The former president is now facing charges of...
they came to the United States.
Yes.
They came.
Well, not quite as immigrants. They're suspects. But nobody talks about, in the context of President Hernandez being indicted in the United States, that he was handpicked by Hillary Clinton to replace Zelaya, who was the freely elected president of Honduras. And so our meddling in this region never is brought to our attention as the source of the blowback of the migrants who are such an irritant, particularly to right-wingers in this country.
And we've learned that Honduras is run by gangsters, that the head of their FBI was brought to America because he's a drug dealer. The president's brother is a drug dealer. The president is a drug dealer. What do you think the people of Honduras are escaping from? They are escaping from gangs that have infiltrated their government. If that's not political asylum, what is?
And David, those gangs, including MS-13, were hecho in Los Angeles.
Right.
The MS-13 was created in Los Angeles, and we deported many of their killers to their ethnic homelands, where most of them have never lived. And so they didn't have, natural connections to find a job, and they returned to gang activities. So, this is a very sorry picture. This extends to Brazil, where, we're tolerating the Bolsonaro government, and we have made no move to basically admit that we took out the government of Dilma Rousseff, that we helped put Lula da Silva in prison. He is now running against Bolsonaro, and our media owes us coverage of that race. But because Lula da Silva is considered a leftist, well, we're not going to give him any ink or any pixels in American corporate media. In Bolivia...
Or the millions of people he lifted out of poverty.
Exactly. Well, that doesn't matter. People don't matter, just like we said a little earlier. Right. In Bolivia, we forced out Evo Morales. There was a right-wing and corporate-backed coup that lasted a little while, and we have done nothing to help that country right its ship. And we continue to just hope that the leftists can be run out by the corporate right-wingers. In Hong Kong, we've moved to radio silence. I did suspect that we had covert operations running there before the crackdown from Beijing. But so this is just another case of maintaining the status quo from the Trump administration. We talked at length about France. The one thing I will add is that Biden and Blinken screwed Macron and McKinsey by doing that nuclear deal with Australia. And that's been kind of smoothed over because of Ukraine and the French election. But it was a very serious blunder for which they paid no price. And my final nation on the list is Afghanistan. And I don't think I need to offer much detail about the bungled exit and the loose ends that still remain there. So my summation here is that the Biden administration got a honeymoon in the first year. They got a pass from the left because they were promoting Bernie's agenda until Joe Manchin stopped it. And now they are relying only on the war in Ukraine and the Supreme Court's awful decision that we expect to overturn Roe versus Wade to give Democrats something to run on this year. And it's not going to pan out, at least at this stage. And so the combination of domestic failures and foreign policy failures leave me with an opinion of the Biden administration that keeps getting lower, David.
So low, you can actually smell Donald Rumsfeld's flesh smoldering in hell. That's how low it's gotten. Well, great job. This is what this show is about. I thank you for that. Great job. Just perfect.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. I'm trying to curb my enthusiasm, but that was a great lesson. Thank you so much. Peter B. Collins, Bay Area Radio Hall of Famer. Go to peterbcollins.com for the aforementioned treasure trove of interviews, including his conversation with the great Tom Hayden. We have a candidate on who's running for state assembly in California. And I was going to bring up Tom Hayden, a miracle of democracy. Tom Hayden, I believe, was first an state assemblyman from Santa Monica, then state senator from Santa.
That's correct. And he ran for governor in 92, I think it was, or 93.
A miracle of democracy. One of the Chicago Seven, leader of the SDS, went to North Vietnam with Jane, I believe.
Yes, he did.
While she sat on a tank, and not only lived to talk about it, but got elected to California's state Senate and Assembly.
And let me mention one more thing that's little known about Tom Hayden. When he was married to Jane Fonda, they took the money that she earned from her workout videos that were extremely popular in the 1980s. They pumped $15 million into a nonprofit called Americans for Non-Smokers' Rights. And it led to the tobacco laws across the country that banned smoking in airplanes and then public places, including restaurants and bars. And they don't get credit for it, and they certainly deserve it, because they really caused America to give up its ashtrays, at least to a great extent.
Well, we have somebody in our virtual studio audience who raised their hand, and we also have Professor Marianne Cummings. If you don't mind, let's see if Kelly in Nebraska wants to say something. Okay, I asked Kelly to unmute. Joining us is Professor Marianne Cummings, particle physicist. Where are you? There you are. Particle physicist, as well as Parks Commissioner, Aurora, Illinois, and Nina Turner supporter still, even though it's been a week ago. You wanted to respond to anything that Peter said?
Well, only to say that are we really surprised that Biden hasn't significantly reversed any of our foreign policy from Trump, and for that matter, from Obama, or for that matter, from President Cheney? I mean, I think the only problem the military-industrial complex had with Trump was that he was kind of a loose cannon and not a reliable purveyor of what they want to do. So,
nobody trusted him to lead us into a war. You need somebody we can trust to lead us into.
And I still shake my head over all the praise lavished on Trump when he bombed Syria back in 2017, based on what reliable sources have said were false information concerning gas attacks, chemical weapons attacks. And even Dick Durbin, liberal, I think second in command in the Senate for the Democrats, was praising like Trump became president today. And I'm like, it was sickening. I mean, I thought I'm pretty steeled up for the nonsense coming out of politicians, but that was.
Well, Marianne, that was the moment when we developed a deep devotion for the Kurds, who we've used and abused and called the Syrian Free Army.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with Syria. I remember as a kid trying to understand Lebanon. And, being like 13 or 14, it's natural, to have good guys, bad. Who are the good guys? Who are the bad guys? Unfortunately, in Lebanon, there were several factions, and they were oftentimes collaborating and then breaking apart. And it wasn't ever clear which side we were supposed to support. I think something similar in Syria. Well, we just have, and our press is keeping us infantilized about foreign policy. I mean, the narratives have to be very simple. We don't get news. We get 24/7 propaganda. Mm-hmm. As I said, I think I mentioned before, one of the things that came out of the church hearings back in the 70s was that the CIA had secret programs to put their people deep into journalistic organizations. So MSNBC and CNN just like hires these people to spew war propaganda, basically being little more than, lobbyists for Raytheon and all other defense companies. I mean, it's just stunning.
And how long will they wait before they put Jen Psaki on in prime time? It's clear she's going from the White House to MSNBC. Rachel is now only working one night a week, and they're really hurting. And so this is going to cement the kind of fascistic government media connection that I was talking with David about last week.
Yeah, speaking of which, I thought, did you mention last week that you would try to get Joe Luria on the show from Consortium News?
And Joe has agreed to come on next week. He is on a plane to Slovenia as we speak, where he is giving a talk about Julian Assange to a group of journalists. So he was hoping to be with us tonight, but he's now committed to next week. And by the way, Consortium News had its PayPal account shut down. They then received a notice that it was reopened. And then they received a notice that the second notice was sent in error. So we're back to square one. They did get their $10,000 out of the account, but they are now no longer permitted by PayPal to use PayPal to collect money from readers.
That's stunning.
It is stunning. It's stunning. I was going through it especially harder since he was coming on. And I'm thinking, what is in here that's even remotely,
Well, independent journalists, that's what's going on. And remember, I think they were the only American-based organization that was allowed into the courtroom last year for Assange's trial.
For whose trial?
So they were the
Assange's?
only... Julian Assange's trial last year in Britain, that was, actually hearing for extradition. And, they were, it was just stunning to me how, media silence, the radio silence of journalists, even lefty journalists here in this country is stunning. You're just not allowed to talk about Julian Assange. That's considered. I mean, it's hard to tell who's telling the truth, and truth is multifaceted because you want to have a fact and you want to see if we all have our narratives and we want to see if this fact fits or not. The benefit of having all sides, even if a lot of the sides are full of crap, is that there are always another side to a story or a different angle or something. And so I thought the benefit of Air America. And I saw friends of mine who were Republicans who ended up listening to Randy Rhodes because she was kind of a comedian and she could, she was irreverent. They actually changed. And it wasn't because they agreed with her on every issue, but the idea that there was another side to an issue. That's what is being completely shut down. And so now people can't tell. I mean, there's no critical thinking about, hey, this is the government that lied us into every war in my lifetime. And they haven't changed. Most of the principal characters have not changed. They're still placed. They should have fired all kinds of people. People should have resigned in shame over their coverage, even so-called lefty journalists, over their coverage of the lead up to the Iraq War. It was just, nobody paid the price for that. A lot of people paid the price for telling the truth, like Chris Hedges, who was fired from the New York Times because he was actually criticizing the New York Times coverage. But, it's like now there is such there's such a move to get everybody on the same page and with the same narrative. It actually is spooky to me.
You know what I've noticed, Peter B. Collins, speaking to what Professor Marianne just said, I'm a Kennedy assassination buff. If I have trouble sleeping, I'll read about the Kennedy assassination. Now, I don't want to argue the Kennedy assassination, but there was a conspiracy. There's no question.
Yes, there was.
Anybody who thinks there wasn't a conspiracy. even if Oswald was the lone gunman, which he wasn't, that was a conspiracy. It's just, and everybody knew it was a conspiracy, and I don't want to discuss it. That was a conspiracy between the mafia and the CIA, period. The number of reporters who were in Dallas on that day who went on to become network stars is phenomenal. Peter Jennings was there. Dan Rather was there. Robert McNeil, who started the PBS NewsHour, was there. The list goes on and on of the journalists who witnessed the Kennedy assassination and who stared into the abyss and blinked. They were willing to blink, and so they were rewarded with top network jobs. So, Professor Marianne Cummings, that speaks to what you're talking about.
Yeah. People, and I don't know if their motivations were malevolent or not, probably not. It was just that, and if you read it, actually, if you read the summary of the Warren Commission, they did not have they did not come to definitive conclusions.
I want to correct something. Peter Jennings was not.
He's Canadian.
Yeah, he wasn't in Dallas that day. I got that wrong. I apologize.
But Kay Bailey, I think, was a cub reporter.
Jim Lehrer, Robert McNeil were both. Remember the McNeil-Lehrer report, the PBS?
No.
They were both there. Bob Schieffer was there.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Peter Jennings was there. Dan Rather was there. There was a rumor that Peter Jennings was there. I got that wrong. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, that's I was going to say that they even the Warren report said that for the benefit of the country, they came down on the side of the lone gunman theory. I mean, they kind of admitted that. It was just the idea that, you know, there could be any malfeasance in our government was something that people just deemed that was inappropriate for people to even consider and think about at the time. So,
well, in defense of LBJ, the president who took over, he called up J. Edgar Hoover and said, I don't want you finding any evidence that the Soviet Union was behind this assassination, because the last thing we need is a nuclear war over the assassination of Jack Kennedy. And
yeah, I wonder what happened recently at that point to make him concerned about that.
Well, he was president.
Yeah. No, but I mean, the Cuban Missile Crisis was a year before, right?
Yeah.
And and people were kind of stunned how quickly that unraveled. They thought that there was kind of an equilibrium between, they had a more, quote, moderate government in the Soviet Union, and that, you know, mutually assured destruction was going to see to it that nothing would spiral out of control. And then a situation started spiraling out of control.
And to LBJ's credit, if we're not going to war over one brain getting misty.
Yeah, well, look, you know, LBJ knew about power, which is probably why he could be a real son of a bitch, and many people didn't like him, and, you know, morally. Yeah, I mean, I'd say anybody that gets to be head of a country that has significant power in the world is at best a sociopath on some level. And, you know, you sort of have to be. You know, it's like when Scott Ritter used to talk about war in his training. He said, you know, if you did the kind of things you did and were thinking of your enemy as somebody that had wives and kids and grandmas and stuff like that, you would literally go insane, which is why you have to kind of, you know, compartmentalize all that when you go into battle. And I think the same is true for people in power. The rest of us, I mean, they do respond. Even tyrants respond to popular will, because there's not a single tyrant that has ever lived whose head figuratively speaking, couldn't be on a pike or really shot or taken down, because that happened all the time. Because, suddenly the wind shifts, the Army decides they're going to support, partisans of that guy rather than you, and so on and so forth. So it's, I'm kind of coming off of a rather interesting board meeting in the Park District. Park District decided, and I didn't even get word of this until, somebody pointed it out in the paper. They decided to shut down one of our 2 water parks. Not a big deal, right, on the scheme of things, except that because we are lacking lifeguards. It's hard to hire people right now. It still is. We're still coming out of COVID. And I was concerned. I said, well, why is it always, you chose the water park on the east side, which services the poor areas more accessible to the more modest income places, but you kept the place that's in the gentrified west of Aurora opened. I think that's going to be a problem. Well, people showed up today at the board, which is usually a very non-eventful type of thing. And people showed up and spoke so eloquently that now my executive director has a headache. He's got, I got to deal with this now. I said, yeah, you had a solution that was technical. And yes, it's financially and economically, it makes sense. But this kind of thing exposes the structural problem that, with the way things are structurally stacked against the poor and the needy. It's like, yes, of course, it will always make sense for things to stay open, on the richer side of town rather than the poorer side of town. So now we're kind of have to go back. And I say this because and I told the people afterwards, I said, if you guys hadn't shown up, I expressed some concern about this, but if you hadn't shown up to that board meeting, this would have just been a done deal. And they don't want us. So it's a very lowly park district, the lowest form of government, but still very relevant to people who live here. The same thing can be said, all the way up to the top. If we're not showing up and protesting, at least people now are protesting this possible overturn of Roe v. Wade. That actually woke some liberals up, finally. They're not protesting a perpetual war. And now we hear from erstwhile darlings of the Democratic Party, like William Kristol, that, well, it's just uncivil to protest in front of somebody's house, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
No, we should always protest or no, we can never be heard and we're not disrupting anything. You should have a strike where, your work isn't ever needed. You should never do anything that disrupts anything. That's kind of the messaging we're getting from our leaders, even on the left in the Democratic Party.
So, Marianne, yes. Can I just come back to the swimming pool or the water park for a second?
Yeah.
Why can't they, if there's limited staffing, why don't they do even and odd days where the lifeguards report to the poor side?
Yeah, these are expensive places, to maintain. I mean, you open, and these are actually, but we might have to do something like that because they were explaining to when one of our crew was explaining to them that, we lose money off of this and we run these with the cities, but we think the loss is worth it. And I'm going, wait a minute, we lose money off of this and it's benefiting the wealthier people on the west side. We're still losing money and then the poor people get no benefits. Guys, I think you're making their argument. Yeah, it's we're going to do something like that. Also, we're going to start now, as I said, my executive director's now had a bad evening because now he's got to this problem is a problem.
So you have a shortage of lifeguards.
Yes, that's a real problem.
Now, is corn pop causing trouble?
Oh, I don't know. But maybe we haven't gotten, as somebody, one of the, one of our crew.
Maybe do we need Joe Biden to go in there and straighten that corn pop?
We have somebody who could have been Joe Biden. We have somebody on our board. Anyway, he's talking to these women afterwards saying, the reason why we don't have enough lifeguards is kids don't, especially on the east side, don't want to work. And a bunch of us you just said that? I was half expecting a corn pop like statement to come out of his mouth next. And the people there were, trying to reason with him. And he says, well, we've had job fairs and we've tried to recruit. And then they looked at the list and they said, you didn't recruit until April 28th on the East Side. Well, yeah, that was the first time we've had any recruiting done here. So anyway, love it. I love it when people get involved. As I said, I would not have been able to push this much further if there hadn't been any, reaction from the public. And because these gals showed up, that's made my job a lot easier to, push back on this. But yes, and Peter, there's also, I didn't realize until a few years ago that the East Side High School in Aurora used to have a swimming pool. And 15 years ago, they filled it in. So kids aren't learning how to swim. Well, the schools open in some insane time in the middle of summer, like the second or third week of August. I said, maybe these water parks, which have large pools for swim lessons, maybe you can front load the PE schedule in these schools with, swimming and water safety, and make lifeguard training an option for kids who want to earn extra credit, Oh, yeah, they don't seem interested. I said, I don't care if they're interested. Your job, this is my executive director, is to get them interested.
Right.
And see, but that's the thing. Politics is always the sum of all forces, and if you stop pushing, like, I was kind of stunned when we were told by the squad that, well, you shouldn't be pushing on us. We know what to do. We're doing all kinds of stuff. And I'm like, no, I know what you're hearing inside the halls of Congress. You need to have people, you need to have that pressure from the outside because, at least the right listens to their base, which is bat crap crazy, but they listen to them. And, we're always told by the left, we were told this by Obama, like, don't worry, I've got that. Obama had an army of people thinking that this was going to be a transformative his presidency was going to be transformative. And, he just said, nope, I've got it. And, I guess being what he actually was sent there to do by his donors, his whole army of people who got him elected weren't really necessary. As a matter of fact, would have been an extreme deterrent, as it turned out. But,
Well, we had Professor Ivan Chernovsky on Thursday's show.
I didn't know that you had him on, and I went back and listened to the earlier podcast and going, wait a minute, this is really familiar. And I remember because of an article from Jacobin, I followed links and I got to I think he was quoted in that Jacobin article. It was concerning about the whitewashing of the Nazi past in Ukraine.
I wanted to say something and I wanted to. So on this show, I have fought back the Putin narrative of denazifying Ukraine. And I've gotten complaints about amplifying voices of people who insist that Ukraine is overrun by Nazis. I have taken a very strong position, as you know, that it is not.
No.
Ivan,
but it's political. It's a lot of its political machinery is heavily influenced.
Ivan Chernovsky, who's probably the biggest expert we'll ever have on the show about Ukraine.
Yeah. Oh,
he said everything that I wanted to hear. He said that he thinks Biden could have prevented the invasion, that he's Ukrainian, that he doesn't want Putin inside of Ukraine, but that the Biden administration could have offered some olive branches, like saying no NATO, and that he said Zelensky escalated in the lead up. He was shelling the the Donbass region when Biden should have told him to cool it down. He said everything that I would agree with. However, he did say that there are right-wing Nazis who have gained a lot of power inside Ukraine. And this, I think, is a lesson in what journalism should be. I like to believe that there are no Nazis in Ukraine, but when you speak to a leading Ukrainian expert who says there are, you have to pause and think, okay, I fought this and I'm still fighting it, but he did say that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, if I may, one of my issues is that we are supposed to simply accept the claim of mostly our media, but also our government, that there is no issue with Nazis, neo-Nazis in Ukraine. And because, look, Zelensky is Jewish. End of story. They want to cut it off right there. It's much more complicated than that. And there has been a strain of neo-Nazis that surfaced in Maidan in 2014. We denied it then, and we continue to say that if you argue that or even mention it, that you are out of line, you are out of consensus.
I also think he said it was a coup, that Yanukovych leaving office and being replaced by Poroshenko, that was a coup that was orchestrated by the West, something that I have fought certain people on.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I didn't get to hear the interview, and I'll go back and catch up with it. I have twice interviewed Serhiy Plokhy, who is a Ukrainian national who teaches at Harvard in the history department. And he wrote this book about Chernobyl with the analysis that it helped bring down the Soviet Union because they couldn't contain the truth about the radioactivity. And that's worth arguing about, but he's a bright and interesting man. And during that interview, I asked him specifically, didn't Victoria Nuland coordinate U.S. efforts to bring down the Yanukovych government? And he wouldn't buy it. He said, oh, no. He said, I think she took some cookies out to the people in the square. So, I just say, okay, Professor, you're now an American and you buy the American point of view. But to hear this professor offer that, I think is quite refreshing.
By the way, I just want to make sure it's late in the show. I'm a little foggy. So I'm pretty sure he said that it was a Western coup. He's also studied the sniping that went on, and I am going to hold off on that. Does anybody in the chat room, in the virtual studio audience, remember what he said about the people who were killed along? Go ahead, Professor Marianne.
Well, he said that people have come forward and admitted it. I think about a month ago, I mentioned a Foreign Policy magazine article where they had just released one of the snipers. Now, they knew at the time that the snipers, that they were able to determine that the gunshots came from a building that was held by the protesters. But, and it's sort of corroborating evidence. I mean, the C-14 guys are now openly bragged about, being responsible for really turning that into a violent coup and forcing the government out. And they, I think one of them famously said, hey, if it hadn't been for us, this would have been just another gay pride parade, meaning it would have just been about a performative protest and nothing happened. So these guys are more than happy to take credit for it. But, the point is, I want to put something into a link into the chat it's really sad that Stephen Cohen is no longer alive, because he had a YouTube interview with, I think what I put up was the one with Amy Goodman, Free Speech TV, but he just went through the whole lead up. He was speaking in early 2014, and he was speaking about the war that had just broke out, the civil war in the eastern Ukraine. And he was talking about the lead up to that. And he even said, no, this didn't begin with that coup. This began earlier past year when the EU was making kind of non-negotiable demands of Yanukovych that if he makes deals with them, he is absolutely not to make any deals with Russia. Which he said, this is insane. I mean, this is a country, it's one state, but there's two, possibly three, he said, different countries. You have to straddle the interests of groups of people who are very divergent in their culture and their historical, traditions and their language. And you're now giving an ultimatum that a president of this country has to choose one side or the other. And he says, this is crazy. This is like, so, if we fast forward to this day, the U.S. could still end this war right now. But what they would have to do is assure that Zelensky go back to the negotiating table and ensure that his safety. Because now, as I said, I think about a month ago, I was quoting from the Kiev Post. I think at the time I said it was from 2021. It was actually from 2019. There was a date up that had confused me, but it was when Zelensky was trying to maintain a campaign promise of implementing the Minsk Accords. And he was having that confrontation with people associated with the Azov Battalion. And even the Kiev Post at that time were posting publicly stated statements from the Azov Battalion leader and from members of the parliament that if he does that, if he goes too soft on Russia, don't come out here. We'll be gunning for you. I mean, this is like you're openly threatening the president of your country with death. That's the problem. Zelensky might get assassinated now. And I was going to bring up an article. It was in the Times of Israel last fall. Apparently, there was this guy Denis Kirov who was he was one of the negotiators, one of the Minsk negotiators, and he was killed. Now, the official government statement was that he died trying to serve his country, but then there was a statement from the Interior Ministry and the commander linked with Azov that that they killed him and that he was betraying his country because he was negotiating with the Russians. There are, you've got these people who in no way, and there are now some reports, I want to get some more background on this, but there have been reports reported in the foreign press, in the Times of Israel and others, not so much here, that mayors have been kidnapped for collaborating with Russia. And when you drill down, it's like they've been talking with Russians about humanitarian corridors, which the Azov Battalion guys and Azov Battalion is a significant militia, but it's only one of about 30 of these militias that were allowed to be integrated into the national security forces. So if you've got mayors or people on the Ukrainian side who at least want to get their people out of possible harm's way, they face death threats or kidnapping. So this is the problem. Now, the U.S. could do something about this. Like if Biden or somebody who can speak could get on the phone and ensure that the safety of Zelensky and his government, because we've been arming, we've been training these guys, these battalions for several years. And we really pretty much call the shots with NATO and every place else. We could get everybody back to the negotiating table, but a certain person in the chat was calling me a conspiracy theorist because I said, hey, the U.S. seems to want this war about a month or so ago. Well, It's now out in the open. Even the secretary, our Secretary of Defense, says now the plan is to just basically weaken Russia.
Hey, even Thomas Friedman wrote over the weekend that he's worried this thing is going to spiral out of control.
Well,
I just want to add one more comment, and I'll leave the forum here. But
we do have to wrap it up.
The United States is trapped by the false narratives that we have been employing about Ukraine going back to 2014, if not before. And so we have to live with the false stories, which include, that Yanukovych was pro-Russia. We were pounding the guy to, align with Europe and NATO. And Paul Manafort, who nobody has any love for, but he was sucking big money out of Yanukovych, advising him to tilt toward Europe and not Moscow. But that is now played as Manafort was advising Yanukovych to align with Russia. And so the crazy quilt of the web that we have weaved is now suffocating us.
Right. Yeah, I think that's true. And back 2 years ago, I thought, it was kind of an amusing thing, but the whole Russiagate stuff had very corrosive effect on the left. Suddenly
Amen.
They turned the left against journalists like Julian Assange. Suddenly whistleblowers were, like the target. Suddenly it's like we had a new Cold War, and anybody that, kind of deviated from that narrative was somehow a Putin puppet or this. I thought this is crazy. We used to make fun of people who talk that way in the 80s when the Soviet Union was a much more serious threat. It's just like, it's just a complete rotation.
Hillary Clinton said she'd like to assassinate Julian Assange.
Well, yeah, she said that about 10 or 15. Yeah, she said it when she was still Secretary of State. Why can't we just assassinate this guy or drone him? I think her quote was, why can't we just drone this guy? Yeah. Yeah, fun times.
But Esper, the Defense Secretary Esper, gets headlines because Trump told him he wanted to bomb Mexico. And we have to be... Anyway, we do have to wrap it up. Let's get your final thought, Professor Marianne.
No, I think that, the left, people really have to step back and, try to understand what they're actually saying. Somebody has got to start speaking. Somebody on the left, and I'm talking the progressives, has got to start walking back or at least speaking out against this perpetual war narrative. I think Peter's absolutely right. We are caught in the web of our own narrative now. We've whipped up a bunch of Democrats into Russia-hating fury. And by the way, I wanted to say one more thing about, the Nazi situation. The country isn't run by Nazis, but, I'm reading I'm reading a history of the end of the Soviet Union by a Russian who's now American. And it's pretty, maybe Putin is being very cynical, but the whole Nazi thing means a lot. As this author was saying, I'm 60 years old. Hardly anybody my age knew both grandfathers because they died in the war. Everybody's grandfather died in the war. It was like 27 to 32 million people who, whatever it was. So the 9th of May, which is today here, was Liberation Day, and that's a big thing. And so the people in the far eastern provinces in the Donbass area have been shelled by militia, by Ukrainian forces that are largely, they're comprised of militias that have very anti-Russian rhetoric, that have very anti-Russian, and, we could talk about this later, but en route to looking up Zyklon B, or whatever,
Zyklon, yeah.
The gas chamber gas that Arizona wants to use in its death chamber. The Holocaust Museum had on its website has an excellent article about how the Russians were treated, the Russian POWs. They experimented on Russian POWs to get the right gas that would kill people, efficiently. And their own numbers off of that site, over 3 million Russian POWs starved to death, outright killed, tortured, over 3 million. So yeah, we don't have this feeling, but the Russians do. And whether or not Putin is being completely cynical or not, he is playing into a very real set of feelings in Russia about Nazis.
Right.
So anyway, that's what I want to say.
Thank you, Professor Marianne.
Thank you for having that professor on. I mean, that was very, very impressive.
Yeah. Bill Greenberg turned us on to him.
Oh, he's still around.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you, Bill Greenberg. Thank you, Professor Marianne Cummings. Thank you, Peter B. Collins. And we're going to be joined by Texas Tom Weber momentarily. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Office hours every Friday night starting at 8 p.m. Go to my website, which is back up. Sign up. If you'd like to join us in our virtual studio audience, you can sign up to attend a live taping. While you're over there, sign up for my newsletter. And I'm back to answering emails and sending out thank you notes. So there's that. We will be back with Texas Tom Weber. But here's a song that is quickly becoming very popular. Turtle, Professor Mike Steinel. Professor Mike Steinel, Turtle. Well, joining us in Wisconsin, I believe, is Texas Tom Weber.
Well, hello, David. How are you doing tonight?
Very good.
Good.
You served as a Roman Catholic teacher of theology, I believe, at a high school in Milwaukee.
Correct. Yeah, for 18 years, 19 years, if you count the other one that I served at. And then before that, I was involved in parish ministry.
And you were director of youth ministry. Since 2011, Texas Tom has been enjoying life as a professional freelance artist. He and his wife, Barb, are singer-songwriters and perform both as a duo and with their folk rock Americana band called Fair Weber.
Right.
Great name. You can catch their weekly live stream performances every Tuesday evening on Facebook. And Tom hosts 2 weekly Zoom groups. One is called Spirituality and Activism, and the other is a virtual artist community called Art Attack, such a great name, and shares his wisdom with us at office hours every Friday. And welcome back. And we want to tell people how to.
By the way, I have to give credit where credit is due. There, that came from our dear punster John Hayes, right there.
Yes,
it is a great name, but I had to take him up on that one. So it's a great idea, and he's one of our members.
Yes.
So anyway, thank you for having me on.
Well, let's talk about peace talks, because one of the things you teach all the time at office hours is nonviolence, passive resistance, something that I like to think I cling to. I like to think that violence solves nothing, and that if you are spending more than the entire world combined on weapons, like America is, you don't need to go to war. If you can destroy Russia, which I like to think we can. I pay my taxes. I like to think we could destroy Russia, especially with NATO on our side. I think the first thing you do is you drag Vladimir Putin to the negotiating table. I seem to be wrong.
You seem to be wrong on that.
Here in America, I don't see too many people saying, maybe instead of weapons, we should be giving Ukraine food and medicine and getting Putin to pull out through negotiation.
Well, in my opinion, which is not learned, but I think we talked about this early on, before the whole war was in progress, and we're talking about this. And my contention then, and my contention is still now, there was a history that preceded all of this that involved both history of Russia along with all of the Eastern Bloc states. And you had treaties that from 2014 and 2015, what were they called? The Minsky treaties, if I recall correctly.
Minsk Accords,
that we have to pay attention to, that we have to take into account that America and NATO have been at the door as a threat to Russia, and have been really in many ways kind of driving us to this war, which doesn't, in and of itself, everything, all that being said, it does not excuse what has happened, what's transpired in Ukraine. But it does help us to understand the history behind it. And I offered the unlearned idea, and I don't think I'm the only one, that, the areas in Ukraine that were in most contention, I think should have probably been ceded to Russia through negotiations with an opportunity for those people who are interested in living in alliance with Russia can live there, and those who have no interest in that can exit. And then I think that you would cut the fundamental premise, or that at least stated premise, from Russia, the whole whole Nazi thing aside, which was obviously just that was a ruse for going in. But I think that is a legitimate concern, and there are Ukrainians, as I understand it, who do have real affection and ties to Russia. So why not give that? But at the same time, we have to take into account the real threat that NATO, the United States poses there. And as you were saying right before this, we're using this as a proxy war in order to try to take down Putin and to try to destabilize Russia. And that has to be acknowledged. We can't have that. So I don't know that I have a whole lot to add in that area. I feel like I'm out of my league.
Right.
You've got people who are much smarter about these kinds of things than myself.
I don't know about that. And then you have countries like Finland, Sweden, Switzerland.
We're wanting to join. Yeah.
Switzerland. I even think Austria. I think Austria is spooked enough that they want to join NATO.
Yeah.
They understand Russia better than I do. But again, how do you bring nations to the table? We have a UN that's supposed to mitigate the ravages of war, but they've been usurped by NATO. Seems like America spends more time focusing on NATO than it does the United Nations.
Well, I mean, I have to try to keep a foot in the real world because I don't want to be here. I would get rid of nation states, to be quite honest. I don't believe in this stuff personally. But, in reality, we need to really be working to try to beef up the authority and whatever kind of, I don't know what needs to be done in order to undergird the authority of the United Nations so that it becomes the real place for negotiation in the world. The United States has fought that tooth and nail every step of the way. We don't really value the United Nations except to the degree to which we can manipulate it in order to line our own pockets in the world, basically.
Right. Peace. Do peace talks work? And how would you see these peace talks going? How do you envision peace talks in general?
Well, first of all, just a fundamental principle when you're going to be dealing with people outside of your own sphere, whether you're talking about other nations, whether you're talking about people outside of your culture, your ethnic group, it doesn't matter however you have divisions between people, you have to go to the table with the fundamental view that you do not have a perfect understanding of reality and truth yourself, that even your worst enemy brings to the table truth or truths that you need to hear. So going back to what I said earlier with regards to Putin and Russia and whatnot, they have very real interests that are at stake here in Ukraine. And we have to acknowledge those things. And I'm sure that probably behind the doors, there's some of that stuff going on. I have to believe that. But I don't know what kind of strict restrictions our negotiators are under in order to, try to negotiate in good faith in these things. But we have to have real humility, and we have to realize that the stakes of the other nations are as real and as important as our own.
Yeah.
And try those. So I don't have a lot of wisdom here. I do have something I did want to talk about. So
good.
If you don't mind.
No, I'm honored.
If you don't mind, do you mind if we talk a bit about the SCOTUS decision? And in particular, I would like to share some reflections that I have regarding this. And I know that in talking about abortion as a male, that I get myself into some tricky waters here, because the fact that there's those that believe that, only those with the vagina have a right to talk about this. I don't really subscribe to that view. I understand the emotions behind it and the difficulty surrounding abortion, but I don't think any of us would agree with the idea that, we can't talk about the war unless we're in the military. We can't talk about medical problems unless we're a doctor or whatever. I just don't
right.
think
And by the way, I don't know if you saw earlier in the show that I said we have to stop being squeamish about abortion. We have to talk about it. My position, and I'm not sure you're going to agree with me, and I'm never going to get into an argument with you, but my position, so you know, is I'm pro-abortion, and I don't think it's it's not up to men to decide what happens when a woman gets pregnant. And I worry that squeamishness about abortion creates cultural guardrails that force women to be more traumatized by an abortion than necessary. When we dance around the topic and almost make it sacred and, and say things like they should be safe, legal, and rare, well, that I think stigmatizes young women who need abortions. I think we need a more flippant attitude in this country about abortion. That's my position, because I think that when we wring our hands and say it's a difficult decision, that trains women to be traumatized by deciding to get an abortion. I think we need to, if we want to protect abortion rights, I think it's time to co-opt some of the tactics used by the gay community, which is, I'm here, I'm queer, get used to it. What do you think of this sparkled Speedo that I'm wearing? I think you have to throw it back in the face of the right to lifers. I suspect you don't agree with me on any of that.
I don't know about that. I'd like you to kind of hear where I come from before you decide.
Okay.
I think, first of all, that I have a view that is reflective of an important segment of the progressive community. And I'd like to give voice to that. And I want to talk from the standpoint of consensus. And I think that there's a significant amount of consensus. And my basic idea that I want to bring to the table is this. I don't come from the standpoint that you do in terms of abortion as a legal right, because I don't buy the philosophical underpinnings that lead to that. But that said, I oppose the overturning of Roe v. Wade. And the reason that I do so is because I believe that going the legal route is an ineffectual approach to limiting abortions. And I suggest that what we have to do instead is try to pause and understand what are the root causes of most abortions, and then try to address those through enacting proper policies and programs to address those root causes. So that's my basic premise that I'm coming at this with, and I'd like to develop it. Now, one of the things that makes this difficult in terms of talking about this is, there is this kind of binary approach to the whole abortion question between you're either pro-life or you're pro-choice. And I don't like either of those. I don't want to be associated with people who call themselves pro-life and go around bombing abortion clinics and shaming women as they go into clinics. I don't agree with that. I don't want to associate with people who call themselves pro-life and who say that they care about the dignity of this developing life, but they fail to advocate for social programs to address the mothers and parents who need to nurture that same child as it grows up. So, George Carlin said this. He said, back in 1996, I think it was, pro-life conservatives are obsessed with the fetus from conception to 9 months. And after that, they don't want to know about you. They don't want to hear from you. Do nothing. No neonatal care, no daycare, no Head Start, no school lunch, no food stamps, no welfare, no nothing. If you're preborn, you're fine. If you're preschool, you're effed.
Mm-hmm.
I used it there. But I also find myself in a little bit of a difficult problem with those that come from the standpoint of pro-choice and everything. I find that the rhetoric of my body, my choice is a little too individualistic for me. And, think about the fact that people who use this kind of rhetoric are also the same ones who will bristle when conservatives shout out that same quip when they're trying to tell why they're not going to wear a mask. And they say the same thing, my body, my choice. So I don't find that helpful. And then, there's questions, philosophical questions, and maybe medical ones, trying to determine, when does a fetus become a human? I find this a dangerous moral edge, trying to get all of that out. Even when you're trying to deal with, I won't go into that. I'll put that aside. But there is widespread agreement among most Americans, regardless of their political or religious stance, that abortion is morally permissible to save the life of the mother, or when pregnancy is the result of rape or incest. So I have a few stats here. There was a new Pew Research Center study that found that white evangelicals remain the only major religious group that supports overturning the landmark ruling, even though most such groups find abortion morally wrong. But only slightly more than half of white evangelicals.
I'm sorry, can you explain that to me? What did they discover?
Well, the important thing is that white evangelicals are the only remaining religious group that support the overturning of the landmark Roe v. Wade.
Okay.
54% of white evangelicals. That's really just a little over half. So it doesn't fit kind of the way in which we think everybody, if they're white evangelical, then they're going to be all in for overturning it. But if you look at other groups, the substantial majority of white Protestants, 76%, want to see it overturned. Or I'm sorry, not overturned. Black Protestants don't want to see it overturned, 65%. White Catholics don't want to see it overturned, 63%. And even though the majority of those people believe that abortion fundamentally is wrong, but they also, as I said before, they see that there are important exceptions there. So I think that we've got something to work with. So if I can then go and just kind of lay out my own moral stance here, the basis for it, and then I want to talk about some solutions. I apologize if this
it's great.
Now, this is going to be a little bit of a rehash, but I've outlined in other situations what are my basic moral principles and values. So I've talked about universal sacrificial love. I've talked about the fact that I subscribe to strict nonviolence. That means refusal to do harm to any sentient being. I believe in social justice, pursuing it. And I also believe in consistent life ethic, which is a holistic way of applying this reverence for life, which says that, we can't be just concerned about life in the womb, but it has to be the whole life development on down to death and everything in between. So that means that if you really believe that you value human life, the sacredness of human life, then that means then you can't only oppose abortion, then you need to be against capital punishment. You got to be against militarism, euthanasia. You have to be opposed to every law, policy, and program that constitutes a threat to the dignity of human life. But on the positive side, embracing a consistent life ethic entails the moral necessity to stand up and advocate for policies and laws and programs that uphold the dignity of life. So, all the programs that will address the problems of racism, sexism, poverty, the plight of refugees, workers' rights, LGBTQ plus rights, and even something as mundane as wearing a mask during this pandemic. All of these are expressions of being truly pro-life. So for me, I also go beyond, my view even transcends what's called that consistent life ethic, to embrace the idea, and we've talked about this in spirituality and activism when we've talked about deep ecology. But I believe that we also have to have concern not only for human life, but towards protecting the life and rights of all creatures, both sentient and non-sentient. When I say non-sentient, I mean water, mountains, the air. All these things have a right to exist and should be able to flourish in the most natural way, right? So those are the basics that undergird how I approach this question. So there's two basic ways to address the problem of abortion. One is by trying to make it less available, which the conservatives have been trying to do all along. The other is by trying to make it less necessary. And I think that virtually every progressive, and I would imagine you too, Dave, would want to see abortion, or at least look at trying to understand and deal with the root causes of abortion, try to address those so that it is minimized. I don't think we're ever going to get completely rid of it.
I'm listening, but no, I'm over that now. I appreciate everything you're saying, but when Democrats start saying legal, safe, and rare, I think we need voices in our community that speak up and say, nah, don't care. Go have an abortion. I know that I'm not trying to be insensitive, but we've tried being understanding with the far right and trying to couch things so it's acceptable. I no longer think that works in this country. And you're either, it's like unions, which side are you on? And you're either for, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you, and I really appreciate what you're saying, but I don't agree with the Clinton approach where you triangulate and stigmatize abortion. I'm pro-abortion. I just wish it wasn't happening as much. I think that's anti-abortion, and you stigmatize it and you make it worse for the woman who gets the abortion by saying, I wish we didn't have to do this. I don't think it's a value judgment. I think this is where this is why we lose. Our side loses by trying to make things sound okay for the intolerant.
I'm not disagreeing with you there. So I'm not sure that I understand where we have that. I worked with young people who were in difficult situations, some of which had abortion. Last thing that I ever did was to stigmatize them. And I don't believe in that. And I also believe that there are people who differ from me and philosophically, and I believe that we can land on different places and still respect one another. But what I'm talking about is ultimately, I hope that you will allow me to finish.
Whatever you want. I appreciate what you're saying. Okay. I'm grateful.
But where I'm going is this, David. We on the progressive side are on the right track. We're on the right track. Ultimately is where I want to go here. But please let me finish laying out where I'm at, because I think it's important that folks here within this community where some people are coming from who are their allies, and that we should all be allies in opposing the overturning of Roe v. Wade. And we need each other. So thank you. So first of all, this first idea of making it less available is dangerous and a horrible way to approach it. The idea that making it illegal is going to reduce the number of abortions is wrong. They think that those who offer this line of thought believe that abortion is someday going to cease to exist. And the fact is that close to 70,000 women a year die from unsafe abortions, and numerous others suffer grave injuries, including infection, hemorrhaging, and infertility. And as we know from past history, people were forced to seek out abortions in horrible situations, or they ended up painfully before Roe v. Wade. The solution oftentimes to have them give it up for adoption and all the pain that went along with that. So I don't think that is a helpful approach. And if abortion was legal in most states, of course, that's not even sure that that's going to happen. It's going to mainly hurt the poor and young people ultimately, because they have a lack of savings and or mobility. And of course, those who are the rich, I don't care where you're at philosophically, religiously, I don't care. The rich are still going to have their abortions, and they'll have it. But as a result of the lack of access, many are going to suffer significant delay in obtaining abortion, thereby making the procedure more costly, more risky, and more emotionally and morally challenging. And in the worst case scenario, many women are going to resort to using medically unsafe procedures. So the far better approach is to, first of all, reduce the incidence of unintended pregnancy. Now, I was talking about my sister, who was the head of a health center that provided abortion, by the way, as part of what she did. That wasn't the main thing. She said they only did it on Saturdays. I have a sister, by the way. I can't talk about that.
Right.
I know too much about this from a personal standpoint. So I'm not speaking out of this from some kind of orb outside. I know too much. So she and I were talking about all this. And, the first way to try to reduce it, I don't think anybody's going to disagree with me of unintended pregnancy, is reduce the incidence of unintended pregnancy, because half of all of the pregnancies in this country are unintended, and of those, half of those end in abortion. So how can you deal with that? Well, first of all, comprehensive sex education. And that's something I sought to try to do within my own classroom. I was an oddball, but I did it. I wasn't the only one that I went further, let's just say, than some of my peers, but it wasn't that they weren't dealing with that either. Second thing is insurance coverage of and public funding for family planning services. Thirdly, programs that curb domestic violence and sexual abuse, which is a cause of a lot of this. We have to address those things. And even with all of those things, there's still going to be some unintended pregnancy. So, birth control methods are not fallible. So, second positive way is to ensure that if a woman, we need to ensure that the woman has the means to have and raise a child in health and safety, should she wish to do so, should she choose to do so. And according to the Alan Guttmacher, I'm almost done, by the way.
No, it's fair.
To the Alan Guttmacher Institute, which is a health research group, women base their decisions to have abortion largely on their ability to maintain economic stability and to care for their children that they already have. Therefore, providing low-income and young women with genuine education and career opportunities, universal health care, child care, housing, services for disabled children, and other basic supports would give them the kinds of resources that would mitigate the use of abortion, because it's addressing some of the root causes. But ultimately, I would say too, and this is my cheer to my friends here, most important and efficacious ways to greatly reduce the amount of abortions is for us progressives to continue to advocate for programs and policies that help us build a more just and life-affirming society. And that includes our fight for unions. That means we need to continue to fight for a clean environment and clean energy, and ridding our world of all forms of violence and war. To my conservative friends, I'd ask that you acknowledge that poverty and war are the leading abortifacients in our country and throughout the world. That's a quote from Michael Sean Winters, a Catholic journalist in the National Catholic Reporter. And last one, end capitalism. So anyway, I hope that
you said the last one. The last one was what?
End capitalism.
End capitalism.
Yeah. Yep.
Interesting.
So I appreciate your allowing me to share that, even if you and some of my friends might agree with some of my.
I agree with 99%. I agree with 99%. I love you. I agree with 99% of what you're saying, and 100% of what you're saying is correct. I just feel
coming from, brother.
Yeah, I everything you're saying is correct and reasonable. And I think the Democrats try the reasonable approach, but we're up against unreasonable people.
I don't believe they're trying.
The Democrats?
No.
Well,
I don't believe that.
I agree. Yeah, they're not. But I'm talking specifically about safe, legal, and rare. That approach. That trying to find
that cutesy little thing that Bill Clinton said. No. If he had been serious about what he was saying right there, he would have said the stuff that I said.
Exactly.
He would have done the stuff that I said. He wasn't
cut welfare.
Serious.
He cut welfare.
Yeah, that was just rhetoric. Nothing but rhetoric.
Right.
Anyway, thank you for
interesting thing thank you off the topic of abortion. We had a guest on at 7:00, David DeJong. He's a journalist. He wrote for Bloomberg. He writes for some of the top economic journals around the world. Author of the new book, Nazi Billionaires, The Dark History of Germany's Wealthiest Dynasties. It was an interesting conversation. I don't know if you saw it, because I asked him about capitalism and Adolf Hitler, and he gave me a surprising answer that I didn't expect from somebody who makes his living working for Bloomberg News, and now he's, the Wall Street Journal and Business Week, and now he's with the Dutch Financial Daily. I said, was Nazi Germany a capitalist state? He goes, absolutely. I said, it was a capitalist state when Hitler took over. He said, yes. When did it stop being a capitalist state? I asked, and he said, never. I said, even when the Russians and the Americans were on the verge of winning, he said, it was capitalism all the way until East Germany fell under the sway of Russia. So it was interesting about capitalism. It doesn't know right from wrong. It's money. And Hitler was a capitalist. So says an expert on the subject. Eliminating capitalism is a great idea. Replacing it with what would also be a great idea. I support Bernie, but as much as I was disenchanted by Elizabeth Warren, a lot can be said for guardrails for capitalism before we figure out how to replace it. We need
I think that the smartest people who've talked about a path out of capitalism are saying that there has to be a unholy marriage between the two, and a building up of programs to wean ourselves off of it. And not just programs, by the way. There has to be a fundamental transformation of consciousness to get ourselves away from capitalism. I don't think that there's many people, myself included, within this community, in terms of our consciousness, have totally disassociated ourselves from that. We're too immersed in it.
Yeah. Professor Hussein earlier was talking about certain things should not be allowed to be commodified. And I think the first step is a cultural awakening where we say, you know what? Education is not a commodity. Air, water, housing, food. The government is going to nationalize all the things that should not be commodified. I think that's the first step towards something that smells like socialism.
You name that by saying you have to ask the question, what are those things that are necessary for an ordinary human being to flourish? And not just, by the way, ordinary human beings. Well, please, let's speak about the rest of creation too, because our flourishing depends upon all the rest of nature. So what are those things that are going to ensure the dignity and rights of human beings and all the rest of nature so that we can all flourish? And those have to be the programs that we enact. Yeah. And those they have to be decommodified, as you put it. Of course, I want to get everything decommodified.
Right. Except podcasts, right?
Yeah.
Shahid Buttar was on the show. He's running against Pelosi. And he is the first. I'm sorry?
He's doing it again?
He's doing it again.
Oh,
and
good.
Of all the candidates I've had on the show, of all the left-wing Marxists and socialists I've had on the show, I believe, I hope I'm not being unfair, he is the first one to talk about nationalization, nationalizing certain industries. And this is something that I said earlier last year, that before we start talking about communism, Marxism, getting rid of capitalism, we have to introduce into the conversation what nationalizing industry looks like. That's the first step in a cultural awakening where the American people can look at the post office and then say, well, we could nationalize the banks. We can nationalize healthcare. It would be better than what we're getting now. That's the first step, but nobody talks about that. Shahid, all these Marxists on the show with their critiques of capitalism, but nobody is spelling out a pathway towards socialism, which is training the American people to accept that certain things should not be commodified and that the government can nationalize certain industries simply by buying up 10%, owning 10% of Exxon. You get 10%. You don't have to buy all of Exxon. You just buy 10% of it. You can shut that MFer down. You just have to buy 10% of Exxon. You can just close it down. You have
you won me over a little bit by your last little addendum there because, I mean, we have to be moving beyond, too, by the way, the whole notion of sustainability. What sustainability means is trying to maintain the course of affluence that we Americans and the affluent of the world maintain without completely screwing over the world. And we have to resolve ourselves to move towards a lifestyle. If we're going to talk about sustainability, it has to be sustainable for every creature and non-creature. And that means something way different than what we know by way of it's hard for us to imagine that. The only way to imagine it is by looking at what many small intentional communities are doing around the world, where they are in many ways unplugging to a large degree from the rest and are living the kinds of lives that are going to be necessary, if not completely thrust upon us within a few decades.
Well said. Thank you, Texas Tom Weber. I love you.
I love you too.
I'm grateful that you're part of our life. Tom Weber hosts 2 weekly Zoom groups. One is called Spirituality and Activism, and the other is a virtual artist community called Art Attack. And how do people join you on these 2?
Well, let's start with the Art Attack first. And this is for anybody who has an interest in art. It doesn't matter where you're at in the spectrum of ability. We have people from absolute beginners on up to professionals and everybody in between there. And if you go to Facebook and look up Art Attack with a question mark, you will find the group and go in there and just register. And then I will find you, or you can look for me on Facebook, Tom Weber, and if you see my face, then go ahead and click and friend me, and I will get you in. Probably the same thing for spirituality and activism. If you are not part of this group, by this group I should add, part of Discord. If you're not part of Discord, the David Feldman Discord, where we do have our own little, what do you call it? Channel? Not channel. What do you call it? Is it channel?
It's a channel with all these different.
I think you call it a channel. Well, anyway, there's a spirituality and activism channel, and go there and there's information about when our next ones are. Otherwise, on Facebook, or you can also forward any questions or comments of any sort to me at Texas Tom 46. That's the number, Texas Tom 46. All run together at gmail.com.
Perfect.
And I will.
And how do we see you and Barb?
Well, we are on every Tuesday on Facebook. We do a live stream, in which we do 30 minutes of music, and I'll speak in Feldman terms here. That would be from 8 o'clock to 8:30 Eastern time, 7 to 7:30 Central time. And so look for us there, and would love to have you. What says love how Tom says Tuesday. Okay. No. Making fun of my accent here. That's all right. I love it.
We love you. Thank you, Tom. Come back.
Thank you.
Come back.
All right.
Tom. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you to all our guests for joining us today. This was a great show. It's interesting. We have a Secretary of State who's advising Taiwan on which weapons to purchase, as opposed to working with China and Taiwan to make sure there's no war. That's how we've devolved as a people, as a nation. Well, you've been listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. The website is back up. Please go to my website, sign up for our newsletter. Please join us in our virtual studio audience as we tape our podcast every Monday and Thursday on Zoom, as well as on YouTube. We live stream the recording session on YouTube. So if you would like to join us in the Zoom room, go to my website, subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's growing. I want to thank the people who put this show together. Invisible Ninja is doing an amazing job growing our YouTube channel, so thank you. Thank you to Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, Grace Jackson, Joe in Norway, Professor Jonathan Bick, and of course, Dan Frankenberger, who's feeling better. Let me go over those names again. I like to challenge myself by mixing them up and then seeing if I can, and Hannah Feldman. So I want to thank the people who helped produce this show. They are Grace Jackson, Hannah Feldman, Sarah Bush, Joe in Norway, Professor Jonathan Bick, Andy Brown, the Invisible Ninja, and Dan Frankenberger. If I left somebody out, I apologize. I don't think I did, though. Go to my website. I'm answering all my emails now. I have more time thanks to the crew of people who are helping to produce this show. I'm focusing more on connecting with the listeners again. So I enjoy doing that. And thank you notes for all the people who've donated from the past pledge-episodes. I've written thank you notes to everyone. So if you didn't get a thank you note, let me know, and I'll send you another one. And if you donate to Joe Thompson, if you go to joeforassembly.org and donate, let me know so I can thank you. Thank you to Joe Thompson, 19-year-old UC Santa Cruz student, Starbucks union organizer, running for California State Assembly District number 28. That's in Santa Cruz. If you know anybody who lives in Santa Cruz, tell them to vote for Joe Thompson. The primary is the first week of June. Donate by going to joeforassembly.org. What a great guy. Great person. Great human being. Jason Miles, co-host of This Is Revolution podcast. Check out him and Pascal Robert. They do a great job. Howie Klein, read him over at Down with Tyranny. David DeJong, author of Nazi Billionaires, The Dark History of Germany's Wealthiest Dynasties. Go buy the book. Go buy Nazi Billionaires, The Dark History of Germany's Wealthiest Dynasties. And if you don't like the book, I'll reimburse you. Just let me know. That's how fascinating. Just the stuff about Goebbels' wife is worth the price of admission. Mark Breslin, thank you. Happy birthday. For more information, go to yuckyucks.com. Go support live comedy. If you're vaccinated and you're wearing a mask, go watch live comedy. Dr. Harriet Fraad, listen to her on Capitalism Hits Home, and it's not just in your head. Professor Adnan Hussein, listen to his podcasts, the Mudgeless Podcast and Guerrilla History. Peter B. Collins, go to peterbcollins.com for a treasure trove of this man's conversations with the greats, including Tom Hayden. Professor Marianne Cummings, follow her on Twitter at Razor Girl. She spells girl Grrl. That's Razor Girl. And of course, Tom Weber, Texas Tom Weber. Friend him on Facebook, and that way you can join him for spirituality and activism, Art Attack, and Fair Weber with Barb. Thank you to everybody who joined me today in the virtual studio audience. I can't do this without you. I'm David Feldman, and I want you to join us for office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. Thank you to Professor Mike Steinel for the incredible music. I'm David Feldman, reminding you to stay strong and protect the weak.